So that. Uh, I love what they did with the game. They're max feeling almost PvE like. I do like the grind, to be honest, of like you can just stay on the same build, and I can play the same build for like a week, and you know there's still something to chase. That's very cool, I think. Okay. Good morning to YouTube, by the way. Am I using Ava's build? This is a maximal guide from Ava, basically. Yes, the Exodia variant. So I managed to get the cooldown and the resources and everything sorted out. There's still a lot of min-maxing I need to do, so I am missing something on the Fair of Sightless and Ninta of Sightless. And this is also not exactly great, but it's working right now. So maybe I'm gonna try to make more of these when I get more charms. Could probably try to roll this thing here. My glyphs are slowly getting there. I have a 60 and 81 and 91. So I have to finish those. Let's see. The whole +1 resource. And you know what? I think I'm gonna do it. Even though this thing has poison res. Oh my god, man, the GAs are rolling in here. Oh, this is better than nothing right now. This is also better than nothing right now. Now we have a lot of resources. Oh, mega lol. Hmm. 99. Do I actually have my stuff here? It seems like we have enough stats. 415. 490, yeah. It's actually not that uncommon to roll GAs on this. Mm-hmm. 26 ranks. I need one more with ranks. Which is basically this, I guess. I already have all stars on that, so I should probably try to get a better one there. I kinda don't wanna roll over this. There's Cutthroat, Marksman, Sutter, Refuge, and Grenade. And an all-stats. Oh well. Okay, we're gonna go for more, I guess. How do I have 25 movement speed? That's on a helm. Let's see. Mobility cooldown. 3.4. 3.3. Oh my god, man. Negative mobility. Okay. But 2.4 seconds. 3.26. Okay, let's do this. You are quite slow. Unlucky. Now we have 226 resources, man. Holy. Anyway, I started blasting. So, seems fine. Oh, Goblin. Slowest Rogue in D4. Uh-oh. I mean, Rogue actually it feels so nice and fast, man, on any build I played. Kinda good. Kinda happy with that. Dude, these laughing dudes though, holy. Where are these globes? Okay. Yeah, so you can just perma Shadow Step now. Everywhere. Without Ildarin. That's kinda good. No Spanish sports boss table? No. I'm not sure what they did. There were like, I don't know, a few items I think. But these are class uniques. Like the classless uniques are still random, it seems. So how's Death Trap going? Pretty good. It kind of just got started, so last night I set this up, and then I didn't have time to play, so I went offline and sleep. But yeah, we're gonna get there. We got a barding for mounts. Interesting. I would say it's a top rogue build right now, still Pinshot. Pinshot is very good. Yeah, Pinshot and Barrage, they both seem very nice to me. Can't really tell exactly which one I would prefer, to be honest. Pinshot still has this bug though, so this is a bit annoying. Okay, it's gonna send some hundreds. What class will be after rogue? I don't know yet. Oh, we had a wink here for Tommy. And a sub from KSD. Great, thanks guys. Okay, just shadow step 10 times and go. How's TB going? I played some TB yesterday. It's okay. Definitely a bit weaker than the ranged rogues. But you can also get to the point where you blast T12. Especially with poison, I think. Poison in general seems to be kind of like the way. It's kind of hard to do good boss damage when you play cold. Poison kind of just takes care of that. And definitely team poison, I would say, right now. And you can get it to the point where it's so strong that, you know, you just melt everything instantly in T12. So it doesn't really feel like a downside to play poison or something. And then for bosses you just melt them. Since bosses are kind of like your main problem. Cold was pretty terrible yesterday. Yeah, I mean, my cold stuff was also not as min-max as my poison stuff. So that's something to keep in mind. It will definitely be fine if you really try. But I felt like poison is just kind of like feeling better across the board. I have not peeked at the official Hero Siege Discord, but I heard some things. Kind of funny. I did hear about the devs being... I saw hotfix yesterday. Did I hotfix the Warlock? I don't think so. Seekers. The Wild West in there when you play. I don't know. I mean, Hero Siege is a fun game and all, but yeah, these guys are apparently something else. Holy Paragon. I have to try some Heartseeker Rogue at some point. I wonder how this will go. But I fear it's going to be based on the Narrow Eyes set, and I don't really want to play that. You know, this guy just doesn't get staggered. Interesting. I don't see the rock thing. Okay. Okay, not unstoppable out of dubious grab. I think certain unstoppables can do it. I think something like concealment, maybe? I'm not 100% sure, actually. I've tried this like once, like in season 2. And that was it, so I don't know. But yeah, it's, I think not everything works, at least. I know you can scroll out of it. If you're in hardcore, at least. Oof. I think I want to do more pits for now. Maybe get some levels. More on the cities, I guess. How many seconds is my death trap? It's at 14 seconds. You need to have it at like 15.2 or so. So you need like one small like extra cooldown gain, either from quality or from cooldown transfiguration. I need to get my rings now. I need to do everything I can for rings. My aftermath aspect is actually not perfect, and before I get a perfect one, I cannot remove it from the neck. I have it on the neck right now, and it should be on the ring. And then I can get more damage on my neck. And then I can also start transfiguring my neck. So this is what's on the menu, I guess, for now. I guess I should actually aim for some Nightmare Dungeon farm, get some obols, and then send rings until we get the aspect. Where's my death trap have the number? This is the charges. You can only play death trap when you have the charge upgrade. There's 2 charges. This is why it has a number. It definitely feels extremely smooth to farm pits on this because it's fast, infinite mobility, and I get globes all the time. I think it's very nice to collect globes on this build because the monsters always like stopping right on top here. Is this build S tier like last season? It's definitely very good. Okay, I'm back, guys. I wonder if I actually need the dash on my bar. Maybe I shouldn't do the dash. I could do the smoke instead or something and get a bunch of crit there. I feel like I'm only using Shadow Step anyway. I'm teleporting so often. My Shadow Step has a cooldown of 3.2 seconds. And then it's reducing itself by 3 seconds every time I cast it. A lot of cooldown. Is 150 Warlock legit or an exploit? It is not legit. Yeah. I guess Sorg is technically working as intended, it's just completely busted. Kinda funny considering Sorg cannot even get the resolve stacking stuff. I think I'm gonna remove this. Vulnerable, size, duration. Summon crit. At least I can throw this thing on the bosses, so help a bit with boss damage. Roll kind of 50 is also a bug. And good meta. Okay, we're slowly getting somewhere here after the bosses, I'd say. I would like to double my damage, and then we're okay. Morning Crucible. Everbucks. Why is Grandfather why is the Grandfather sword only used for tower push and not equipped? Because it normally doesn't run any crit. It's a 0 crit build. And the only good way to get a lot of crit is by using the Calamity aspect. But the Calamity aspect requires you to hack stuff, and for that you have to give up a skill, which in my case, I think for the push I removed the Rampage jump. But you don't want to play without the jump, normally. So, there you go. And even if you do play without the jump, the Hex has a cooldown with the sigil, and then it also needs to ramp. The TLDR, it's awful. But pushing is slow enough that you can do it. How much crit are we actually at? 86, 93, okay, quite good. If we get like 1 crit indication somewhere, we're gonna be chilling. Hey Dux, do you have some knowledge about the current bar builds? A little bit. I know there's like this infinite ancient stacking bug that people are using. There's a bunch of whirlwind stuff going on and the Sadek stuff. So I know roughly what's going on at least. When can we expect tier lists to be updated on Maxwell? Tomorrow we have a big meeting. And we did like a week later than normal. Normally we have a meeting after 1.5 weeks on a Saturday, but now we did it after 2.5. Because yeah, too much new shit and stuff, so I kind of just like decided, okay, maybe I want to explore everything a bit more, and then we'll do it. Too much bugs. Yeah, it's definitely a struggle, but you know, this is how the 4 seasons go. It's always like that. That's my progress here. I'm gonna get to 3. Oh well. So do it for Dan's a nice build. I mean, check the Exile guide. There's gonna be bug tiers at the end of the meeting. No kappa, actually, man. S plus tier equals bug tier. I'm gonna post this build somewhere. This is basically exactly Ava's setup for Maxwell. Actually, I want to try this here. Okay, there's more pits. I can probably try to roll a bit and see if he ever gets one of these mythic rewards. Some flawless running gems would be kind of cool. Oh well. I wanted to do some 9 penetrances as well for obels. And I think I'm gonna start transfiguring some stuff like weapons. New portal skin is fire. Yeah, it's nice, Jenna. I like it. It's kind of funny because it's exactly the free skin, actually. The free, the Echoing Nightmare skin, that's that. But it's not a skin there, it's just like how the portal looks. And I really always enjoyed it. It's kind of cool that, you know, they brought back the thing. And then they gave it a secret portal as well, so I think that's kind of fitting. But here's a bit more of an achievement to do it and get it. Just find an Echoing Hater key very quick, no problem guys. Undercity actually drops them pretty often. I think I've gotten like 4 of them in Undercity now. Mostly just doing war plans and, you know, leveling my stuff. But yeah, Undercity seems to have some sort of connection with the Trace of Echoes. It's easy, I found one at 283. Nice. Reach tribute. I just run all my tributes slowly whenever I'm here. You found 1 and you have Undercity, 7 out of 7 on 4 characters. Oof. Okay, maybe I just got bamboozled, maybe I just got lucky in Undercity or something. Okay, we're shredding. My mercenary just goes away, send us a necro. I have to rehire him. Oh, it's like a necro bug. I heard about this, but it didn't happen to me, so I guess it might be like class related or build related somehow. Interesting. The Titan minions get to activate. Yeah, I mean, you also noticed that he has a demon on the Warlock, so I'm not too surprised actually. Be gone, foul demon. Yeah, they're probably gonna do something about the wall plants all sharing and stuff. But not this season, I imagine. You want the weapon damage on the daggers for Death Trap? I think I have it on one or so. It's definitely nice. Yeah, I definitely want life, crit, element, and then dex or weapon damage, I guess. Another boss. 4 bosses in this room. Okay. And it was Gift of the Trees, man. It's wild, actually. How did Barb get Sorg, Mana Shield, no life build, aesthetic, and 300% movement speed? I don't know, ask the dev who updated Selig like 2 seasons ago, I guess. Little toe stepped into the puddle. That was fast wall plan completion. The boss got it by shouting really loud, yes. Hi, Alice. Doing fine, how about you? Is there any chance I'm gonna upgrade this? I need like really good rolls. And it has a dex turn trigger, so... Probably not. I think maybe I've reached a point where I just like salvage all charms all the time and just like roll until I get the GAs. Okay, double Helltide and double Pit. That sounds good. That's my gloves. But one barb was shouting very loud for buffs. Yeah, barbs are always in need of a buff, okay? That's how it works. I don't play some charge barb actually, I wonder how this will go. Good old season 3 charge barbing, guys? Anyone? Maybe I'll make barb next actually and see. What disgusting. Thank you. Anyways, you can see my gear. I can show you real quick after this. Oh, I realized I never put an aspect on my amulet here. Oops. I should do that actually. I have 200 of these, so let's go, I guess. I kind of feel like we probably want to not have the resource on the neck, right? We probably want to have the resource on charm and do something else here at some point. The mid crit damage is missing, for example. But okay. What do we want? I guess the all power thing. $60 damage and increased damage to unstoppable. For pushing this will be kind of big actually. But let's go. Undying. Arrow storms. Oh my god, 74 unstoppable, holy. So I do roll now. Chilling and weakening. Technically we can weaken already reds. Need damage. It's kind of crazy. 42 dodge chance whenever you take damage. You can almost have like 50-50 dodge with this, right? Like you take a hit, you get half dodge, and then like you don't necessarily dodge, so it goes up again. This is actually such a crazy defensive aspect, the dodge chance thing. It's wild that this is a utility. It's actually really good, this dodge thing. Could get more crit chance by changing the concealment to crit, I guess. Actually, I can just do it, I guess. How long does it last? 6 seconds. Don't think I have any healing though. Oof. This thing is like no lucky hit. There we go. Do we generate all power? Actually, I think so. Why does this show up? All power. Okay, so the cold imbue gives us some all power. I don't think anything here counts as stopping weapons because I think it only uses melee. Let's see it. Why no hardcore anymore? I made this rogue for Mephisto practice. And that worked out pretty well actually. Also, the new stash and the new start was kinda good, to be honest. This is a bit for Ava, yeah. What am I going to play versus Meph? Yeah, I mean, I'll take all my builds to Mephisto, I guess, at some point, so... Okay, I didn't do, like, Death Trap now, sorry, I didn't do TB now and some stuff. I would like to do a Poison TB against Mephisto, though, just to see how the melee perspective is, actually. New and improved Woody. It is kind of weird to play with softcore though. I definitely want to go back to hardcore as soon as I can. But the rogue's not done yet. F. Dude, I hope that they're gonna do something about fucking Grim Favors at some point, man. Please. I died more times in softcore than I have died in hardcore in the last 6 seasons. Yeah, I mean, this is also, you know, it's a bit of like a limit testing environment for me as well. So, I do play a little bit differently on purpose as well. Because else I will never learn certain things. So that's kind of helpful for that purpose. There's a lot of ancients here. And one of them is really big. For some reason. 2 of them are really big. Dude. Can't even get the Blood Maiden to die before she goes. What kind of bomb is this? we're gonna get butchers now, right? I want to try to find mine cases actually, I haven't tried those yet. Oh, rip that guy. First, he doesn't insta-kill the maiden, and then he dies. Uh-oh. Pathetic. Singer Barb. Oh, walking through this thing removes my momentum stack, so that's kind of funny actually. Open my cage. Actually, I do have more to do. Should try Shadow Step. You mean like Shadow Step build or what? I don't know. I don't like doing damage with Shadow Step, I must say. So, I don't think so. Can't play anything legit in this game. So the thing that's bugged about Pen Shot is the Shades version. Which one was called? Shadow Shot. So that's the bugged one. The others are okay. I used Ava's guide on Maxwell. But I guess maybe this is probably extremely similar anyway. There's not really that many moving parts in this build. One minute. Wait, how did I die? Are you serious? Oh. Okay, I guess I just aggroed him from here. Let's do this again. Okay. Anyway, guys. My gold. Wait, how do I close the pit now? Reset dungeon? Oh, that works. Yeah, so I need to order some coffee and a muffin and something else, it seems. There's a very funny thing in Greece. So, first of all, the Greeks, they always wish you something, you know, when they see you. They're very... I don't know how to say this. You know, it's just like, it's like how we say, like, good day, good whatever, right? But they say this for everything, under all occasions. Yeah. And, you know, all kinds of stuff, like, you know, like, be well, and I don't know what. So they have like 1,000 things like this. And one of my favorites is Kali Sinecha, which means, literally translated, good continuation. So this means like, you can say this any time you basically like, you know, say goodbye to someone. You say Kali Sinecha, good continuation of, you know, whatever you're going to do, you know? Kind of. It's very funny. Keep blasting, yeah. Good blasting, yes. Dude, the Greeks, they probably have a word for that, man. I tell you. Have a good blasting session, may God be with you. Okay, I do 101, guys. Moving up. Finally got something for the weapon. Yo, congrats. Even on the one hand, a gemstone was not bad. But it doesn't matter as much, I guess. How many seconds was Shadow Step? My Shadow Step is at 3.28 right now. So it's just like permanent resetting. I can cast it 3 times per second like this. Don't even need the Eldarin. Kinda good. How can you protect the Forgotten Wisdom dungeons from changing? They shouldn't be changing. The only stuff that changes is like Treasure Breach, Prankster, and like, I don't know, a few more, so some special ones, but Forgotten Wisdom I don't think changes when you go down in difficulty. Like, it does exist in low levels, no? But yeah, like the dungeons change when you switch difficulties to below Torment, basically, because some affixes don't exist there. Death Trap Rogue again, what year is it? Yeah, Rise of Hate, it just came out, guys. So I decided to try this new rogue build. Gem Reserve is dog shit, yes. Nah, I have my dungeon still here. Strong rooms, etc. Would be maybe actually if I wanna send crossbows, maybe I'm gonna send crossbows and try to hit her gem strength. That would make this a very powerful setup for sure. We're gonna stay on Death Trap for a bit, so why not? Okay. Is he Dutch? Good a Muggle. Would have never guessed that with that name. Hi Rayon, you're new in the game, can you see the build? Yeah, go to Maxwell, this is the Death Trap Rogue from Ava. There's a full guide. Actually, I could probably put it into a command as well, I haven't done that yet. We're gonna be playing this for a bit, I suppose. But this is a build that is extremely not new player friendly. So, just something to keep in mind. But Rogue is pretty good, so Rogue has many good things, and then you can slowly work up to this build. But it's a very high-end build, so you can't really make this work here very easily. Okay, I might have to mute for a second. Mute. On my build about Warlock. Yeah, on Maxwell I was doing the Warlock guides together with Macro this season to make sure we have that kind of set up as fast as possible. And you know, now basically all the stuff on Rogues is already done by our main Rogues, so I don't have much to add there right now. I did do the Poison Barrage though, and I was gonna do like a Poison Pinshot and maybe Poison TB, but these are not gonna be the official like Maxwell builds. So I'm expecting SF next season or next expansion. How about Nida? Trust guys, expansion 6 is gonna fix everything. No, I think season 15 or season 16 or so, like maybe later this year, yeah. The SSF, we'll see. But I'm not sure about next season. But maybe. I know a lot of quite big tower and pit updates already now with the expansion launch and stuff, so maybe they're gonna start finalizing this kind of stuff. Stuff in D5, holy. Let's go. What's up with the scroll restoration drops here? What the hell? It's got like 20 scrolls. Accidentally cancelled the spire. Oops. Too much jumping around. For some reason these fucking rats are so tanky. It's kind of funny. 100% crit chance. Look at that. Wait, is this without the smoke? Why do I have so much? $98, okay. Actually, I don't need a smoke, it turns out. And crossbow next season. For sure. Oh, good, it's percent damage on legendaries here. Pretty good. Oh, it reminds me actually, since you have so much crit. Don't I have like a crit seal? Also the hardcore. There's a crit chance. Ah no, it was my... Actually, wait, I can still run this, right? I can just run a normal setup and take this. It's kind of funny. I guess it's technically slightly better. So you just put it here, but you don't actually use the effect. It's kind of funny. Okay. Let's do an escalation, I guess. Opal reserve. Okay, are we gonna... We want to send rings, right? Okay. Oh, I see aspect upgrade. That's surely aftermath. Oh. Too bad. Dude, I have 900 legendary upgrades. Oh my god. We're not gonna finish here. This will go forever. What the fuck am I here? Okay. My seal has 24 crit damage affix. How's the motor build? Insane. Mr. Wink. There we go. I made a video about motor shot. I can do like 3-4 minutes, 120s of that. It's very nice. Interesting. If I had like the GA here, I would be almost at 100% crit. I didn't go for the GA. Unlucky. Yeah, let's see a strong room. What's the point of strong rooms? Ah, they're pretty juicy. And they give you escalation sigils. I mean, I have plenty of escalation sigils, but... yeah, you get a lot of loot here, basically. And I imagine they also have relatively good chances of like giving you like the juicy seals or mythic seals. Although I haven't gotten that mythic yet from strong rooms. But yeah, in like a minute or so, you can get like the big chest. In a minute you can also finish an entire dungeon, I guess. So maybe just finishing a dungeon is better these days instead of doing another strong room. I guess you don't need auto side very much these days, so maybe strong room is something you can skip if you don't need escalation sigils. This was supposed to be an oval reserve, but I haven't seen any chests yet. Holy shit. 20 subs from Vladimir. Thank you so much, man. Oilers in chat again. Oh, wait. Didn't I open an oval reserve? What the fuck? Gem oval? Maybe I didn't. I was wondering, like, where the fuck are the chests? Yeah, I found the secret room here. Holy. What's an alternative to Hazard XP farm? Pit is okay, and Honor City. There's some XP globe upgrades you can get. Where's my portal, guys? Oh man. World boss now. Oh shit. I got distracted by the... Nah, I'm not gonna try to go there, I guess. Unlucky. See guys, this is why you do strong rooms. Because your escalation bugs out and then you lose your sigil. How much DPS am I hitting right now with my death trap? I don't know. 0.1 zeros per second, I guess, or so. Two mythic armor from World Boss. That is wild, actually. Holy. Just get casual 10 mythics. Breaking 350B. Who knows? Who cares? Oh, hello. Kind of funny how fast they... Oh, they get revived! Let's go. Okay. It's kind of funny how fast they get staggered. Butcher usually is kind of hard to stagger. But these guys are easy to stagger. Mind Cage? Yeah, I think if you really want to farm Mind Cages, you have to do the Butcher thing. They actually drop them. Like the Hellborn, they rarely drop them. I'm gonna try Mind Cages on this character and see how that goes. Gonna do some big Helltide session at some point. Actually, I'm kind of curious, like how much XP can I get? Just doing like a 1 hour Helltide session with Mind Cages. Could be interesting. Ah shit man, that was a shrine. We could have clicked the shrine first. To revive the Butchers. That would have been juicy. We have 5 Mind Cages now. Reply to Vladimir, yeah, sorry. Okay. Oh, big gifter. For some weird reason, there's a nice, kind of nice. Torian kills my fist much easier than multi-shot variant. Like 10 times difference. The multi-shot variant, what do you mean with that? Ah, 5 knife steal, 1400. It does have a very good single target. And sometimes the tools are not accurate. But I'm pretty sure that the higher damage from multi-shot works. I think in general this is better single target though. Maybe it's a cutthroat skill instead of a marksman skill, so maybe you have like, you know, some different synergies there. Otherwise... maybe you just have a resource issue with multi-shots. Maybe it's also the clones just kind of like doing weird shit with multi-shot. I have not tested the like pure That's a Nice build too much. I was leveling with it and doing an early progression with it, which was very nice, and then eventually I stopped over to Barrage. But yeah, That's Nice in general has a lot of damage, especially the Fan of Nice. I can try it. I guess I can smack back to it. But I kind of want to stay on Death Trap for a little bit now. I'm kind of like in the mood right now. But yeah, That's Nice, and also TB I want to definitely take to Mephisto. But I mean, it was working very well. I did like, you know, 1 to T12 with That's Nice basically, and it was working. And in fact, before I got Tibbot's Will, I was trying this like weird double core stuff, where I had Dance on Nice for a single target for the boss, and Barrage for AoE blasting. That's actually literally what I have in my guide. What's the deal with Penshot Ambercrux beating 150? I mean, the Ambercrux might be just for the memes, I'm not sure. But Penshot has a bug where you like one-shot everything. And I don't know, maybe you can spread that with the Ambercrux. Okay. Let's try it real quick then for Vladimir. Since you're gifted. Let's see. So I have to swap some gems around. I hate the gem swapping all the time. But okay. Oh, huge. Okay, 1369, huh? I mean, just looking at the numbers, you know, even without any extra ranks, this is at 305 and 304 times 5, right? So it's 1500. So just like this, it's already more. And now it can get like a lot more ranks, right? So it should probably be something like twice as good or something if I put all the ranks over there. I don't know, let's just see. I don't have like my right setup now, so I should have the other weapon and whatever, but okay, let's go. Is it possible having life and hits max out Undying Aspect? I don't think so. Anyone timing this? Eating a muffin top first, what a mad lad. I don't know what else to eat first. They eat it from the bottom. My coffee cup. Are you trying to dox me? By figuring out where I live? Here's a coffee cup. Now some nerd will probably figure out where I live, based on this coffee cup. Good luck. Okay, so let's try this with just laser knives. So we're missing a lot of ranks. We're missing 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 times. I guess there's like one nice advantage, which is you just kind of constantly deal damage, right? You never have to like stop attacking, you just dance. And even with some nice, like not all the knives are actually hitting. That's the thing, right? It definitely does seem pretty high for what the tooltip says, considering I don't even hit with all the knives. Morning. Death Trap finally. Death Trap has been going pretty well so far. Therefore, emulator Nemesis portal fixed now. Oh, you meant it should close after the player was done and not 30 seconds after it spawned. I see my mistake. Oh no. This knight's actually very easy because they're constantly moving. It's very nice to like dodge stuff here on this fight. Oh. Yo. Just tank it, guys. Right here, Giga Chat. I was about to get staggered. Can I hit him here? It seems like I can hit him, actually. Can I actually dot him up? Oh, wait a minute. You can attack him here. Wait, I didn't realize. Wait, for real? Oh. Yeah, it's like super easy on dance. Ja, wir gönnen mir Pest und Hardcore. Wake up. What happened to all the inf guys on leaderboard? Bananaed, I guess. It has a swipe twice in a row, holy. Dude right here can protect it from the bite. That's funny, man. Seems like this fade is very long though for me. I'm not sure why. Maybe just like not close enough. Nice, Dini. GA all skills is kind of juicy. Select. Wow. And a Paragon. Wait, how much XP did I get? What? Yours is faster and have less points than Doc. I mean, I don't know, I could ask Ava to maybe check out if he finds anything weird. It could be like a weird poison imbue thing, like poison imbue in general is kind of weird. But, I mean, I'm very happy with how Barrage performs anyway, so I think it's fine. Dot and Shadow. Let's save something like this maybe. And this. I should definitely do a bit of a crafting session later and transfigure stuff. Wait. Oh, my movement speed, man. Uh-oh. Getting kind of full here. Maybe it also has to do with the shadow clones just like not aiming always correctly. Or maybe shadow clone somehow just works better with Dance Knives, Vladimir. And the difference doesn't seem like ridiculous, but it does seem a bit faster with the Dance Knives, and it doesn't really surprise me. Since the build that, you know, if you play my build, it doesn't have any synergy for marksman skills or anything like that, outside of maybe ranks or a charm. So, okay, you might lose a bit of charm skill ranks there, but it's not the end of the world. Everything else works for both Dance Knives and Barrage. And the Fan of Knives has pretty good single target, so it's just what it is. I guess it just like shoots fast and, you know, shotguns and stuff like that, so. Dude, can you actually click Forgotten Wisdom and then kill Mephisto and get XP there? I mean, if you just one-shot Mephisto, it's actually pretty good XP farm, I guess, right? Like, he gave me, I don't know, over 20 million, I think. Cutscenes take 3 minutes. Maybe this is why they left the cutscenes in, to make it not like a crazy XP farm after all. That's versatility glyph, passive give 25 damage from Poison Barrage. Yes. It works for Poison Mew and for the clone. Although I'm not sure the clone double dips on the versatility part. All good, basic and core skills have imbuements. Yeah, imbuements definitely seems like a very deeply ingrained class mechanic. Even more than before, I would say now. And doing like a physical build. Yeah, I mean, okay, if you're not playing a dot build, Cold Imbue is nice, but it's not really like a carry, I'd say. You can probably play physical instead of cold, and it's okay. If you have good reasons not to use an imbuement. There's a relatively nice glyph, the Pride glyph. Also like the fact that you have to deal with a cooldown, which is like a bit inconsistent. So there's a few things, right? Or maybe you just have use for other utility skills. But I feel like the other utility skills don't really hold up to what the imbuements do. Imbuements are just kind of like you activate them, you know, they just work. And the other stuff, you know, they have like a cooldown, you have to put them in the right place, like the traps or something. And they don't really offer as much utility, so they really removed a lot of the utility from the caltrops and poison trap and so on. Which, I mean, I can live with that because I think most people probably didn't really enjoy doing like the trapping stuff too much. But it feels like there's not enough reason to really use them at all. I remember when the game came out and we had like Poison Trap in all the rogue builds, man. Poison Trap was insane. With the knockdown, dude. Knockdown was like insane. I remember that. Like, holy fuck, when you have CC, you shadow step into the pack, you press Poison Trap, they are knocked down. Holy. Good skill. And then applying the poison for like economical advantage and debilitating toxins. 15% damage reduction and knockdown. Let's go. Oh man. Good times. I remember I had poison trap everywhere on rogue builds. And honestly that was fun, you know, when the game was slower, I really enjoyed that. You know, like, oh, there's an 8-pack, okay, shadow step, poison trap, then blast them. That was cool actually. I really enjoyed that. Do some cooking with countertops and poison trap. I'm not sure about that. I mean, there is the Bands of Icarus Rose, like Dance of Knives proc build still. Ava made that in the Dance of Knives guide. But it's with the cold poison trap actually. So that's still a thing if I like the trap proc stuff. I might play this at some point, but no, don't really have. I played so much Dance of Knives now. Like, I played it for like 2 days straight, doing all the progression and stuff, so it's my starter build. So I'm not gonna do more of it now, I think. Sound 2 is going smooth. I should have actually gone to higher. That's a lot of fails. Only. What happens when you get gem strength on your mythic? Then you put big gems in there. Almost. Should I transfigure my other weapon? What do I miss actually? So it's all... It's a 4 GA weapon. It's all GAs actually. This is a bit for Matthias. Eva made the death trap on Maxwell. Here we go. Okay, also updated the YouTube description when we added. I think the highlight should represent the arrow representing your character on the overlay map. The highlight. Sorry, I don't even know what you mean. Try Raspit and Jerk with Death Trap for bossing. I can't be bothered to swap it around. And I don't have a good Raspit in, I guess. What do I have here? Payment. Yeah, okay, I mean... If I don't suffer from the -2 ranks... But -2 ranks is gonna be tough. Could move Malice over, maybe, on the weapon, and then you wouldn't have an issue with the... swap. But yeah, for Mephisto or something, you probably want to do the Raspit in. But on like lair bosses, I don't really bother, I think. Ah, Butcher. Wait, where is he? There's only one of them. Where's the other one? Whatever needs. But does the Amalgam of Rage get revived now? Let's see. I know Butcher can get revived. Wait. Nothing is getting revived. Where's my shrine revive? What the fuck? Okay then. You can get 45 from Aspect on the neck, or from Concealment. I would on Concealment right now. The alternative there is crit chance. You can actually get a pretty nice amount of crit chance. Actually, we do have crit chance. So in that case, who knows? Where the fuck is my 45 coming from? Is it the thing here? Oh, this is just barrier, right? Somehow at 45, turns out. Yeah, it's not a merc. I chose the right side on right here, not the left. Need the left side for the 45. And it's also extremely slow. It's like 0.2% per hit or something. Oh, Nick. Thanks. There's no sun in Greece. It's famously a very sunless country. Why don't use Square? It's not closer to my fingers. Because at some point someone a few decades ago decided 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are going to be the buttons for your hotkeys, and they've never changed. Next up here is not added in 5 days. Oh no. I mean, not that many builds have been added lately. Most of the builds have been out now for a while. So there was not too much to change. We're gonna have a meeting tomorrow, so we're gonna do some changes. Hi Eva. Damn. Now, if only this glove was good. Fuck. I have thought about trying the smoke grenade core variant, and I regret everything. Actually, I have no idea how I'm getting velocity, I'm getting 45 right now. There's only all power ping here. Where's it coming from? Resolve stacking is still a thing, yeah. They didn't fix it yet. And I kind of doubt they will, actually, for the rest of the season. It might just be Ogre now. At least resolve stuff, you know, they would have to, like, change items. I'm not sure they would do that in the middle of the season. But who knows. Hi, Annie. How's it going? Give back armor packs. I didn't steal it. And news on hotfix. It's no news yet. There was an update when I logged in, so I'm not sure what it's up with that. Shadow Clone is bugged, doesn't scale level at all. Yeah, so I have been told. I mean, Shadow Clone has way bigger problems than that, but it is one of them, I guess. Anyone knows more about that? Oh, so close. I shouldn't have shadow stepped. I did a random shadow step for no reason. I also would have gotten there. Okay, we're getting there. If you can do Blood Maiden before she disappears, you're good. That's the benchmark, guys. Blood Maiden before she goes. Out drops and poison trap build. Ideally in the same build, Ava. Can you do that? Let's do 105. He got dash to work, surely this can work too. Let's call it work, yeah. That's when you pit. It's actually remarkable, I must say. That's when you fucking dash. Door dash rogue. Pit 120, guys. Who here can say they've cleared a 120 with dash? There's one person in the world. Got good food. It was a muffin. It was okay. There's more, actually. I don't know what the other thing is though. Ava, since you're here, I remember some aspects didn't really work on the Shadow Clone, right? So the Shadow Clone probably does a pretty noticeable amount of damage, yeah. So I have the Inner Calm, I know that works. Could be any other candidates? Also, something to investigate would be... we had Vladimir earlier who was playing my Poison Barrage, and then he said he did nothing else but just swapped the Barrage to Dancer Knives, and he was melting bosses way faster, even without changing skill ranks and stuff. Which does make a little bit of sense to me, but apparently it was significantly faster. And then I went on Mephisto and did the same thing, and I did notice it as well. Even though I was not always hitting with all 5 knives, and all 5 are a little bit more than my Barrage. So it's a bit sus. And the side upgrades here are very good on Barrage. And here you have nothing and nothing, and nothing and nothing. So it's a bit weird. The Exile has 2 aspects that works. Yeah, I wonder if I should actually care about the extra clone at all. Like, I put the Inner Calm here, but I would be happier with Crushing aspect, I think. The question is, how much do we expect the clone to do at all in Death Trap? I can't really tell how much it is. Did you try this? It does like nothing, yeah, so I might just go back to Crushing aspect, honestly. Because I am not just Shadow Stepping, I'm running as well, and I lose a bit of like Inner Calm value sometimes. I mean, it's 130 instead of 150, so I guess fully stacked is like 10% DPS. That means I can never move. Also, I would recommend you should try this as well with the Cold Imbue. Cold Imbue is just like some barrier you can get from like random Shadow Steps. You don't need to dash anyway, I feel. And like this I can actually get to 3 million toughness with like fully stacked barriers. Which is at least more than 0 that this build normally has. all the upgrades. 9 upgrades, and I started at 55%. Okay. That was wild. I just got 3 levels on 3 glyphs. It was accidentally too low. I think it was 55, 45, and what is the next? 30? 35? Yo. Need to Gamba. How many hours do I have on Rogue? I've been playing it for, I don't know, 5 days now or something? Something like that. 4 or 5 days, I think. When I started this. I was execution rolling so much for bosses and elites. What do you mean with that? Five days means 80 hours. I guess we can check actually on the profile, right? Let's see how much I've played this guy. $71 hours apparently on this guy. Gross. Okay. I could still try to roll the Sea Lords a little bit sometimes. Okay, let's do... How high are they? 109, okay, let's do 110. Plus 5 tiers than what we just did. Let's see it. We're gonna do a pension planner. I'll probably check it out later, yes. It's not that much different from the multi-shot one anyway. The decoy is spawned from counts as a cold immediate attack and triggers. Ah. That's how we get so much barrier? I didn't actually realize. Huh. That's kinda nice actually. I guess it's technically part of the attack, so it does make some sense. Yeah, cold imbue is definitely nice. It also gives you the overpower, so you can use the overpower aspect. I'm not sure what you have in the guide right now, Eva. But the overpower aspect is pretty good. I guess you won't get the overpower aspect in like long boss fights. Maybe that's another one we can put there. Are you enjoying the drag class? Nice, Danny. For pit 150 time not legit. Yeah, pen shot, Ambercox for sure not. I think the only, let's say, legit build is Sork stuff. Dude, we're actually cruising for this 110 here already. Kinda good. I recommend Lunatic. Lunatic is just like really nice and fun, and it just works. Apocalypse is also fun, but then, you know, you have to pay a bit more attention with Apocalypse. It's way squishier, less mobile. Lunatic just has everything, including the 150 bug. Has that as well, I guess. Ian, what the fuck? Don't use numlock to auto spam skills. How about hell no? Dude, imagine you make playing video games your career, but then you don't play video games. But you use numlock and macro. Yikes. You don't have to do that, but if you want, go ahead. Sure, if you want to show me your comparison or something, I'll check it. I mean, we did notice earlier that it was doing a lot of damage on single target. But I'm not sure if like necessarily anything is bugged or wrong with it. It might just be that, you know, Dance on Knives, it's just how the numbers work out. It is good on single target, you know. Dance on Knives does really good single target damage. But I haven't really verified if you know, the tooltip numbers are exactly accurate or something. So it could be that maybe the tooltip number is not exactly doing what it says on either Fahrenheit or the multi-shot. Holy shit. Thank you again, Vladimir. Dude. Did you DM me or something, Vladimir? If you want to show your clip. Blood is loaded with cash on selling items in D4. I mean, it's a big market, man. These emails I get sometimes from RMT websites are insane. I'm just sure, like, you know, most of them have stopped sending me emails now because I just, like, deny them every time. But their offers are ridiculous, guys. New Lambo, no problem, guys, okay? I'm not even joking. It's crazy how much money they make. I think the biggest offer I've gotten from like an RMT website is $20,000 per month to advertise them. Crazy, man. There's a lot of butchers. What is going on? Wait, why is there 3 of them? What the fuck? Okay, send the link. Okay, let's check this out here on Vladimir. Thank you so much for the sub again. Dog versus multi-shot. Okay, let's see. Oh, talking. A bit weird. And all 5 are a little bit more than my barrage. So it's a bit sus. Wait, it's me. Okay. Okay. Glad you enjoy it, Danny. Oh my god, the screen shake, man. Holy. Dude, what? Shift. Your button is shift. What is this? No, it's melting, man. Okay, but seriously, what? That seems definitely a bit more than I expected. What the fuck? Are you tapping it? You're not holding it, right? You're tapping it. That is some pretty crazy DPS. Didn't seem that much more to me. Maybe it has to do with the shift. Not the shift, the spamming. Like you're spamming it, right? You're not holding it. Yeah, I'm eating paper. Natural, grown from trees. Very good. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna send this to our rogue guys. I don't know, maybe one of them has some idea. Hissing Blade's still not viable. Hissing Blade's actually okay. I played a bunch yesterday. It's a bit worse than the range builds, but it works. No, that's a good Etnas actually. What do I have right now? Shadow. Dot. It's not a GA actually. But it's a kind of crappy roll, unfortunately. I'm gonna save it anyway. Cooldown ring. Yo. We'll save that so I can transfigure later. Can we do pit 112? Yeah, Vladimir, I'm not really sure what's going on there. Could I go into training dummy room and investigate exactly like the damage values of each of the skills, or maybe there is something going on by just spam tapping it. It looks like you're spam tapping, you're not holding down Dance on Knives, right? So maybe that has something to do with that. Oh, nice. Tanky boy, man. Probably. Oh, what happened, Danny? Cost time. You're moving with Mars and shining brakes because not used to dance and knives. Okay. Let's really go. Oh. Bonked. Does this guy... That's not respawn. Respawn, okay. Some of these bosses in the higher pits are ridiculous. Dude, this guy is insane. Look at this. I don't even know what the boss does exactly, but it's a lot of shit. Holy shit, dude. Did we lose an upgrade now? No. Wait, I have 10 upgrades. How do I have 10? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Wait, how did I get 10? I thought it's 9. Oh, Danny, that sounds rough actually. Okay, well, we're gonna be fine. Oh my god, there's more. What's happening here? Is Dance on Ice of cold immune workable like poison? You can do cold Dance on Ice as well. Oh, I didn't transfigure my chest actually. I should do it. Of my helm. My helm is also not transfigured. Oopsie. Paladins are kinda meh, but they have a few good builds. And now they're also very tanky suddenly, so that helps a little bit. With the resolve stacking at least. That makes everyone kinda tanky who can do that. Pistol stands and the fight doesn't start. I'll try to reset. Any ropers that are not glass cannon die from one hit? I mean, Death Trap is really the only one that is like that. Because you just can't have any defense. But even here I feel okay at 3 million. All the other rogue builds are fine. You know, you can easily reach like 4 or 5 million toughness. Or if you go resolve stacking, you can reach like 30 million if you want, but I wasn't even doing that. I didn't do any of the resolve stacking now. Because it's kind of cheesy. Is Hell's Price best way to farm mythic seals? I strongly doubt that. Hell's Price doesn't seem like a very good like chest or anything. I think it's kind of similar to the like 250 cinder chest. I've used it a few times and I didn't really ever get anything special out of it. But it's just kind of like if you like doing a lot of Helltide and you just spend an entire hour there, you can spend your cinders a little bit at least. And also there's a combo you can do with Hell's Price. By using the Bloodseeker upgrade. And then the Bloodseekers just keep dropping the Hell's Price stuff when they appear. So that's a thing, but yeah. There's not really a way to target farm the Mythic Seals, it seems. But there's a few things that can give them more often. There's like a Mythic Tribute, a Legendary Charm Tribute in Undercity. But it's very hard to get that. I had like one on this character so far. After crafting all my others up, I didn't even use the other charm tributes. So apparently that one is okay. Mephisto, Dark Citadel weekly cache, apparently. Yeah, I know, Hell's Price doesn't really have anything, I think. Sometimes like bosses drop mythic seals as well. I got one on one just boss farming. Dude, what? Wait, the earthquake is still there. Crazy. Okay, we can't tank the earthquakes on this guy, turns out. I think I was full HP, right? With barrier still. The earthquake won't hit me, that's wild. But I guess it is what it is when you have 0 defense in your build. And to start transfiguring my shit. Hello cute guys only underscore, how's it going? You have a recommendation for Rouge? Yeah, Poison that's nice, Poison Barrage, Poison Pinshot, they're all good I think. You're here ready to buy the expansion as you did lots of overtime, sell me the game. Yeah, I can't do that, so you have to go to the Blizzard store and buy it there. You feel deflated. Okay. You need like a pump or something? Then can find a key to kill the boss to hope to get a mythic. I mean, we do a lot less boss farming than we used to. That's for sure. You get a lot less boss materials and you just have other things to do in your farming loop now. Bosses just happen here and there. And then sometimes you go for maybe a bit of a session and that's it. I mean, there's Mephisto as like some sort of target. Mephisto is very hard on Torment 12. So taking him down is, you know, something that shows that your build is kind of completed. And you know to fight well and so on. The city is the timer thing with the shrines, yes. That's also part of the in-game loop now. I do that pretty regularly. Endgame overall is like much upgraded now. Since you can customize like content and rewards now in various ways. Best terrifying method, I want the or the cube converted in mythic. What? Paragon bots haven't really changed, yeah. Mostly they did like number tweaks and stuff like that. So big Paragon changes are probably next expansion, I imagine. I'm planning to league start in PoE2, Pokemon Boss Collector. Nah, I'm not gonna do a boss collect there. I think maybe just go a good old grenade mercenary or some shit. Or crossbow, something. Same build every league, just like when... Yeah, if you ignore that I haven't played any grenades for like 1.5 years, then I guess that's correct. I mean, I've played, I don't know, what, like 15 builds or so in PvE2 so far. And haven't repeated any of them. We'll see. If I go mercenary, then I haven't, for example, done galvanizing shards, so this would be something to try. That was always like a nice crossbow build. Maybe I'll do that. Shock burst rounds and galvanizing. The guy at work told you he loves D4, but you consider him a noob and can't trust that referral. Well, now think about what does that make you when you haven't even installed or bought the game. We're all hustling, I guess. The statue feels nice. I mean, it's definitely quite squishy, but besides that, it's kind of good. Teleport is cool. Great AoE. Definitely fast. Someone asking about the fastest rogue build. I'm not sure if this is like the fastest, but it's definitely quite up there. I think Pinshot, Barrage, and this are probably pretty close. In terms of farming, at least. This doesn't seem like the strongest. I think the Poison Imbue builds are probably a bit stronger than this. And tankier, but it's Death Trap, so it's kind of fun to play it. Whoa. Volpanol. Actually, we have to redeem for the glasses. I don't know. Anyway. Can we shut this up? A bit quick, guys, BRB.
Five all day. 6 maybe 3 and 3.
Alright, guys. Damn, how many pranks did I kill here? Okay. Ah, Merlin, what the fuck? Yeah, okay. Ah! Yeah, he's protecting our home from the extraterrestrials, guys. Hi, Monkas, by the way. How's it going? Oh, he stopped. My door just opened like very slightly from the wind. Now he stopped and he's looking at the door like. Takes armor bone resource. Hmm. Oh shit. Music. Got to get to the next run. Fast. Another 16. Varian can only one Diablo in blue gear. No problem actually. And in. Oh, my dog, man. Do you hear that when he's like very low? Oh, orbs. The H is in Diablo 3, not in Diablo 4. And WoW, I guess. Knifeling pack. I wonder if it's gonna die before the boss. Probably not. Ah. Is it actually Umbercrux bugging out? Or is it just people use Umbercrux to do the pen shot bug better? It is very gear reliant, yes. Hi, Deus Ex Machina. Dragon's the Warlock. Is Poison pen shot bugged as well? I mean, there's a few things going on with Poison in general and Shadow Clones in general and stuff, but not like you one-shot everything with random bugs. But it can happen on Poison pen shot as well. It's the Shade Shot variant that is the bug. So this you can do this with cold or with poison. I don't know anything about hotfix before the weekend. We'll see. I mean, it's been a few days since I actually did any hotfixes, right? Seventh, yeah, it's like a whole week actually. Must be to a trap. GA max resource and unique armor is so difficult to find. Yeah, I forgot about that. You can just put resource on your charms. And the GA max resource on the armor is only +5 max resource. That's not that much. Yeah, I have 35 without the GA. Incinerate is a channeled fire beam. Can also be lightning these days. You got a mythics here from the Season Journey Cache. Oh my god. That was hilarious actually. Trying to make new account, guys. Oh, welcome back, Jugs. The dungeon man, holy. Edit. 60 conviction stacks, holy. There's a guy. Three times I tuned dust. Damn. That's kind of crazy, actually. And they could fix the visual clarity for Warlock. They could, if they want. But who knows. I think in future seasons I'm definitely gonna stay away from some of the less visual clarity builds on hardcore. It's just kind of rough, man. But something like Lunatic, for example, is fine. Kind of crazy when the random dungeon just opens that material. There's don't see shit with upper. And then try Tyrant's Grasp, man, holy. It's super fun to play Tyrant's Grasp, but man, it's rough. On hardcore it's rough. Yeah. A bit of a slamming session, I guess. Crossbows. Yeah, problem is like we have a 146 imprint. I would like to improve this. GA wall is kind of nice.
Step up to my end.
Two aspects. Even at this point, I still get two aspects on this. It's kind of crazy to think about. It's not a one, but it's legendary.
What is a fortress, isn't it?
We'd have 920 of this stuff. Oof. Okay then.
What brings you to the ancient
24 out of 26. Yeah, I kind of don't want to slam crossbows right now. And also kind of want to do the GA on the crit chance. Oof. Have some gloves. Did I transfigure these? I did not. There's another cooldown neck. But I can't do necks right now because I don't have the imprint. Everybody's like sitting around. Technically, if I get a GA resource charm, I don't need the masterwork resource anymore. So let's try this a little bit. It's gonna be something. Oh shit. Kinda nice. Monsters, grenade. Marksman. Cutthroat. Okay, what about this here? Subterfuge. There's a trap here. Already have trap there. Save all the subterfuge. Another fair. There's only 2 to marksman. 3 to imbuement. %11% crafting material top rate. I wonder if this applies to everything. Like chests and stuff. Oh, would be nice if they actually made the keybind not completely useless. There's a keybind to craft stuff in the cube, but it's just worthless. The movement speed right charm is kinda sick. But I don't really need it, yeah. Oh my god. That's actually subterfuge skills, dude. DK toughness on this. Like 5%. I guess that's life here. Not this. Not this. I guess we're not hitting this actually either. But like 2. No wait, we are hitting it. What? This is my 4th boss, I guess, no? 450, 415, 490. Yeah, this is the last board. Take the traps. This is online, and this is also online. How can it be such a difference? What the fuck? Okay, so this one I don't hit. These are fine. This is fine. What the fuck? $2.27. 25.7. 58. What? Ah, it has fire resist. I was like, what? How is it at 600? How is it 1200 more? But this thing has 600. What the hell? Like, all the nodes are active. I don't get it. I'm not reaching this anyway. Or this. Like, everything's active. He has 3% armor from like 12 decks. What the fuck is going on? Okay, 30 ranks like this. I think it's time to change our aspect. We see new max out tier list. We have our meeting tomorrow, so we're gonna do some update then. Do I want to roll more? We're slowly running out anyway, right? So let's just send it. 8k left. I'm kind of curious about the crafting material drop rates. I think I want to try this. I think I have this already. rage transfigure, guys. Fuck it. Kinda OP. So where's all my crit coming from? 76? 81? 93? 100? So I actually don't need Gar anymore at this point, I think. At least while I'm in the smoke. We have Igni and Gar. What else can we do? I think the challenging shot now lasts 6 or even 8 seconds. I think it's 6. Could also do Dark Shroud and put something else on a bar. Could do Sables. Already got Vulnerable in here. Vulnerable and Knockdown. Damn. Very balanced actually. And 50 dodge. And damage increase, so I have Resolve. Do I have Resolve? Wait a second. You have all power. There's Resolve. There's Resolve. Okay. So that's not an issue. Okay, Danny.
Mainlander, what brings you?
One attacks. Classic. No, the vibe. Nice. Yeah, well, I'd like to send my gloves, but I would like to put Vehement Brawler on the glove, and then Trapper on the weapon. And then I do Rust Bitten for like Mephisto or something. Oh, maybe we just say fuck it. I don't even have a good Rust Bitten in the first place. It'll be hard to get one. Hi, pink little light. No Misery Chord. Misery Chord is just a 60 multi as well, no? If I don't need a cooldown from it, I don't think it helps us. And that's just a 60. Doesn't do anything for us. Nice. Okay, I was gonna send the gloves with an entropic. I don't have a replacement for the gloves right now. More all stats. Okay. So I got like 200 something all stats. Got 5 crit. 200 dex. Got 400 dex more now. So the only thing missing right now is a weapon. I kind of don't want to do the weapon. But I need space. This is getting a bit too much here. If I want to go back to some barrage or like TB action, I should do something with these items here. It's getting a bit full. Because I have all these Shakos here, and I guess I don't need them. Dario, Shroud, Shako, let's get rid of these. Scenic, Doom, fuck it. Gonna save one of these, I guess. Did I ever send this one? I didn't. "13 quality, okay. Don't think I'm gonna do any arrow storm shenanigans. Don't think I'm gonna do any combo point shenanigans, actually. So many condemnations. Off Maker, man, goodbye. So many eagle horns. There's a dot. Crit cold. Crit cold. Crit fizz. Oh boy. Okay, what else can we remove? Not really sure about this grass of shadow shenanigans. Temerity is not gonna happen. Assassin's Stride. One crit cold. Crit shadow. Dot. I'm gonna save these in case I do something about these fall boots. Can't find there's no set filter in the stash. Fuck man, this is too much shit. It's crazy. Dude, there's actually an insane pink Oasis, man. What the fuck is this?
Taken apart. Melted down.
Ancients, watch over this one.
That's it for that piece.
Maybe. Thanks, by the way. and forever, and David.
They can't all be winners, can they?
We need like a non-ancestral salvage or something. I feel like this is kind of missing. Like one of 3 to 1 these rings. Okay, we're so back. I'm back so much, the wizard give us more storage space. Yeah, that would be sick actually. Look, we got an upgrade in our calm. It works. Easy imprint. It's not the max value, but close. Do I send it? Maybe I'll send it. $18 quality. Okay, not the worst.
You know where to find me.
A legendary prize for the mainlander.
Is that 10 cooldown ring? So I can send that one now actually. I should craft this. Poison and X. Okay. We try TB with cold imbuement, went for Azure as my charm. Bossing feels kinda rough. But I mean, you're playing cold imbue, which is already not great at bossing. And then you have Azure Wrath, which does nothing on a boss. So what do you expect? Like, you have to fix your bossing, not make it worse with Azure Wrath. So put something else there. I was running Cold TB with Gold Slayer, and that felt kinda nice, and it does nothing on the boss. But the pull is really cool, gives you sort of this, you know, pull and AoE effect that you kinda want on TB, and that was nice. Yeah, cold doesn't really do much on bossing, you know, you don't really get like a bunch of benefits until they're staggered. And most bosses you're not gonna stagger, at least like lair bosses and stuff. Like pit bosses, usually you can just stagger them pretty fast and then kill them. Sure, but yeah, for lair bosses this is not really happening. I got a synergy aspect. Then cooldown, crit vuln, but everything is low. Nah, too bad. Stagger whoever I want. Okay. I got an Age Masters after all this time. Crazy. Nice. Too bad this is legendary. I mean, okay, we don't even want Dex on this match. We want life. I mean, the lightning could be rolled into life, but then we have attack speed and Dex. I mean, don't really want either. Okay, done. Yeah, it looks good, but it's actually not that great. At least not for this build. And I don't really want the cooldown on other builds either. I mean, okay, the cooldown is like a luxury you can put in your builds. Like once you're like really OP, and you're just blasting for everything in T12, having a bit of cooldown for your endgame gear is kind of nice. Once you're like transfigured and, you know, your build is OP. But I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think it's gonna go more for the damage. I can always side drop Alchemical Imbuement. You mean this one? It's pretty nice, honestly. We barely have any attack speed at all. So this is almost just a damage multiplier. And then the lucky hit. I mean, we're not really lucky hitting much, I guess, on this build. I guess with a bunch of attack speed you could put an aspect there. Yeah, you could give up some to crit multi and one multi and then put an aspect by having like more attack speed rolls. It would probably still feel good. Huh. Channeling aspect as well. Many aspects are getting here, look at that. But not the one we want. I could try a little bit on this one. It has a GA cooldown. Crit wound cooldown. So Let's see. One crit chance for sure. And then we also have to chaos the resource into an offense. And not into utility, because else we might risk breaking the cooldown. Okay, it's 12 Vuln. And the resource became life regen, which is defense, I believe. Okay, so now we have double offense. We lock the Vuln. We roll life again. And we roll crit now. The wrong kind of crit. Oof. I kind of don't want to roll over this. Fuck. Painful, man. Yeah, I could give up almost 2 crit rolls to get and take Rune, but I kind of like the idea of having the luck. It's certainly the R. It's kind of good, and it's permanent. And we have enough damage, so dude, this thing can't roll a crit chance. I haven't seen crit chance a single time. What is going on? 4. Fucking hell. I'm gonna get 4.5 at least. Actually, I realized I'm doing all this before I ever try to figure out this one. Do with my dust. Pain. Should have taken the 4, I guess. There's so many offensive stats on ring, it's crazy. Kinda crazy that we took a legendary ring and actually crafted something like this out of it. Okay, before we transfigure though, I have to double check. Just to make sure that we still have a working build. You hold F on the ring, you can transmute without clicking. Yeah, by waiting like 27 seconds, it will eventually transmute, I guess. Cool. Yeah, kind of works. We have 30 ranks, 7.5. Oh,
That was a huge one. That's what she said.
yeah. The juicy one, Exile.
Mm-hmm. Nah, they should have seen it before I cut. It was this big.
Madden, what do you want? Mm-hmm.
As you see, that's lamb chops. And this is for fried with wine. Can you try a piece?
It's fine.
No, try. This is what we eat in Greece, in case you were wondering.
Make sure it's not poisoned, guys. It's also nice.
It's actually vinegar.
Okay, so I have the same crit. Almost the same life, same cooldown. 1% vuln difference. Sending.
I'm sure you don't want one of these. This is feta zucchini bowl, guys, with tzatziki. Wanna try this?
Nah. Getting GA on the cooldown. On the crit, actually.
For people who say that I spoil you.
Oh my
Woody's
god.
having a puny steak and I'm having all the rest, guys. So I'm spoiling myself.
Huh, what now, guys? I don't even know if I still have my old weapon. Yeah, I put on here. I'm asking AI. I'm asking Ava GPT. Mostly I need to brag about my ring. But
Can you put a tiny piece here? Very tiny.
well.
From creation, this keep your treasures close.
12.79 seconds cooldown. What if I move this? 17. Is there a point to not using this variant? This one does double the damage. But it consumes all the ore power all the time. And I think it doesn't work with Beastfall boots, right? So the first I have to fix the Beastfall boots. And then we will have to get some more cooldown somehow.
Let's do it then.
Can't stop there. Come on, one more.
That'll be easy, swinging away. You know where to find me.
All your rogues, all seasons live is always a problem. No chance for damage raise. You always one shot. Wait, what's the problem with live exactly?
An excellent pull, my friend. Oh, finished so soon?
I got the same aspect with the same roll twice in a row. That's funny. This build has a guide, yeah? The Death Trap guide from Ava on Maxwell. I'll probably make a video as well, maybe later. Okay, now I need to see if I can find my old weapon. If I have it still. So this thing of life That's also nice. Shadow. Crit, life, X. Weapon damage. 12.2.
Here's what remains.
12.2. Okay, so it's the same damage, but you have extra life. Don't need that cooldown anymore. Okay. Let's try Butcher. Try to get some upgrade on my Beast Fall, maybe with movement or another defensive stat. Would be kinda neat. It's still Beastie Nice, I drops it. That's Andy. It used to be Beastie Eyes, but I guess they might have changed it now. Oh, we have to do more.
Step up to my anvil.
It is done.
Second. I wonder if I actually need to go for the GA. Maybe I should have done the GA on my boots. Shit. Okay, we have to get other boots and put GA temp on it. I think I need a tiny bit more cooldown on my Shadow Step. It seems a bit slower. So I'm gonna keep this weapon for now. The extra cooldown. Unlucky. Not really done with those boots, I guess. Although the 200 Dex transfigure is kinda nice. You really dislike RNG. I recommend a different genre. Why am I not playing in party? Because I hate everyone.
Thousands of gems in a handful of dust.
Lunatic Warlock on Maxo is A tier. I think that site doesn't update information very often. What's the problem with that? Let's do 118. I have enough cooldown reduction that shows up just resets itself because it's at 3 seconds. Beautiful fight here. There's 2 yellows with the bubble, the fire, the obelisks, and the crackles. Tank it. And 3.8 mil with like an almost full barrier. Barrier counts into your toughness. Actually, we can tank stuff with let's try cement. 10 mil. Just tank it. Ah, wait, we don't have a shrouded gift, right? And how am I resetting my concealment like this? Ah, this is from pressing. Okay. That's on the set, right? What class build have I enjoyed the most this season? Oof, probably the barrage. But it's kind of just only fun allowed zone currently, so I'm enjoying all of it. Actually doing like a 4-minute clear here, or so. Nice. I didn't try Heartseeker yet, but I have some insane pangors or so, maybe I will. This is a beefy man. Very surprising how tanky bosses are compared to like everything else, and I don't really know why. You can't use Glint's Emerald on this build. I mean, you could, but you're gonna give up like half your damage. Because you have to put the Glints on the neck, actually. So, that's gonna be oof. There's a very expectant dog sitting under my desk here. He's looking like no one is ever feeding him. There's a full bowl of food. Amen. It worked. Oh, is Penshot bugged again? Well, they fixed the infinite progression. I did not fix the infinite damage. So, still the same thing. Just a bit slower now. It has to do with the shade shot on Penshot. The upgrade that spawns the shades. That one can just one-shot everything. Which again. I did a bunch of twisting blades yesterday, yes. But I didn't stick to it for too long. This opportunity will expire in 30 seconds. Guys met him before Greek even arrives. Kinda funny. Yeah, Pain Shot is bugged and can one-shot anything with the shades. They didn't fix it yet. Crux. Nice.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Okay, rotate exactly weapon damage and get dex. No problem. We can save one. Actually, I could have rolled it into dex as well as. We rolled dex. Too late now. 20 all, oh my god. And dex, okay. Guess we saved this.
Step up to my enemy.
Top 3 rogues in tower are running poison builds, 2 times dance, and the other guy twisting blades. Holy. Wait, what has twisting blades cleared? Been savaging a chance one by one at the blacksmith, oh my god. Well, good news, now I can actually play the game twice as much. Any dungeon delve upgrade? Not for me. I'm not really sure what they meant. Didn't really hear that happening for anyone. Oh, I forgot. We have the butchers. Any plans to revisit Java then? I mean, Paladin is not really in a spot to do meme builds so much, although it wasn't really meme. But they definitely wanted to be very powerful for it to work, I guess. I totally forgot that I expected the Butchers. It's like the first time they show up for me. It was like a long time ago. I was reading chat. I guess the Edna fix made a big difference. I mean, it's like 3 extra 60% damage, right? To fix. And in general, this weapon is just insane for poison builds and doesn't really do that much for other builds. Actually, for Shadow. I still need to try to make some Shadow build. I'm kind of thinking if I should just level a rogue, Shadow Imbue somehow, and actually try to just kind of do the entire progression and see, just like stick to Shadow no matter what. That would be interesting. Kind of tempted to do something like that. I guess it'll be something like Shadow Dance on Ice or so, because you can have a lot of single target damage, and then kind of like supplement it with some AoE. You can't skip the cutscenes in Final Mephisto. The Shade Nade, yeah, it's kind of weak. I tried it a little bit yesterday, but it's like pretty meme. It's definitely lacking a lot of scaling options. Playing Shadow Imbue dash build can do 100 in 1 to 2 minutes. Nice. How's the boss though? Dash doesn't really strike me as a good boss killer. Shadow Imbue, Shadow Step. There would be something there maybe. I think it's possible to make a rain of arrows, running the ring of freezers while using sightless set and full damage aspect for arrow stones with the upgrade. The new bow. As far as I know, arrow stones are pretty weak, to the point where we think something might be bugged. And on top of this, default boots doesn't work for rain of arrows, so that doesn't really help. I would wait at least for a Beastfall fix before I do anything on rain of arrows. Okay, my glyphs are actually in a pretty good spot. I guess we do 120 now. And maybe then we're gonna go down to 110 in speedrun again. Because these runs are going slower and slower now. Actually, we can skip elites, right? We blast trash so nicely. Maybe we're gonna skip elites. Or at least the yellows. It's kind of weird, man. They have to give them progression globes like in the tower. So odd that elites are just like not worth it on the higher tiers in the pit. Especially with the progression globes you can get from just killing trash. Like trash gives you progress also, but elites don't. It's like upside down. They should maybe make the trash drops less frequent and then give every elite globes. Just hunt Butcher. Butcher on 120 is probably gonna be like a 2-minute fight for me or something. He's tanky. Now having the aspect with like the extra damage against Unsolvable would be kinda sick. I had earlier for 74% against Unsolvable. Now he's showing up, man, for real. We're gonna get Butcher and an old boss now, it's gonna be fun. Let's go. It's crazy. Dude, I've never seen Koron, actually, I just realized. This character is 70 hours, I've never seen Koron a single time. It's actually crazy. He never showed up. How rare is he? I just noticed. I have like, I don't know, 8 different glyphs at 120 or something. Yeah, of course I locked him. The secret pit boss. Oh my god. Nah, I didn't play. I didn't miss one. Like I made sure, like you know, like this was a fresh character. You know, you have to go up 5 tiers at a time, and I made sure I got all of them. Like you literally auto-complete the quest line when you make a fresh character, because you cannot go more than 5 tiers at a time. But somehow I never got it. Look how much tankier the Butcher is compared to the normal boss. He's like 70% tankier or so. Or maybe double even. Wait! It's not completed! What? I killed the boss, dude! Really? That's wild. Okay. Look at me. I am the boss now. Butcher is just running back and forth. Wild. Yay. That was unexpected, I must say. But funny. Look at this. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 11 glyphs. Sorry, 10 glyphs at 120 plus. And here's another one. They're like 100, 10, 80, 80. And I have not seen Koran. That's wild. Where can you see my TB, Rogue? Nowhere, actually. Although, let me check what we have here. For Matthias. He made a poison variant. Edna. Yeah, this seems pretty solid. I would probably play this not with air, but with God Slayer though. Just to have better clear, because his boss damage is gonna be okay as poison anyway. And get Retribution. Wait. Why is Retribution on the weapon? What is this? Huh? Shadow and Dot. And we can actually run a bow for this. Okay, World Boss in a few minutes, someone says. I guess we just go down to 111 again and do 16%. Does crit scale with rain of arrows? Anything that's not a dot can scale with crit, yes. In the case of rain of arrows though, you have the word of Hakan and you get like all the imbuements. So I'm not really sure if you want to do a dot or crit with it, or like if there's even some interaction. It could be that because of all the imbuements at once, you can do some weird shit, but I haven't actually tested that yet with rain of arrows. Yeah, 100 seconds and 111. Nice. Any plans to go on burgers and update unique stat bars to include a force stat? Oh, yeah, maybe I should check that out actually. There might be like a few that are like impossible. Would I level gems from 50 to 135? I would. How they changed after patch to classes feel better. I know, everyone was baby raging, panicking, quitting. Everything's broken. New one-shot bugs. Good patch. You got the curse displays I'm being followed message, so I still need to read something. Did I? Curse displays I'm being followed. Wait, does your character stop saying it when you have read them all? Okay, so how do I figure out which one I'm missing? So maybe I did miss one, but I don't know which one. I'm dashing around without a dash. I have the technology. It's called Shadow Step. Oh, you can actually just dash in here. Dude, I saw a suggestion. That's a bit optimistic, Annie. I saw a suggestion to allow us to fish in the Ashava spawning pool. That'll be funny. Is it gem fragrance bug fixed? How many fragrance do you get for a horadic gem? Wait, you're trying to salvage your horadic gems, or what are you doing? I know grand gems only give you 100k instead of 1 million, so I wouldn't really attempt to salvage a horadic gem, but maybe someone does it for science. $100k deal.
It is done.
Sick PGA, holy. Okay, any mythical rewards? No. Unfortunate. I think it's time for me to finally farm some gems. I still have like this royal diamond there. I think I'm gonna do like 15 minutes of the dungeon or some shit. At least like yeah, I can get some grand gems on this. Let's do it. They gotta put a cube in more towns so people spread out. Yeah, I don't know. Also, they're gonna go back to update old towns. Oh shit. Okay, wait a second. I have to put some runes in the stash or something. If only I had some space. Time to break this thing. We can do a short crafting sesh to see what I can do with some transfigurations. I'm happy with this one actually. The energy regen is kind of worthless, but otherwise it's very nice. Uwe Pistol is on T10, and Uwe Pistol is also like a 5 times harder fight than Lilith at this point. So it's gonna be significantly harder. Yeah, this should be fine, I guess. Just putting legendaries in the stash. In that crossbit, you think if you were to take the board of Venomous perk over Overmind? Well, how do you generate kills though on the Black Claws build? You have to do that somehow, which is usually bombardment that I don't use. Bro, second run is a Grand Gem already. Or? No. And I'm going to update the Lunatic build with the Eviscerate version. Yeah, I was going to wait for today to see if they're gonna fix it. But if it's gonna last the entire weekend at least, then I'm probably gonna put an Eviscerate version there. Ava has that Maxwell left drop guide. I just played that basically. Can doctor all content? Yes. On Rogue, basically everything can do all content. Outside of some memes like Smoke Grenade or something. I'm not sure how Ring of Arrows fares exactly with the Beastfall bug. If anyone working on Druids right now, you have Danger and Panda doing Druids, yes. They've done some guides, so we have a bunch of Druid builds out, I think. Druids was kind of like the slowest to get guides out on Maxwell because you only had Danger to start, and now Panda is like helping. Is there a mythic, unique box you can gamble? You can craft one at the blacksmith. Druid is the most good and varied builds. I don't know. If I had to guess, the only really good builds are resolve stacking, like bear, perform builds or something on Druid. And all the wolf stuff is down bad. It's like my expectation right now. Then everything is Crazy Rage, wherever we can slot it. Down bad, but I can do 125. Okay. Okay, maybe wolf stuff is actually better than expected then. I'm not sure what I want to do on druids yet. It's definitely some fun stuff to explore though. I want to make tornado druid, man. I'm excited for tornado. Rabies. Does Transfigure eat your affix? It can do that, yeah. It can replace or add. Replace is usually the brick option, but you got the best outcome, so I guess we still got a massive upgrade. GG. Three years, no human druid. Wait, is human druid not a thing? Why did Boiler quit Maxwell? Well, I don't know exactly all the reasons, but he just stepped back from guide writing. So... Human druids needs a set. But I mean, they have a storm set and a set, right? So there's stuff. The perma uptime on step comes from having roughly 70% CDR and taking the minus 3 seconds cooldown upgrade. Do you what? I can look the advantage up. Your shadow steps are actually so slow, man. Goblin. Gelatinous. And the butcher. What's going on? Dude, we're getting so many seals here actually in this dungeon. Boss always drops some seals there. The dungeon is right above Temis. No rest, gem strength from weapon. I'd say 1 in 30. Crazy how fast can do this dungeon on this shadow step here. Very good for this. glad you liked the little tick. Hello, clone marksman version. I haven't done too much testing with the marksman clone. I mean the sentry. It probably just uses your ranged weapon, whatever you have, or maybe it's just like, you know, always uses a certain weapon and scales it or so. I imagine it shouldn't really matter. Definitely at the top of the meta right now. I mean, it's definitely a pretty good build, but it's you know, pretty hard to even set up. And then you want to do a bunch of min-maxing to really make it feel good, I guess. But yeah, I'm at the point where I can do like, I don't know, 10-second lair bosses or so. I did like 120 pretty easily earlier in like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something. I can do like 90-second, 110. How many Horonic gems so far? There's like 1/25th of a Horonic gem, I guess. Here. Pretty good. And... no, sorry. 1/50th, actually, right? 2%. There's 2 more of those. 3 more. We're doing good, guys. Insane. What's teal gear? That's a color I chose on my filter. It means good. Yeah, it's 50 royals for 1 Horadic. 250 royals for 1 flawless Horadic. But wait, there's more. If you convert them, you actually lose 1/3 of your fragments. So, you know, 250 means if you have the same color. But realistically, you're not gonna get 250 of the same color. You have to convert them, so you have to scrap them and then move them to the right color. And there's like a 1/3 loss on the way as well. You don't need to target the DP with Shadow Step. Well, maybe yes, but one of the upgrades doesn't. And that's the one you're running. I wonder if I'm ever gonna do Shadow Step the old-fashioned way again. Press Shift and Shadow Step. Wait, what does Shift do here? How do you get a spike attacks from Lunatic build? This is the Terrorist Might chest. They don't do anything. They're just visual clutter. It's 250 boils for 1 flawless Herodic. We found another dungeon with the same 3 gem drop with a straight line, but there's a catch: 2 fog walls that kill all enemies and free 5 prisoners. But ideal for AFK farm. I'm not sure how free 5 prisoners is ideal for AFK farm, but I guess the straight line helps. How long to get 250 flawless? You mean 250 royal? Well, it's 3 per run. I do a run, I don't know, let's say 40 seconds average. So, I don't know, maybe 100 runs an hour is probably doable. So, 300 per hour. That'll be a flawless royal. Flawless erratic. If you don't count conversion and stuff. And here and there you also get a grand. I'm not sure if I got one now. No. But yeah, maybe every 20 runs or so you also get a grand, which is basically worth 7 runs. Oh, wait. So 3 runs by itself. 1 grand, just like 3 runs. So yeah, I think some of the kind of runs on a build like this is probably doable per hour. So if I sit here for like maybe an afternoon, I could probably have Flawless Erotics. It's actually not that crazy to grind them out at this pace. Oh, our Chinese friend. Okay, 1 second. Maybe charms like Grandfather, Shaco, etc. Do you think the other mythic seals will be good? Hardly. I mean, a Petition is not necessarily better than, you know, a Banished Lords or something on some builds. So the typical unique charm is probably in the range of like 50 to 80% DPS, in some cases more. So that already is like equal to Petition anyway. And then there's Grandfather. So Grandfather... Right, no, Grandfather would be halved, right? Grandfather would be 75. So it's also not really good. And there's nothing else. Starless, maybe? Starless is 50 and then the resource. So if you're really desperate for resources and you can't fit Starless equipped, maybe, but even that is not necessarily much better than just, you know, a typical like 70, 80 charm and then putting some resources on your gear, right? So the Mythic Seals all are struggling, really. Like for Warlocks, the Diamond Mine is extremely good. Because every set can just, like almost every build can just put in like 2 pieces of ritual set and you're chilling. And it's a gigantic multi. But like on a Rogue, for example, I have not seen a single example of a build yet that would actually work with Diamond Mine. And the other unique charms only have a chance if they have the +1 slot. And even then it's questionable with those cases. So all the Mythic charms definitely need some work, I think. Mythic Seals. I mean, it's good that they're not like completely crazy, I think, and like massive game changer necessarily, but the fact that they don't even have a chance until they roll a 1 in 50 mod, and then maybe, yeah, I don't know, that's kind of fucked. So at the very least, they should have the +1 charm slot based on it. They should just have 1 more slot to make sure that you can actually potentially use them. And then you still have the randomness of the affixes on the thing, right? Which make a pretty huge difference. Like if you get a Mythic Seal and it has like 7% barrier generation, and then you compare this to, you know, 24 crit damage, like this is already a third of, you know, or like half to 1/3 of the unique that I can even slot in here, right? Just 24 crit damage, just like that, on the roll. And then you can also have a set effect. Or 2. So the randomness of the rolls is also pretty significant, and by the time you ever get one of those Mythic Seals, you're gonna have such good 6-slot normal seals. Yeah, that's outdated already, Hippo. Any water build that isn't Red Cross and does not grieve your fellow players. Yeah, Lunatic, that's fine. Otherwise, we could try a Umbral Chains build. I played Umbral Chains, which is especially pretty good single target. It's a bad choice, I miss. I mean, on poison builds, you want to go debilitating toxins aspect. It's 30 DR and then 15 again, it's pretty good. You can do Tyros though, if you want. Why does it not let me jump there? Kinda strange. I don't think they nerfed anything in this dungeon. What's the requirement you need so you can replace Harlequin of Perdition? You need to hit 225 maximum energy, 15.2 or less death drop cooldown, and enough skill ranks so that your Aftermath gives you all the energy back. we done here? Maybe I'm done. This dung is called Seer's Reach. Above Themis. Oh, Darastian. There's basically no reason to ever look at 5-slot charms. 6-slot will always beat any perfect 5 slots, basically. Don't even need RNG to break my items. Nice. I wish I knew about this build before he sunk many hours into Pinshot. I mean, Pinshot is great now. With Pinshot you can also farm extremely fast, so you should get this build up running in no time. I should probably record a video later. This is actually doing pretty well now. Did I fix Warlock Blade? Not yet. No, Grastini. Yeah, well, loan. What did he get on the Mythic XP or what? How much is that? I'm trying to... no, I'm not trying to flawless Herodic. But I think the normal Herodics... Maybe I'll do it. Since I'm only playing the Rogue here, and I don't have to like save all of the other colors and stuff like that, I can actually convert all of my gems over. Like my rubies at least I can convert. My Tobases, I guess. So maybe I can do some stuff there. Did I put that points into dash? I used to have them, but now I don't have dash anymore. The no cooldown on Shadow Step is because it's 3 seconds. And it resets itself by 3 seconds every time you use it. So just with enough cooldown stacking. I'm finding some gems right now, but I'll be done here soon, I think. And I'm catching up on a few messages and stuff. Mark the boss room and keep the mark after reset. Oh. Wait, like in the Beast in the Ice dungeon back in the day? I didn't try this. Let me try. That'd be kinda sick. The Nemesis portal disappears. Yeah, you have 30 seconds to enter. You have to pick up your loot and enter in the portal and then TP to town to salvage. Not the other way around. We got a great overrun. Let's go, Mythic Seal time. For sure. We've reached the destination. Okay, how can I do this? Maybe here. Let's see. Ah, look at that. An OP. Yeah, the marking thing is kinda nice. I'm playing the other side water and can't kill the 150 boss. All the guys in the ranks are insta-killing it. Well, the Eviscerate Warlock is not the bugged build. The bugged build is you take the Lunatic and you put Evisceration Fragment and Mutilation Aspect, and that is the bug. You need Mutilation Aspect, Pain Gorgers, and Evisceration Fragment. The actual Eviscerate build that I have is not based on a bug. The 0 cooldown Shadow Step is cooldown reduction and the -3 seconds upgrade. The -3 seconds applies after you cast it. So if your cooldown is 3 seconds, it just resets. The relics are a different shape. Well, actually, they're called charms. And they are a different shape for every class, yes. Isn't that pretty? Didn't get any grants yet, that's kinda crazy. Doesn't need to complain. Oh, hey, Python. Thank you, by the way. I just saw. Any way to modify unique items to get the affixes you want? No, you can't do that. But you can feed them in the cube. So you can just save the item you're farming, and then, you know, at some point just like throw them all into the cube and get new rolls. So this reduces the amount of items you need to farm by a third, basically. Because you only need 2 items, you get 1 for free, basically. And then 2 items and 1 for free, and so on. Is this a fast build for general farming? I'm not sure if it's like really faster than like Barrage or something. Probably pretty close. Like here it's nice and comfy because you always have perma TP, and on Barrage or Shadow Step, on Barrage or Pinshot you have to proc the Eldarin. But you usually have it like almost all the time anyway while farming like this. And even if you don't, you're fast anyway. But here you just don't care, you just TP around, right? I guess the clear is slightly worse than something like Pinshot or Barrage. But the speed is slightly faster on the Death Trap. I guess the damage is slightly lower, and the toughness is definitely way lower. But yeah. You can do pretty consistent, like 90 to 100 second pits. That's pretty good. What is cooking today? We're doing Death Trap Rogue right now. What order did you start seeing Mythics drop? Forget about Mythics until you're on T10 plus, I would say. Maybe you get lucky, but you know, it's not something you go for before your character is to be complete anyway. So it might just happen along the way. What next after Rogue? I'll show you it. Barb or Druid maybe, or Paladin. I'm going to make Spiritborn great again, and I'm not sure about that. Maybe after like 20 different bug fixes. Isn't every single bar build kinda bugged? I mean the ancient stuff is buggy. Technically, the all-power glyph is just an oversight. I guess Selek is maybe not bugged, but let's call it spaghetti code. Selek is pretty huge spaghetti. And the glyph is just, you know, forgotten. They changed all power and didn't nerf the glyph, so Barb is just like too OP because of that. Yeah, it's technically not bugged, it was just not, changed. Right? When they made the expansion. They made all the other power glyphs what they should be, but they forgot the Barb. And so this one is just like 25 times stronger than other classes glyphs. Seems good. $17 damage. What do we have here? We have 20 damage. Agility skill damage. So if I want to play the Dash Rogue, this is actually a better seal. Ah, well. How did I pick up a rare, Sean? How did I go through the filter?
Step up to my anvil.
Oh, Nick, thanks for the buy, man. Let's try this. How much DR is 34 stacks of resolve? Well, it's 4%, right? So that's the calculation, 0.96 to the power of 34. So I can have 75 DR. Pretty good. This is like post bug fix, right? If they fix the resolve. Actually, you can still have more. Can you? 24 and no, okay. You can have 8 baseline and then 6 from 4 items. So it's 32, I guess. If you don't have any other sources of max resolve. But yeah, kinda crazy. But it would be relatively reasonable if masterworking resolve was normal.
noble puts up a good fight.
Oh, 7 gravities. What happened? Why need to develop the wall plan for each character separately? Yeah, that's probably gonna get adjusted next season, I think. A lot of people are complaining about that. It is what it is. Just accept, you know, I'm gonna have a bit of fun with her ult and then don't care much about the loot since you already have a lot from your main, I guess. You got 65 MXP from return and with XP. That seems absolutely terrible, actually. Holy. Okay. Unlucky. How many levels is that? Well, at my level, that was like 10%. Almost. A bit more. Yeah, that's horrible. Was that on turn 12? I guess so, huh? $65 MXP is a joke. I actually just wrote feedback about this, man. I was like, what the fuck? Can we add 2 zeros maybe? That'll be something. Yeah, so someone told me that Mythic Wall Plan rewards can show up on anything that has a completed tree, apparently. Regardless of what is your overall Wall Plans level. Is Dirge of Odium viable for Lunatic? Yeah, when they fix the bug with it, then you can kind of play it most likely. But right now, I wouldn't really bother. There's a bug that makes it drain all of your resources extremely fast. Skull. Okay. Person is a positive and said he thinks they show most often at Warpline level 8. Since he moved up to 9, he stopped getting them. Oof. Anyone here with Warpline level 9 or 10 who has gotten mythic rewards? Okay, see you later. Complete tree, I mean 7 out of 7 on the content that you're doing. You get 7 points per content and 10 ranks total on Warplines. Yesterday at 9 out of 10 you got mythic XP, okay. You can't stack the aspect to transfer on your neck. But you can change the other aspect on your boots, for example. Usually you have utility on your boots, so you can just, you know, have one there and one there. You're stuck at 500k toughness. That is oof. You don't really get toughness on the talisman. Talisman only offers like skill ranks and some stuff like that. And then okay, the 5p set usually has like a 30%-ish damage reduction. But every build has that. Now in some builds, for example on the Apocalypse Warlock, I actually put Endurance Faith as a charm because it was just like strong enough to blast everything anyway. And this makes it a giga tanky. But yeah, normally the defense comes from a gear. Like 1 or 2 defensive aspects. Or like something like materials. And then, you know, all life rolls everywhere. And then armor rolls on your armor pieces. All rest rolls on your armor pieces. Yeah, you can do defensive tempers. Like there's 4 defensive tempers you can do on helm, chest, pants, and amulet. You can do defensive glyphs. Glyphs are way better defensive than offensive. Basically, they have a lot more value defensively than offensive glyphs most of the time. Sorry, runes. I mean runes. And like this setup here, for example, I have 2 defensive rune setups to fix the defense. The other rune that I'm using with my Bulwark, not with my jar, is the Luck, or Challenging Shout. How many hours have found the max ranked gem? I could probably complete the grind in like an afternoon, I think, at this pace. But we're only gonna go for the normal heraldic, I guess. Not the flawless. I mean, I'm soon done with this rogue anyway, so I'm not gonna do too much anymore with this. But I was still running on royal gems, so I wanna fix that. And yeah, let's see. I haven't decided yet what I will do after this. Yeah, Paladin or Barb or Druid. What else is there? Sorc, Spearborn, Necro. I'll probably do Necro kind of late. So Necro is probably going to be one of my last. And we'll see about Spiritborn. Spiritborn is basically just the evade stuff, and I mean, I will prioritize my cooking on the Spiritborn, but I don't really expect anything to go anywhere. Because Spiritborn is just kind of fucked right now. It's getting kind of full here of the Grand Gems. How many Mythics do I have? I found 5 Mythics now, I think.
May you find your way back.
Let's see what's up here. Boah.
Thousands of gems in a handful of dust. From creation, destruction.
Yeah, the problem is I need these Grand Gems as well for actually socketing, right? So I can't really do it. Don't need skulls, really. I mean, okay, we might make a physical build. Is it cold? Can't even make 1 Grand Gem. It's gonna be pretty fast after farming this dungeon for a bit. If you found this for like half an hour or 1 hour, you're gonna have Grand Gems everywhere at least. And then of the gems that you don't need, like for example, I don't need topazes, right? I can make a Horadric even. Like I was here for how long? Maybe an hour now, and I have Horadric here, Horadric there, Horadric here. This was a royal before, so I went up +2. But yeah, like here I could make a Horadric, but you know, on a poison build I will need 6 of those. So I'm probably not doing this actually. I'm just gonna do Grand and it's okay. Let's just make a bunch of Grand. And I guess the same here. In worst case we just go back to the dungeon a little bit more. Back to the mines. Do I want to do anything with this? I kind of don't want to salvage it, so I guess I put it in the stash. Salvage 3 grand rubies. Yeah, the salvage caps at 100k apparently. I'm not sure about the heraldic gems, but it's probably the same. These 4 boots is Andariel. We have only 2 GAs here. This one has weapon damage, so I kinda don't wanna do that. This one also has weapon damage. This one also has weapon damage. Oh god. Okay, yeah, we can do this one. But if they hit, crit multi. Oof. Pain. And this is why you always specify your wishes if you ever meet a Jinn, guys. Okay, sometimes lucky. Oh man, what a roller coaster. Okay, in that case I'm gonna improve the life a little bit. Let's go. This is fun.
What brings you?
Like the eyes of Lycander herself.
Blah. Well, this is what you call colloquially unlucky. Just roll this to some decks here, should be easy. Well,
Step up to my anvil.
almost lucky.
Auspicious omen.
Wrote a GA on the decks. Why are people keeping white mobs on tower boss? I have a suspicion. Not a very good one. Okay. My suspicion was wrong. So in that case, I don't know. Kurast, Johnny. They replace crit of 17 life. Lucky. I actually don't have that much dust. 200 rolls only. It's gonna disappear pretty fast. Gonna run out of dust before other stuff. Oh my god, 60 dot multi. Maybe I should have kept that to sanctify. Okay, we add this. For liquid multi. There's the weapon damage again. Oh my god, 12 all. This is painful. Yodo. I should have saved the crit roll earlier actually, that was kind of a mistake. Dude. 12 all. Ah, fuck it.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Yo, Revob. Thanks for the sub. This build is worth the effort. It's pretty strong, pretty fast, pretty fun. So, yes. 430 dex. It's not worth it. Go to 3k with that. That is 50. It's like 12% maybe.
Stones to cut, gems to set.
Maybe.
Bring me a challenge next time.
How is that 2 DPS difference?
Mainlander, what do you seek? Goodbye. It has been a pleasure. This should be interesting.
Blech. Okay, what else can we do? This thing has no name. Look at this item. There's no name. What? Nice. Use the add name recipe. Nice bow, no? Pretty good. This, dude, I haven't seen this before. Has anyone seen this? There's just no name. Oh my god. Ah, here. Dude, if I now roll the life to 4.4, you can make it perfect. Bow d'Amour. This will be the one with gem strength. Let's see if that is true. Hit the masterwork first try. Okay. That was good. If that's true, I owe you 500 mil. Dude, 500 mil is a lot of Lumbos. Unlucky.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Holding breath helped.
A jewel plucked from the sky.
18 cooldown reduction. That's a very easy way to make this build work. Can I do anything with that? You could equip the glove. And get a charm. What charm? 60% damage for DDR. Reduces the active cooldown of your grenade and trap skills by 1 second. Like the 2-piece bonuses are really not impressive in this class, I must say, compared to Warlock. Warlock are kinda nutty. Where's my Blood Blade set? Let's see. Doesn't work for this anyway. The normal you're indestructible on every item. It's pretty high chance. Yo, little Matt, thanks for the prime by the way. Appreciate it. Okay, we're not stacking in Lucian. Unlucky. I guess I need to have like a real skill. This is the Lucian buff here. Okay. Blood Mad Idol. Oof. Rust-bitten Dirk, huh? Yeah. Not getting better. I tried to enter my I tried to enter my stash a little bit, but it's not getting better. Ooh. Don't think I'm gonna do any Blood Mad Idol shenanigans. The Umber Crux. More cracks. I have one saved there, but I don't want to salvage it now. I'm not sure if I will have to test it a little bit. Oh, I'm getting a knock here from past the run. Okay guys, I'm gonna do Blast Cast of Pal. In a second. First we're gonna salvage these here. Because fuck this. Okay. If you don't know Pastor Run, guys, he's a big PoE blaster.
Hello,
And
hello.
other RPGs as well. Yo, hi pal.
How's it going, man? Wait, let me check if I hear you.
I hope you hear me.
Yep. Loud and clear.
Nice. Hello everyone.
Hear me too?
Yep.
My audio fine? Okay, okay. Should be a little bit rusty because I think my Discord doesn't have the overlays, but whatever.
What overlay do you mean?
Okay.
Nah, it's
What's up,
fine.
man?
Like, it's just like, okay, like, you know, we kind of hang out and, you know, just kind of talk about the game and stuff. So that was my idea, at least. I've been doing this with like some
Okay,
other
okay.
streamers, and it's always fun to kind of see different perspectives and what you're doing and so on. We haven't really talked in a while, so
Yeah, for sure. We actually, yeah, we didn't talk in a while.
is this
I
fun,
think
guys?
ever since D4 came out, obviously your focus shifted back to D4, right? So, or to Diablo, because you had a little bit of time where you played some PoE, but then yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I haven't done a lot of PoE lately. Like a PoE 1, I don't do that much anymore, but PoE 2, I've been trying to play other leagues a bunch, and I have
Yeah.
like, I don't know, 1100 hours or so in PoE 2 now, so that's kind of okay.
Mhm.
But yeah, like the last half year or so was a lot of D4 action, so I've been on that mostly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Yeah. Like, how's like your relationship to PoE2 now? Is it weird that like would you love for PoE2 to be just better and better and better and just have two base games, or is D4 just too much in your blood kind of deal? Are you always gonna stay
No,
D4 Andy?
I'm a big PoE 2 enjoyer actually. So I like that it's improving, and you know there's like a second game for me. So I'm not just doing D4, and PoE 2 is like my second game in line basically. So
Mhm.
I like it a lot, and yeah, the new updates also look good. So yeah, we'll see how this will go. And especially like with the league like lasting so long. Like it's gonna be half a year or something. Like I'm definitely gonna play a bunch of 0.5, I think.
Yeah. Like I'm really happy that we're now living in this mostly golden age, I would say, of ARPGs. I've never had so many games to play. It's actually crazy.
Yeah,
Like, even
there's a
stuff
lot
like
of shit.
Torchlight.
Yeah, you're also someone who actually does a lot of RPGs. Like, and there's a bunch of other like streamers and stuff, right? That yeah, they're kind of like main D4 or main PoE and nothing else or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe a bit of like PD2. I see some people do, maybe, right? But I know that you're also like doing like a lot of games, rather kind of
All
similar
of
to me,
them,
I
yeah.
guess.
Yeah, I guess I
Oh,
don't
man, the
need
tower.
an ARPG to be like a 10 out of 10 to enjoy it, right? Like I just want the variety kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. By the
Like,
way,
Euro does
do
the
you
same
wanna
thing.
turn on the shared chat for this?
Oh,
Since
how
you
do I
made
do
the
that?
thing, there's a button.
Shared chat.
Yeah, in the like where you invited me for the collab, there's a button for that, and then it just turns it on. That's it.
I'm sure I'll find it somewhere. Ah, chat.
Uh oh. You haven't done this before?
Nope.
Oh, interesting.
People
Okay.
always want to do it because it's like people always do this in the PoE category to go higher up. Like there's always these 5 smaller streamers that do stream together, so they show up higher in the ranking.
Yeah, it's the
every
meta,
single
dude.
time.
That's how it works. But I mean, okay, like in D4, I think you're, like, I don't know how many viewers you have, but you're probably also pretty high, even just like that, right? So,
No, D4 I'm like nothing, like 300 or something.
okay. I mean, it's certainly less than your typical, like, numbers, but I think in the category, it's probably not bad.
Yeah, as long as you stay in ARPGs, it's usually fine. The only ARPG poison that I have in terms of viewership is Last Epoch. It's fine for the first 3 days, but after that, people do not seem all that interested, even if I'm interested. Last Epoch is kind of weird, I guess.
I mean, Last Epoch is a very short game, I guess, for most people, so I can kind of see why. Like, you can't just blast the 300 corruption, and then it's like, okay, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe go to 500, you could do Uber Aberov, okay, nice. And, you know, there's not even that many people that do that, so...
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing, I guess.
It's weird. It's... I wish Last Epoch... I feel like Last Epoch is its own biggest enemy, personally.
Guys, do we have it on or not? I don't see the icons. Usually there's icons.
I don't know. Let me let me Google this real quick.
No, it's okay. Go to the tab where you have our shared stream, right? And there must be a button for shared chat. Check it. I don't see it because you invited me, so you should have it.
Is it like the thing where you can voice chat as well? Is that where?
Yeah, I mean, don't you have it open? Like, I see you. You invited me. There must be like a window or a tab or something.
Yeah, it's like right here. This one.
Wait. Are you showing it right now?
I'm showing it on stream, yeah.
Okay, one sec.
Or it should. Oh, it doesn't show on stream. That's hilarious. Oh, no, it does show. I'm just super delayed right now for some reason.
Yes. Yeah, make it larger. Like, have it super small. Then you see it.
Okay, there you go. Oh, there it is. Share chat. It was just... Okay. Start sharing chat. All right. There you go. There you go.
You had this window like this, guys, huh?
That's boomer magic. There you go. We found it. What's up, everybody?
Okay. There we go. Yeah, so hello to everyone in Palstorn's chat.
What's up? Hello.
Guys, if you don't know Palstorn, he's a big PoE blaster, especially also on the Maxwell team for PoE. And I know, I mean, we just talked about ARPGs, so he's doing a lot of games.
A lot of games. Mostly ARPGs. I'm getting a little bit of ARPG fatigue now with so many games to play.
Holy.
Do you have that problem ever? Like with PoE 1 and PoE 2 kind of being split now and having this 2-month cycle between each of them, I almost feel like I do the same amount of work. I do like double the work for the same amount of output almost. That's how it feels like right now.
I mean, okay, if you take both games as serious, like, you know, the same kind of serious, then I guess it's gonna be rough for sure, yeah.
Well, I have to, right? Like even if I'm not enjoying PoE 2 as much right now, I still have to stay on ball. I wanna be there, right? I wanna know what's going on.
Yeah.
I wanna talk about stuff.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess, you know, maybe it's worth to take it like slightly easier on PoE 2, maybe. But yeah.
Yeah.
At least that's what I'm doing, and that has been okay for me as well. Like, I definitely, I wanted to do like roughly 50-50 with D4 and PoE 2, but like lately I've just been like full on D4 pretty much.
Yeah.
And it is what it is, and okay, I just like take a step back, and I still do, you know, do like my maybe 1 or 2 builds and make a few guides and stuff, and I'm kind of happy with that. So
it's also fucked up if you have one game where you just get so many viewers. It's almost your new standard. It's not like you can't enjoy other games, but chat is just so much more fun when you have more viewers. And then you play a different game that's not your main game. So I don't know, is this the same with you and like D4 and if you branch out to other games sometimes? Do you have that?
I don't know, dude. I think this is the opposite, man. When
Really?
No, I'm just joking. Of course, I also enjoy having many viewers, but man, it is rough when you sit here and then there's people like asking you the same fucking question 2,000 times per day, and then the other fucking question 3,000 times per day. You know, it is a bit rough. So.
You have to do what I do. You just have to make a command for everything and put it passive aggressively on the screen really big. That's what you have to do. Just make a command for literally everything.
Yeah, that is rough. Yeah, but I've tried, but even then, it's I don't know. It is what it is. So.
So you'd rather just blast and like turn your brain off and not have to answer stuff all the time?
Well, you know, the reason why I started making YouTube videos, you know, like 11 years ago now or something like that, is because people always ask me about my build, right? I got questions about my build. I was like, okay, fuck, well, how do I do this? They just annoying me all the time. So, okay, let's go make a video. Okay, I want to go watch that video. Leave me alone. I want to blast. Yeah, but it backfired really hard, unfortunately. So, here I am. And people still ask me for
I
my
mean,
bits and all the other questions.
videos are basically AoE learning, right? But at the same time, you don't catch all. There's still stragglers, right? That don't
Yeah.
see your videos, and they're still gonna ask questions. So there it is.
Hey, is that build on Maxwell? Hey, can I use grandfather in my build? Hey, what is your war plan? Oh my god, okay. I mean, okay, people have questions and there's different ways of answering them and finding the answers. It is what it is, right? And I accept it, so.
So what you're saying is this is the hardest job in the world, right? That's what you're saying.
It's not that, but I think people may underestimate it.
I think it's pretty chill overall. Like there's a few things, but also I want to get away from being too handholdy on builds and over explain everything all the time, because I feel like you're incentivizing people to not think for themselves, right? So you have to find like the right mixture of telling everybody the most important things, but then giving them incentives to think for themselves still, right? So that's if you have viewers that actually think for themselves, that's super chill.
Okay, chat, are you thinking for yourself?
No. A lot of no's. Oh god.
Yeah, I think you may not have the right approach here, pal. I'm not sure what to say. I have a danger. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, okay, like the thing about guides is, I definitely learned a lot over time when it comes to like making guides, especially written guides, but also like video guides. And I do tend to leave out unnecessary details wherever I can these days. So it's like, okay, I need to make sure that I cover it in this way that I make the build so that people can't really go wrong with it, basically. But yeah, I tend to not explain the things that they don't need to know, basically.
Yeah.
And that seems to work much better because, you know, attention span and, you know, like the video might just get loaded and last too long and all that kind of stuff. Or like the guy does the same story, right? People just don't really read a lot of the stuff. And keeping it as short as I can while having all of the main info is very helpful. Like, for example, on the D4 launch now, I actually like revamped the entire guide structure for our build guides. And we have like a whole new tech now as well. It's kind of fancy, so we can make the guides directly out of the planner these days and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. And yeah, previously the guides looked very different, and there was a lot more kind of like individual like text blocks. You know how it works, right? So like going through the different sections, and then you write this here and you write this there. You make a change to the build, you forget the other thing. Now you have like conflicting info. Yeah, and then no one reads it anyway. Yeah.
I think about this a lot because I also have the same problems because usually the small details are the most fun things about making builds. But then again, not everybody shares the enthusiasm of build making with you, because you have to think about it this way. If you go to the doctor's office, you don't need to get explained what's wrong with you by your doctor, right? You're not a fucking doctor. You're going there for a guide. You want to know what's wrong with your shoulder or whatever. You don't want to have an explanation of exactly what's happening. You might care, but most of the time you don't care because you only have so much time. Because whoever you're giving your guide to, they have a job and they're good in something else. That's what they spend all their time on. So they don't need you to, I don't know, talk about this in a million words. They just want to have the most important information. And then if they want to have more information, they can come onto your stream. And this is where I think the stream is the best for those questions that you leave out in your guide, right? That's what the stream is for. And I'm sure if somebody goes into your stream and they ask a really good question, you will answer it. Like a more specific question.
I mean, I
those
try.
Are the questions you're fine answering. So you have your guide as a baseline, and if somebody is really interested enough and puts the effort in to go onto your stream and ask you, then they get the extra information, right? That's I think the best way to solve it.
Yeah, at least if they get lucky and don't go in like a, you know, ignore chat for 2 hours kind of session. That happens, I guess. But yeah, Anyway, like what you say is right. So sometimes there are details that I just don't explain, or you know there are alternatives that I don't explain because again it's like load and info and stuff. Like I make the build a certain way, and yeah, you can always like make this or that a tweak or whatever, and then I try to like put it more into like perspective, I guess, when I actually explain it verbally.
Well, it's a trade-off, right? Because people who are good at the game will think you suck because you left out certain details, and they will like think you're just there to, I don't know, you make new builds for noobs or whatever. There's always people who think that. So the less you include, the more that will come up. But then at the same time, the more you include, the more confused new players will be. So it's kind of like a trade-off, right?
Yes, it's mostly like just the information overload. I think that's the problem. There's also like why, for example, like you know PoE Ruthless, even though it's like a harder game, it's probably like a better game for like a newcomer than normal PoE, for example. Because it's just like less complex, right? You have less stuff to worry about. You just don't have anything. So it just makes the game easier on that end, basically. And I guess you can kind of compare it to like how people consume a guide, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I think people's lives are just different, right? Like all our lives as streamers are kind of resolved around games. We think about games all the time, but people don't have that luxury. They want to put on D4 and blast, right? So they just want to have a fixed build that they can play, and that's about it. Like you only have so much to think about in the day. They're thinking about their job all the time, or their family or whatever. So it's hard, man. It's hard. You kind of you almost choose your audience with how you make your guides in a way.
Yes, of course. I mean,
because otherwise, I don't want the chat where I just have sweaties. I used to do this. I used to make way sweatier guides, and I just had, dude, my chat was elitist as fuck, and I don't want that either. I want like a good mixture, right? I want a good mixture of everything.
Yeah, it's also something I noticed myself over time, for sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, I still have like, there was like some build guide I made like back in like Diablo 3 season 4 or something, like, you know, 10 years ago or something. And that was like some 70 minutes build guide, like basically what was back then like the most complicated build to play. And no one played it either, you know, there were like 5 people in the world that even played it. But
yep.
That was like, you know, such a crazy build. I guess some people might remember the Fan of Knives LOD Demon Hunter with Shimizu. Low life build, and there was a lot of little details that you had to do right in order for it to work. Yeah, and it was like such a niche thing only for the people that want to push like rank 1 basically on Demon Hunter. But yeah, kind of funny how I went from there to like what we do these days. But that video was actually very successful, interestingly. That video had a ton of views, even though no one played it. Kind of funny.
D3, yeah, that was my first like real ARPG. I played Titan Quest before, and then I got into D3. I played that for a year, and then I got into PoE. That's all I remember.
When was your D3 era?
2013.
Holy man, so like vanilla basically, huh?
Yeah. I have the take where I actually liked vanilla, but then again, I didn't play too much D3 after 2016. And I know people really like the cube and everything, which is now also in D4, and I didn't play in that time. Was it like was it weird for you? So there was a time in D3 where you guys were waiting for D4. Was it weird kind of sticking with the game? Did you have trust in Blizzard that there's going to be something in the future?
Well, I mean, I also had my breaks in D3. Like there were like some seasons where just nothing was happening. Like for like there was like the dark ages of D3 basically, where like literally no updates, nothing, right? For like a few years even. So I didn't really play the game too much in that time. I was playing other stuff. I was doing more IRL and so on. But yeah, at some point I started making these like seasons again. It was like at this point half a decade ago actually or so. So kind of leading up to the D4 announcement. Before that, like a few seasons already, they were starting to do stuff with the game again because they had like this legacy team working on it and stuff like that. It was like considered a legacy game at that point, and they had like 5 people or something, or 4 people. And they were actually putting out pretty good seasons for such a small team. Just like with kind of small updates, but they did pretty good stuff. And they also like involved the community a lot. It's like I was actually like in like talks with the devs like every season. We sat down, talked about the patch and whatever. So they actually like literally asked us, you know, what's going on and so on. Like, there's a lot of patch notes I can point the finger to, you know. So,
Yeah.
yeah, and
But
that
did you
actually,
know that D4 was coming at some point, or were you blindsided, kind of?
yeah, okay. So regarding T4, I mean, everyone expected at some point there will be another game, right? So there must be another game at some point, but I was not really like aiming towards it too much, I guess. I was just kind of doing my thing in D3, and I was like hoping, okay, maybe at some point it will happen. And then at some point it did announce it finally, and this was actually the time when I started taking everything a bit more seriously. So, because then I kind of like sat down and was like, okay, what do I do? You know, like where do I go with my life now? Right? I was still kind of like finishing up my university studies and stuff like that at that point. I wasn't really like a full-time streamer or like, you know, really earning a lot with streaming or anything like that. So it was like kind of like a thing on the side for me for a long time. In fact, like I don't know, for half the amount of time I have been streaming, I have not even monetized my stream on my YouTube. Like, you know, the first half or so of my of the lifetime, yeah. Because for me, I never
shit on that, but like people, way you get while you're growing, not having ads on is actually huge because people fucking hate ads. So, and you wouldn't earn too much anyways. So,
yeah, maybe. So maybe it's just kind of worked out well because of that or something. But either way, it's like I never even tried to do this basically. So I just didn't care about it. And yeah, at some point I kind of just earned a bit of like pocket money basically, right? And yeah, then came the D4 announcement, and I was like, okay, maybe this is something I can try, even though it's like years away at this point. But yeah, I took it all a bit more seriously, and then at some point, the D3 seasons were actually going well enough to the point where I was like, okay, this is actually sustaining me at least. You know, I can kind of live. You know, if I'm very frugal, I can survive. And then we also had Maxwell basically. That was around that time. Like I think Maxwell started Diablo 3 season 21. Yeah, so this is actually where Maxwell began as well. So I had like another kind of like safety net basically with that, so to say, like financially at least. And then I decided, okay, like I'm gonna send it now. I'm gonna go full all in D3, do ARPG streaming full time, and then work towards the D4 launch. So this is basically what I was doing. And then I basically started this like over 2 years in advance, you know, prepping for D4 and everything I could, you know, I would be ready for the launch, right? In every way possible, basically.
Yep.
So that's what I did.
That was your time to shine. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So I was working towards that for like years, basically, to, you know, like that eventually culminated in this, you know, like world first solo hardcore thing, right? So that was basically everything I had worked towards the final result, yeah. So
Nice.
and
it worked out.
yeah, it did. Yeah, I'm very happy with how it's going, and I don't know. I mean, about Faith, you asked about Faith earlier, right? So it I didn't always have like perfect faith that everything would turn out perfect or so, but I did know that knowing about D4 would be huge, the launch would be huge, and it's like a huge opportunity. And so I decided to just kind of go all in on that and try it, basically. And yeah, it has been just going well, you know, since then, basically. Obviously with ups and downs, but the game is getting better. And I feel like every season it is getting better. And now we have a pretty huge step up from what it was before, I think.
I agree.
And it's just, yeah, I mean, even if they don't patch the game now, you know, outside of like, okay, let's say some bug fixes maybe, you know, it's still a game I can play again, like, you know, in a few months, and then again in a few months, you know. So it's just kind of like a solid base state, and everything else from here is just like additive to that, right? It's just like there's more stuff at some point. They're gonna fix more things. They're gonna make quality of life improvements. Maybe they're gonna give us stash space. Who knows, right? So yeah, it's good.
Megan Fox carried D4 launch. True.
Holy yeah. Yeah, what would we do without Megan Fox, guys?
Happy it worked out. Yeah, happy it worked out. Yeah, I'm in a similar situation with PoE2. It's just I don't know. I don't enjoy PoE2 right now that much. As much like I want to enjoy the game to a point where I'm just completely infatuated with it, right? Like I'm completely obsessed with it. and that isn't quite there yet. And I hope the new patch and 1.0 will kind of bring that. I really do hope so, because it's obvious. It's like one of the
Yeah,
future.
I mean 0.5 looks huge already, and then 1.0 will be huge again, right? Or even more
Yeah.
huge. So we'll see. And
Yep.
yeah, I mean, I think there is enough in PoE 2 to enjoy. At least for me, like I do enjoy the game as it is. There is already a lot of stuff, and it's kind of the same story as 54, right? Okay, it's like hard to make these games. They need time. It is what it is, and you know, once they reach a certain like baseline, you know, then you're just gonna be happy with it, and it's just gonna get better, right? So
Yeah. No, I think it's gonna get better and better. But D4 had a big step up this patch. I will say, I was pretty surprised.
how long
Probably
have you
pretty,
been playing now? Have you started with the launch?
Yeah. No. I started 2 days ago. I did the campaign on day 1. On day 2, I'm now at like Torment 10 or something, and I'm doing Druid Boulder is what I'm doing.
Nice. Okay,
Pretty
yeah,
fun.
Boulder is pretty
I'm
good,
not
I think.
pushing bits, so I thought I would just take the skill that looks the most fun. So yeah,
I think Boulder is actually pretty decent.
I would say so.
Dude, I just had some 8 butchers in my Nightmare Dungeon or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Jesus.
It just gets spawning right now. That was a wild moment. Okay.
I'm still trying to level the war plans. Somebody told me that war plans are character bound. Is that true?
That is in fact true, yes.
Oh my god.
That's certainly one of the decisions of all time.
Jesus.
Yeah, a lot of people are complaining. I'm pretty sure next season is gonna get changed for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want like fully account bound war plans, but I would like to have, I know, some giga catch up at least for my alts or something. Like, you know, plus 300% or so. I think
Yeah.
having like a bit of progression and putting in the points is still kind of cool, but yeah, it needs to be way faster at least, I think.
I think they could just do it similar to PoE, where you have like different war planners, where you can kind of like have different setups and swap between them. Because I think one of the reasons they probably made it character bound is you might want different setups on different characters, maybe. But they could just solve that with like
Yeah,
different setups of the planner.
I think so, yes, but I think the main problem is really just that it takes so long to do the second time, right? The
Yeah,
first
it
time I don't
takes
mind,
forever.
right? The first time on my main, it's okay. It's fine to be slow and take like, I don't know what, 50 hours of grinding or whatever, and then you have it. If you really want to get all of it, that's okay. But yeah, not a second time. So it's too much. And also, like, when you make an alt, like, you skip so much of the progression, right? Like, if you make a main, okay, you kind of level the wall plans as you go, and, you know, you get more and more stuff, and you slowly progress to Torment 12, and then you slowly progress to wall plans. But on your alt, you know, you start in Torment 8, you know? So
Yeah,
it's like,
true.
yeah, okay, like, my wall plans are all level 1, thank you very much, yeah? So it's a bit scuffed, for sure. Yeah, it needs some fixing. I don't think it's like the end of the world, you know, it's like, okay, like I already grinded all the shit on my main, like, yeah, I would like to have the stuff on my alt as well, but it is what it is for the season, and I just accept it for now, and it's gonna get changed for sure.
I think so too.
It's literally
Like-
the number one point of feedback, I think, so.
Yeah, like war plans in general, I think are a good idea, because I'm not really an MMO guy, so most of these MMO-ish quests are not my cup of tea. But with the war plans, it kind of holds everything together like glue, right? Like it glues everything together and just makes sense. Like your farming just makes sense, and you can TP everywhere. It has good QL. It has different setups with the tree. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
the game now seems very grindable.
Yeah, it definitely, it feels like a hole that the game had, which is like kind of like putting all the activities in some sort of like a framework, right?
System. Yep.
Yeah, so that was just missing, and now it's not anymore, so that's kind of cool. And it also just kind of gives people like that they have no idea, right? There's people that, okay, they play like, you know, 2 days at the start of the season, and they come back like 7 weeks later, they don't even know what the build is anymore, and they don't even know what they were working on. It's just like you load it up, you go to the table, you press on a few things and you start, right? So this is kind of the big thing, I believe. Like it just really breaks down the complexity in like a very easy way. Like, okay, I have something to do. I'm just gonna do this now, and you know you're gonna get something for it. So GG, right? So
It's less friction. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like before, it was like, okay, you had all these different activities. They didn't actually add any activities outside of like the echoing hatred that he may or may not have done. Probably not. And there is actually not really any new content, so to say.
I don't think so, no. That's the one where you pick it up and you get like a quest or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a super rare drop.
No, I haven't done that. I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, it can take a while. I get like one every few days, so
Okay, that's crazy.
yeah. And
Somebody just told me that if you want to use it ASAP if you find it, because if you find it again, then you don't. It's not an inventory item, right?
yeah, exactly. You can't stack them. So I actually had this like with my very first one. I lost it because I found a second one, and I didn't know that you can't stack it. So you know, I found like one on day one. I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait a little bit and then do it later. And then I did it like the next day, but I had another one already. But it's just a one-time thing basically. So you have to use it. At least don't wait too long. Yeah. So if you're like, you know, just about to get a massive upgrade or something, then yeah, sure, right? But otherwise, just send it.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
And I kind of like the idea about that, to be honest. I think this is actually a kind of cool thing as well. It's like, okay, you go in and they just kind of see how far you get, kind of deal. At that moment, right? With your character right now, you send it. And I kind of like this part about it. Especially because
cool,
it happens so rarely. It's like, okay, this
Well,
gives you...
I like the rarity stuff. Like, this was always a problem with D4, and I don't know, like, when I go to the D4 Reddit, for example, I almost feel like it's two different worlds because they want everything kind of spoon-fed. I almost feel like it's similar in the PoE subreddit. I don't want to single out anybody, but I like what is now in the game where you said this the other day. You said you're not strictly farming for paragons anymore because you don't have perfect gear anymore. That's literally the best case scenario. Like, you don't want your game to just give you perfect gear. You always want to have something to work for, right? Kind of.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like previously it was like, okay,
you're in right now. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't even look at paragons really. Like it just kind of happens as you play through the other stuff.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
that works out really well. Like previously it was like, okay, you grind, like if you're like a blaster, like 2 days in, you have your mythics, you have your typical 1 GA item in every slot with the right stats in every slot. And then, okay, going from this 1 GA to 2 GA was like not happening, basically. So, you know, you really had to grind and stay on the same build for a long time, and then maybe here and there you got lucky with like some kind of easy to get 2 GA item or so, and that was about it. And yeah, now it's just like, okay, you can work on your gear all the time, you know, you can transfigure your gear with the right stuff if you want, and you know, there's always something to do now, and it feels good as well to progress your gear. Like, get a little bit more in your multi, get a little bit more main stat, and you kind of want it, right? T12 is not that trivial that you can just ignore it. And before, T4 was so trivial that you didn't really care. You were one-shotting everything anyway. But now, okay, I can blast through Torment 12, but I can't just go and like one-shot the lair bosses and, you know, this kind of stuff. And suddenly, if I manage to double my damage, I will feel it still, and that's really good.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this whole only gearing up for pit pushing was always a little bit depressing. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, like the when it comes to like pushing, like there's the tower now, right? But the tower is also not really where it should be yet, I guess. And we're missing SSF as well.
Now. I did it earlier. Other than the pylons, what's even the difference? Is it just leaderboards, I guess?
There is like some kind of like hidden differences that you just notice over time. But yeah, like the maps are a bit more streamlined, the monster types are a bit more streamlined, like all that kind of stuff. I think the pool of bosses is smaller, the pool of maps is smaller. Yeah, there's some stuff like that basically. Like the pit is more random and more chaotic, and there's you know, like also like secrets in the pit, and you know there's like the tree for the pit and so on. So in a tower, it's like a more similar runs basically.
Yeah.
Less RNG and so on. And besides that, yeah, it's like shorter, I guess. And yeah, who knows what else they're gonna do, but. Yeah, we're hoping they're gonna do some more things at the tower over time, because it's just like not really fun enough right now. Compared to like D3 pushing, for example. D3 pushing was very fun, and this is like the thing that I was doing the most. You know, I've done just pushing, you know, for like thousands of hours in D3. And here, not so much. So it's very rare that I really enjoy the pushing in D4. So there's certainly some work to be done, I think. They don't necessarily make it the same as D3, but there's more things they could take from D3 to make it more interesting.
I think the cube is probably the best thing they yoinked from D3 and expanded upon it.
Yeah, it's more like the D2 cube, I guess. Like the D3 cube was mostly just the legendary powers you got, but that is now kind of in the talisman. So the talisman kind of has what the D3 cube was.
Well, I also like the thematics around it. It's like I always hate this in PoE when they make all these different things that you have to go to do all those different, like, I don't know, like the bench 3-to-1, and then you have to go here, then you have to go to this vendor, you have to go to that vendor. You kind of have that in D4 as well, but the cube kind of holds everything together. So
yeah, I think the cube is pretty well done. It's also fun to craft with it, I think. It's like, it's relatively simple, I think. You need to know like a few like ground rules basically, and then you can kind of do everything with it.
yep.
But yeah, it works out, I think. It's pretty good. Like once you've used it a little bit, you know exactly what to do to get the item you want. And you can do it just often enough, I feel, for it to not be tedious, but also I can get the stuff I need.
Stream gameplay frozen. Is that me or is that you?
Yeah, I had a game freeze for like a minute or so. I was just sitting here.
Rip. Do you have issues with D4 in terms of performance when you're streaming OBS and stuff?
Not for me, but I also have a pretty big machine, I guess. But I do know there's memory leaks, and I do know that some people have issues with it.
Damn. Yeah, my OBS froze yesterday, and then I had to disable hardware acceleration on my browser, and then it worked again. It was fucked up. I have a 4080. 4080 is not that bad. Let's be real.
That's been good.
4080 is totally fine.
Yeah, it might also be other stuff. Like, for example, I always have like the frame generation turned off and the ray tracing. I'm not sure if you have that.
Yeah, I disabled that. True.
I just don't trust it, so I'm not using that. And sometimes there can also be some fucked up stuff with the HD textures pack. I'm not sure if you downloaded that.
No, I didn't do that. That was, yeah, somebody told me, because I said 170 gigs, and then people told me, no, just disable this in the settings.
Yeah, but I also heard from someone who like had issues, and then they downloaded it without using the HD textures, and it just solved some issue for them as well. So just having them installed or some shit, it solved like some crash issue. So it's also kind of funny, huh? Yeah, a lot of weird stuff, to be honest, but it is what it is. You always have to like fiddle with it if you have issues.
Small indie company. What can you do?
Feels bad, man. Streamer is poor. Yeah, guys, you have to donate. Then you can get a 5090.
Streamers, but excuse me?
Yeah, 4080, man. This is like so last decade.
4080. That's totally fine. That is totally acceptable. I don't even want to know what a 5090 is. It 2K right now? That's not as bad as I thought it would be, honestly.
That sounds way too cheap.
That sounds... Is that true?
Chat, is this real? So the first result that I found is 3,700 euros for RTX 5090.
I mean, I could write it off my taxes, but then again, still.
And for that price, you can add 4 wheels and drive it, man. I can only afford 3 wheels. How about 2 and a stick of RAM?
Ooh. I got all the RAM in the world, though.
Only.
I bought before the crash.
So finish that fight first, I guess.
How do you like the look of the new PoE2 season? I'm sure you already watched some stuff.
Yeah, I watched the announcement, but not more than that. So
Okay.
I'm not sure what else came after that. I heard that some uniques were previewed and stuff, but I was like, kind
some
of too
teasers,
deep.
Yeah, nothing important. Yeah.
Yeah, I was too deep in D4, so to really care. So I'm gonna check this out when the launch happens, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it looked kind of nice. I think it's like kind of a typical GGG. You know, it's kind of too much deal, to be honest.
Yep.
So I like that they what they did generally, but it's like, oh my god, man! Now they're making everything so big. You know, it's like, man, they're just repeating Theory 1 again. It's like, oof.
I was saying the same thing. Yeah, like 100 runes and everything. They just
Yeah,
can't
exactly.
help themselves.
100 new socketables. I mean, can't they just be like 20? You know, like why do we need all this like 80 filler bullshit? Like, what?
I
Who
said this
cares?
when people were complaining. People were saying, "Oh, PoE2 is just gonna be an easier version of PoE1." It's like, no, they can't help themselves. Let's be real. They're always gonna make the same complex game over time. It's just gonna happen.
Yeah, yeah. This
It
is.
is.
You know, the update looks really nice, and all the work they've done looks amazing and stuff. But man, why do you have to add a 100 stocktables again? You know, it's like, please don't. Yeah, we already have so much. You know, like I don't even know what they want to add there. To be honest, like I look at the things, like when I make items or something in the planner, I was like, man, there's like these 3,000 different things already. Like, what else do you want to put there? Like, insane, man. It's just classic GGG, I guess. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, I'm definitely excited to do some PoE2 at some point again. So we'll probably check out the launch a bit. And then, since it's gonna be like a half a year league anyway, I'm just gonna go back to it later and do some more probably.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to play that much in like 0.4, unfortunately. So I did like one character. I didn't even like completely finish the one character, so that was a little bit too little for my taste. And wanna do more in 0.5.
Cool. How the new classes, by the way? Like, if I was gonna reroll into one of the new classes, would you go Pally or Warlock?
Okay, so Warlock is probably the most balanced class that we have in the entire game right now, actually. So it just kind of works, has a bunch of good builds.
So people told me it's budget Sork. It's for people, or let's say Walmart Sork or whatever. That's what people told me.
Yeah, I mean, Sork is completely busted right now. That's the main issue. Yeah.
Okay.
And apparently, it's not even relying on a bug. It's just busted. So there's that. And Warlock is just balanced. Yeah, so Warlock just works, and yeah, that's it. So, but yeah, it is. Yeah, the paladins are actually extremely weak. Like it's very surprising how weak paladins are. They were like absolutely dominating for 2 seasons now. Then they came out, they were like completely cracked. Like I don't know, we had like 20 guides on Paladin on Maxwell or something when they came out, and like 17 of those were S tier, kind of. So
Damn.
it was kind of crazy. And then they tuned it down a little bit in season 12, and I thought, okay, this is pretty good now. You know, they're probably going to keep it on the strong side because it's technically still an expansion class, even though we had early access basically. But no, they actually kind of gutted it, to be honest, in this patch. So it's kind of wild to see. And yeah, that time will come again. But it seems like paladins are definitely, yeah, they have like 2-3 builds that I hear people talk about that kind of work, and that's about it. So there's definitely a difference from what we had before. Warlock is fun though.
Warlock is somebody said you have a Warlock build. I don't know what it is about, but they said screen clutter everywhere. And is there multiple Warlock builds? Because you said it's balanced, or is there like?
Yeah, I mean we have. I think I made 5 or 6 guides for Warlock now.
Okay.
And we have a few more for Macro as well on Maxwell. So we have, I think we have 10 Warlock builds or something on Warlock now on Maxwell. So it's there's plenty of stuff. And yeah, there's like 2 or 3 of them that I would definitely say, okay, they're pretty, you know, good at everything.
Yeah.
And you know, others that are also like, you know, decently playable. If you really want to like them, then you can do that.
As long as they can clear tier 12 and have decent boss damage, I think I'm fine. Yeah. It just has to be fun, low button playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, T12 is definitely not a huge issue for a bunch of the Warlock builds.
Okay.
But yeah, my favorite is the Lunatic Warlock. I've been playing that the most. It's like a basic attack build, actually. It's very simple. It just kind of works. It's tanky, it's
Like
fast.
Shard of Araciel and shit like that, or
Actually, it doesn't have the shard, yeah. But
Okay.
you could run that if you want. But I left it out. And yeah, it's just kind of like very simple. You jump around all the time because you have almost infinite resource for that, and it kind of feels good. So, and you can run really fast, and you can transform into a lunatic. That's very fun.
Okay. Probably look into it. I don't know about the druid. Like, I don't want to play companions, and while the boulder build is good, I dislike the damage is kind of delayed with the earth set. It's weird.
Yeah, it has like this like ramp up and then boom like kind of mechanic, right? I'm
Yeah.
not sure 100% how
And
it works.
it's fine on bosses, obviously, but on white mobs, like I will run through stuff and it will just not die. So I'm losing a lot of XP by because if you look at the Sorks, for example, they're just running through stuff and everything dies. That's kind of what I was looking for, but that's not really what you get here.
Can't you run one of the other sets maybe? If you're like playing bear form, for example?
Sorry, what can I?
Can't you run one of the other sets maybe? Like if you're playing bear form
No,
anyway?
the set is broken. The set is beyond broken. Like I feel like the class is kind of balanced around the set, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh.
Because you're in bear form, you have to be in bear form because of that ring that gives you more damage per resolve. That gives you like 600% more damage. But I haven't looked into it. Maybe there is people who don't use the earth set.
Yeah, I
feel
mean,
like everybody's using that though.
if you're so OP from
Like
that ring,
100%
basically,
more crit
then maybe you can
damage.
use the bear set, and the bear set is just like more generic, I guess, and just kind of deals damage. I don't know.
I don't know, like just the 2 set. Yeah, I could just use the 2 set, I guess. If I find one of those mythic charms, I can go bear 5 set and then the other 2 set, right? Theoretically.
That's
The 2
that's a
set is
big if,
broken.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but the 2 set for the 2 set earth set is crazy. It's basically 100% more crit damage and like more damage taken on top. It's completely bonkers. And then the delayed damage is the 5 set bonus, from what I understand. So
Yeah, I haven't done Druid yet, so I'm not really sure how it all really comes together, but just an idea, so.
yeah, it's really tanky though. Like I'm enjoying the playstyle. It's just the delayed damage would be nice to have something else. I was looking into other builds, and it just seems like Sork Ball Lightning would exactly be what I want to play, but it seems almost too easy. Like it seems OP. So I don't know if I want to run that.
Yeah, Borderline is completely busted. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because even with this bug that they introduced, so they managed to bug it out and remove the core skill tag from it, which actually breaks a pretty important synergy. But even like that, people are clearing 150 pit with on a tower. It's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they did there, but oof, yeah. It's like literally 1,000 times stronger. And apparently it's not even bugged. It's just like, that's just how it works, yeah. It's just like 1,000 times better than anything else, yeah.
Damn. Do
Good shot.
flicker? Oh, the flicker set. I could do that, or I could do lacerate. People have told me I should try lacerate. The problem is if you're not bear, like this is what I kind of dislike about the class balance. There's always 1 or 2 items that deal 500% more damage, and if you don't use them, your class feels like shit. And the resolve stacking doesn't just make you almost invuln. It also gives you 13% more damage per stack, which is like in endgame 700%, 800% more damage, and it
Yeah.
only works in bear form.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's
play
just
that-
like messed
You
up,
play the
like
werewolf
oversight.
build. It's like you start at 1/10 of your damage.
Yeah.
And you also the bear ulti, right? It gives you 200% more damage. So, man,
I mean, a bear ulti can be a wolf ulti, I guess, but yeah, it's
that's true.
The
That's
resolve stacking is definitely a problem, I think.
true. Yeah,
And I mean, it's cool that this is a thing, right? That it can make a build and stack resolve, and this is like your damage scaler, basically. I like the idea of it, but the fact that it's like a 800 multi, which is like the same as all of the other items combined, is a bit busted, yeah, for sure.
bit busted.
So yeah, I guess they kind of have an oversight there. Maybe they thought that maximum resolve didn't even exist anymore, and then somehow they left it in, and here we are, or something like that. So I think this is probably more what's happening. You know, like if you look at the numbers of like Glint's Anvil and this ring, it makes the most sense if you assume there's just like no resolve temper, right? Then it makes sense.
Yeah.
So
The tempers are cracked, and also I think the biggest issue is they have a pretty hard task because they're, in terms of scaling, they're going from all this additive damage to all these multipliers, right? Like the buckets are now different, so they probably forgot a lot of stuff is OP now,
yeah.
and they just have to rebalance it over time because the gearing is pretty different now.
Yeah, the multiplier on gear is actually really good. I think this was such a good change, because that's also what you talked about earlier, right? With the gear chase and stuff, like they actually matter all the way through your progression, and you know, all the way into the late game. Like you still work on your gear, you still try to get a higher multi, and previously like you just didn't care about this at all, right? It's like the stats on your gear, okay, life, main stat, some crit, some attack speed, you're done, and it never really changes. And now I actually have like all these stats that I want to maximize as much as possible, and it's kind of cool.
It's a little bit weird that I guess crit damage, vuln damage, all damage, they're all different values, which basically makes all damage useless almost, but also not, right? Like they're different buckets from what I understand. I was still gonna watch that bucket video, but I haven't yet.
Yeah, they're all separate categories, so you usually mix them anyway. And
But they're additive with each other, right?
yeah, exactly. So they're additive to each other. They're separate multipliers, and they don't add to the base multiplier of their category. So vulnerable, just vulnerable is 20% multi, and if you have vulnerable damage on your gear, that is then separate as well. And the same with crit.
Okay.
Crit is a 50 multi, and then when you have crit multi on your gear, that is also separate multi. So it doesn't add to the base, basically.
Yeah, they made it a little bit weird though, because now they have the times, right? And the plus. That's what they had before. And now the times doesn't mean that anymore though, because the times is additive with each other. Do you know what I mean? So it's
Yeah,
kind
it's
of almost more confusing.
yeah. The tooltips is definitely a huge issue in this game, I think. But it's yeah, we try to teach them. Maybe maybe someday. Yeah.
But like, I guess what I wanted to say as well is it's way harder to balance now, because the more multipliers you have in your game, the harder it is to balance your game. If you look at, for example, PoE, one of the reasons they do it well is because they have a very low amount of multipliers, actually, funnily enough. Like, very low amount of multipliers on their gear. And, for example, Torchlight is the exact opposite. Everything is a multiplier. And then you have D4 kind of somewhere in the middle, and it's probably a shit show to balance. Because, I mean, one class that has 4 extra multipliers, which is not that much in terms of like gearing or whatnot, or Barb, which has more weapons, right? Like they have to compensate for that, and all of a sudden you're dealing 10 times the damage. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that hard to balance. It's just that they just need to be aware of that discrepancy between classes, right? Like Barbs have more weapons, Rogues have more weapons, and they can do small things to, you know, keep the power curve similar, right? So, for example,
It can.
you
It's
know,
a lot of work.
no, not even. I think, you know, you can nerf glyphs, you can nerf Paragon nodes on those classes, for example, because they kind of come online at a similar time when you get the aspects and you get, you know, more weapons with like bigger multis and so on, right? It's like both kind of late game things, and so like the starting point is kind of like similar across the classes, and then the scaling in late game can be similar if they make sure that, you know, the Barbs and the Rogues lose something else along the way, right? Like the Paragons, for example. So I don't think it's that hard to do, to be honest. But obviously you have to be more mindful.
You have to keep track of everything, and stuff can't be bugged. That as well.
Yeah, that's really the biggest issue with balance, to be honest. Most of the time it's just the bugged builds that are on the top. And in a scenario where stuff is not bugged, things are actually kind of okay.
Alright. PoE2 is similar right now, so it's probably just because they reworked everything right now in D4. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. It's not as bad as when Spiritborn came out. I remember that.
Yeah, Spiritborn was a shit show, for sure. And also, like, because, like, the way that people then, like, killed the 150 bosses was also completely fucked. With, like, this, Fell Soothsayer aspect that was, like, this killing blow echo that would spread to other targets, and then it could, like, chain react from target to target to target. So you had to get a boss that had ads, and then get lucky that it chain reacts. And then I think you also had to get lucky with Fist of Fate to roll high every time. And then you would one-shot the boss. And otherwise you would just not do any damage to him. Like it was completely fucked, man.
That
And
sounds
people were
fucked up.
seriously doing this, man. I can't believe this. Yeah. But some people were doing this, yeah. But yeah, anyway. It's kind of funny, actually, because Spiritborn, when it came out, it wasn't even that OP, like, on paper or something. But yeah, they had, like, the perfect storm of, like, 6 different bugs interacting, basically. That made it, like, ridiculous. And the funny part is, before the game launched, there was, like, this press release, you know, like, 1 week early or something, you know, like they did now with D4, but this time, like, the content creators were excluded from this. So it was just, like, media and stuff. But last time in Vessel of Hater, we did play it, actually. And we did test the Spiritborn, and, you know, we were able to prepare stuff and bug reported a lot of things and so on. But yeah, like, this combo of bugs, like, I purposely dodged all of them, basically, as I was testing. It was kind of funny, actually. Because in the test, like, I remember that this is, like, super fucked. Like, there was, like, no material stopping. Like, you could not imprint anything. You could not masterwork or temper anything. Because you didn't have iron chunks, I remember that. So the testing was so
Oh
scuffed.
yeah. I remember that. Like everything was. Dude, okay, can I talk to you about Chaos Armor for a second? Why didn't they keep Chaos Armor? That was like my favorite thing when they introduced that.
Uh,
Do you know why? Did they ever say why? I love that shit.
yeah, I guess it was probably... It's kind of like a little bit what you have in the Talisman now, I guess, with the charms and so on, right? It's like do-it-yourself Chaos Armor kind of deal. But
Yeah.
not quite there yet, I guess. But if they ever make these Mythic Seals a bit more viable with the like multiple unique charms and stuff, then I think it's gonna bring back these Chaos Armor vibes in a big way. But right now they're just kind of too weak, unfortunately, and the sets are too good, so you can't really do it. But maybe with some balancing, it's gonna be there.
Damn.
But
That's
yeah.
probably my favorite D4 patch from what I remember.
Yeah, Chaos Armor season was definitely well received. I also liked it. But also it was a bit too crazy and too random, I feel. So
Yeah.
I think they kind of tried to like tune it down a bit, and now we have the unique charms basically. That is probably what the Chaos Armor season became now, I think.
Makes sense. Just got a Emmy upgrade. +2 to nature magic skills. Holy.
Nice.
Levels are not as good as they used to be though, right? From what I understand.
Yeah, I mean, you just have a lot more ranks, and they kind of scale the same. Like, usually it's plus 10% per level from the base value, so it's not like in PoE where it's like multiplicative, like 10% or something every time. So, yeah, they kind of scale down really fast. But it's not bad to have like +3 on your neck or something. It's an okay stat, which is usually comparable to like another offensive stat, or maybe even slightly better. And if you can, for example, overlap this, like maybe you also have your Bulwark that is also nature magic, and that gets a bit better, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So this is mostly where you find the value in the ranks, yes. Are you gonna make an alt? Are you gonna place anything else after the druid? They asked me about
I
you
was
know,
thinking
Warlock
about
or
it.
Paladin, but are you gonna make
Warlock
it?
probably. Yeah, Warlock. If I find a build that I like, I might play Warlock. I don't know. GGG is putting out a lot of teasers, but it's like piecemeal basically. Like every day there's like one small video, and patch notes are on the 21st. I still have some time. To
Okay.
kill. So probably one more character. I just I don't like that the war plans are not carried over, but I'm only level 3 anyway, so it's not the end of the world. And I'm assuming, so somebody told me I should collect the tree caches and then just make an alt and open 8 of them, and then I'm level 70 immediately. So
Yes.
maybe I just do that.
Yeah, this is like, you can just self-boost very easily with the caches. And I
Yeah.
think the gift of the tree might even give you the XP as well, so maybe it's even less now, so...
Okay. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing one of the new classes. There's also some completions on the journey that are tied to leveling a warlock or paladin, from what I've seen. So
Ah, yeah, true actually. But I think they are like optional, no?
oh yeah, they might be. Yeah, true.
One day maybe it's will be viable. Surely we get the promised balancing of skill ranks in PoE 2. Did they promise that?
They said rarity and skill ranks they don't like, but I mean, they didn't commit to this patch, so I wouldn't hold my breath. Plus two levels, I don't even think it's a massive issue, but it's a massive issue while leveling for sure. Like leveling, it's fucked up. If you're leveling if you ever level a caster, you will ask people how it went, and they will tell you completely different stories because one of them got a +2, and one of them didn't. Or one of them even got a +3 to their relevant element, and they do like double damage, like straight up just double damage. It's crazy.
Yeah, I agree with that actually. I noticed the same. Like it's such an important thing for casters especially, but also like for example the essence, right? It's like okay, you go into maps, you have like an okay weapon, you find your first essence of battle, you slap it on there, boom, double damage, like no matter what, right? No matter if you remove my 15 attack speed, like I don't care, you know, just do it. So it's kind of crazy. I think that should be tuned down for sure.
The main issue is also in endgame, they have a lot of uniques that are interesting, but if they don't have +2 levels, they're mostly useless unless they're completely broken. They have to be completely broken. Like they show new uniques. If they don't have +2 levels, you can basically throw them in the gutter, in the trash.
Yeah.
So also awkward.
Yeah, maybe they just have to like rebalance the endgame like skill ranks a little bit or something. I think for the campaign and everything this is fine, but maybe like after 20, like maybe skill ranks just need to scale less or something. Maybe that would already help.
So the problem they have is in PoE 1 it's fine because in PoE 1 you have flat damage on gear, and then you have gem levels, and the gem levels also give you flat damage, so they compete with each other. So you have this like give and take of if you have a flat damage scaler, you don't need too many levels. If you have a lot of levels, flat damage sucks. And it depends on the build. But in PoE 2, there is nothing like this. So like the spells do not have a damage effectiveness.
Yeah.
There's no spell flat damage in the whole game. So with that in mind, levels is the only place where you can even scale it. But yeah, that's the biggest issue.
Yeah, that's well said for sure. Like, what would be a solution though? Like, do you think they should just add flat damage?
I don't think it's necessary. They can probably just tone down the level scaling, or make it like an implicit on weapons that upgrade over time. Like you get better and better weapon level. I don't know. It's just I don't even know if they should do anything about it. We have this a lot. We have movement speed on boots, which you can't really play without movement speed on boots either. There are these must-have stats, and usually it's not that big of a deal. I think it's really just a big deal for like campaign and for balancing uniques. That's really it. At the end of the day, I don't even know if they should do anything. Rarity is a completely different beast when it comes to being an issue.
I think rarity needs to go, man. I know there's some MF enjoyers, but I'm not one of them, I must say.
No, you can still have your rarity. Just put it on the make a progression tree or something. Give people that by playing, and remove it from gear. That's literally it. That's all you need to do.
Oh,
just
so
separate it from gear.
The D3 approach, actually.
Yeah.
You know, like the vanilla paragons in D3? That was exactly that, actually.
I do remember, yeah. I do remember.
Ah, D3 was ahead of its time. That's all, actually. Holy. Yeah, but I agree. I think this is a good way to solve this. You can still like kind of like ramp it up as you go. I mean, we have the other that also does that, right? You kind of juice it up there, but I think the other is more about like customization and like, you know, getting cool stuff. And then it's kind of like steady. Okay, you get more stuff, right? Is also nice. And if that somehow scales in a similar way like before, then that'll be cool.
By the way, do you know are bosses considered unstoppable most of the time? Like the mod that gives you more damage against unstoppable, is that a good mod?
No, bosses are never unstoppable.
They're never unstoppable. Okay, so I was lied to. All right. Chat, you're on the chopping block. Somebody earlier said that. I'm gonna find you. I'm just telling you.
Uh-oh. Someone's gonna get axed here.
God damn it.
Yeah, when staggered, they're especially not unstoppable, yeah. Because they're CC'd. Yeah, so they're either nothing or they're CC'd.
Then they're crowd controlled. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're crowd controlled.
And
Or what's the other word? There's a new multiplier. They're called. They are.
incapacitated.
Incapacitated.
Yeah.
Is that
So
something?
what you know about stagger is that it counts as every CC for like all three multipliers. So when a boss is staggered, everything works.
Yeah. In high pit levels, mobs are usually unstoppable. Okay.
Yeah, in high pits, fights are long enough that monsters become unstoppable. And if you don't rely on dealing damage while they are CC'd, like there's some mechanics, for example, Rogue has like a Paragon board where you do more damage against CC'd enemies and stuff. But not every class has that necessarily, or you can maybe try to build around not having it. And then you can actually have this aspect, for example, on your neck with the Transfigure. And yeah, it's pretty good then. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. But there's also other aspects that are just a bit more like universal and just work in all scenarios, including on the boss. And especially when it comes to like pushing high tiers, usually bosses are the big problem. So almost everyone kind of needs to focus on single target as much as they can in order to take down the bosses in like pushing scenarios.
Okay.
Although this might also shift now a little bit. There's this Signet of Pelgain ring that can give you like some huge damage ramp over time. I haven't gotten it to work yet, but I have heard that it is actually functional on bosses. And there's like some bug that can make it not work on bosses. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what is going on. But that is kind of the solution potentially. Like Banish was stricken a little bit from Diablo 3 if you know it. Is like you do more damage over time basically in a long fight.
Oh yeah, no, I do. I think I've seen that one.
And yeah, but I didn't manage to get it to work, so I didn't actually do my push of it last week. I was like pushing for Warlock rank 1 on hardcore. And I used it actually, and it just didn't work for me, so I had to drop it again. But apparently it is working under some circumstances. So I need to figure out what exactly is going on.
Transmute Miami. What did I get?
Yeah, make sure you use the prism.
I did use the prism, yeah? Right? Yeah, I did. Wait, what did I get? Did I get nothing? Is that an option?
No. But it might be a GA, so it's not so easy to see.
Could it be a life GA? Because I rolled it.
Yeah, if you roll it,
It
then...
wouldn't show on the left side if I rolled it, right? If it's my...
Yeah, you can
reroll
only tell from the number, basically.
Okay, I didn't pay attention, but there you go.
Now, what I meant is, the Transfigure with the prison on the amulet, there is one where you can add the aspect on the neck. The Kulian tuning prism. Have you done that?
Wait, I did that. I literally did that, but now it says it added a... No, I did that. I don't know why it has the transfigured thingy next to it now, but...
I think it still shows the icon anyway, yeah. Even if you didn't make it unmodifiable.
I did put the second one on before. Yeah.
Okay.
But then what did it do to this mod?
No, it doesn't do anything to any mods. It just adds an aspect.
Yeah, no, but the transfigure after...
Okay, then that might have been just a GA and you didn't notice it.
Okay, yeah, probably just life GA. Yeah.
It always does something, so... There's not like a nothing outcome, basically.
Yeah. No, I did reroll, Milo. I did reroll it over and over and over until I got this overpower thing. It's fine. We're good. Oh, I can tell if it has a GA on top? No. Oh, yeah, I can actually. You're right. It shows me different amount of stars, right? Yeah, it did. Okay, it did GA to life. It just doesn't show because that was the mod I rolled into. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah,
oh, thanks for the prime earlier, by the way, Bumpy.
Upgrade everything.
Just saw that.
Mythic uniques as well. There's a lot of things to upgrade. Level 150 glyphs.
Are you gonna get them?
I don't think so. I'll probably just roll a second character.
Yeah, it's quite a grind to get a Glistana 50 if you don't have a build that can actually do, you know, comfortable 140 plus or something. So there's not many of those.
Yeah. I don't want to play meta builds right now. Although,
I mean, 700% damage on the ring is relatively meta, I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty meta, but Boulder is not that meta.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe
mostly
Druid
just
overall is
companion
just not that crazy compared to the other classes, even with the ring.
I heard Companion Druid is pretty good, but obviously not compared to like Barb or Sork.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with Companion that it always had is that it's just kind of clunky. Like, I don't like playing it. It's just... Oof.
I don't like it. It doesn't look fun to me.
Yeah, like, it also, like, you have a very inconsistent output because you always rely on this lucky hit cooldown reset for it to even press the button. Like, you can't even press the Companions until you get that thing. So it's like... There was like a really cool build, like a Raven's... Sorry?
Sorry, which one is the meta Companion build? Is that the one where the bears are jumping around, or is it the other one?
I actually don't know what they're doing, to be honest. I guess you can see it on leaderboard. But, yeah, like, at least like back in the day, like there was this wolves build. So usually it was like a wolf companion, and you press the button, and it does like gigantic single target damage. But then it has like this super tiny AOE, and you have to play around this cooldown reset, which is a lucky hit effect. So it was always kind of scuffed, man. And then in season 10 there was actually a Ravens build with the Chaos Armors and the Chaos Powers. There was like one where your Ravens became a core skill, and it just cost resources, and you can just spam it. And that was so nice, man. And also, you were able to cast it while moving. Like, these companion skills can be cast while moving. So you were actually just, like, walking at full speed and casting your AoE Ravens everywhere. And that was so fun, man.
Jesus.
Is
there a Ravens build in the game right now?
I think it's a playable build as well, yeah. But I'm not sure if it's, like, better or worse than, like, the other companion options. But, yeah, that was so cool. That actually really reminded me of playing like a PoE 2 build as well. It was like, you know, I was actually playing WSD for that, and then casting everywhere with right click. It was so nice. And I told them, guys, please, the expansion, do it. Yeah, but
leave it in, please.
Yeah, we didn't get unlucky. So
I like what they did with the unique powers, because I always hated having to run shitty uniques with shitty stats just to get the power. It felt bad. Like I remember this on Boulder specifically, running that shitty Emmy, and now you just get it on the tree, or you can get it with a what's it called, charm? Yeah, with a charm.
Yeah, the unique item chase is definitely exciting now, I think, with the random stats. So they can basically just be the same as legendaries, but it's like way harder to get them. And yeah, it's a very cool way to do it, I think. Like, with also how they have balanced uniques, like most of them are not necessarily like mandatory to make a build, but they're just like a kind of like an upgrade in most cases. I mean, some of them have like special effects that you really want, but not always. Yeah. Some of them are just like, okay, I want to have this, but only if I get a really good roll, and then they kind of have like another power spike to work towards. It's kind of nice.
I can definitely see playing this on next release if it lines up. I just have so much to play right now. PoE1, PoE2, Torchlight, now this. At least last Epoch doesn't put on any updates. One update per year.
Oof, saved, yeah.
Holy. We're safe there.
Thanks, last Epoch. For having our backs.
Sheesh.
That's a very funny way to put it, man, but kind of true, man. Oof.
I don't know, man. I hope they find back to their rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, what is the rhythm even, to be honest? So
I don't know.
Like, they didn't have like any release like less than 5 or 6 months apart the last 2 years or something, so that is the rhythm, I guess.
They had so much traction on release as well. It's kind of crazy.
They had one? Yeah, exactly. It's like, I really like last Epoch. It's always fun to play a new season.
I
And
agree.
they do put out good updates as well. Like, you know, when they actually bring out the season, it's really nice most of the time. But man, they are fucking slow, dude. And it just
Yeah.
kind of completely kills like the momentum and the community, and there's no like main last Epoch players, right? There's like main PoE guys, there's main Diablo guys.
Most of them left. Most of them left. Like the ones that I know are now more variety. Like for example, Dread. I don't know if you know him, but he does like a lot of YouTube, and he's just yeah. I mean, you can't be a main Last Epoch creator right now. It's just you never know what's gonna happen. Maybe
Yeah,
now
exactly.
after the acquisition, they can find a rhythm. I don't know.
Yeah, but will the acquisition itself really help them? I don't know. So, like, you know, they earned so much fucking money from the 1.0 launch, right?
I don't
Like,
think it's a money
still,
thing. I think
yeah,
it's a people thing.
yeah,
100%.
maybe.
Like they had this during early access as well. They had very infrequent releases, and for 3 to 4 years they didn't do as much as you might think. So maybe they're getting more people, right? Maybe different people have more of a structure, and then well, I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
the thing is, you know, this is like 2.5 years now. You know, this
Yeah, I
1.0
know.
was two and
I
a
get
half
that.
years ago. It's
I
like,
get that, but it doesn't matter. Then again, it doesn't matter. Like D4 is getting better and better now. If Last Epoch's getting better and better now, you know how people will come back. It doesn't matter.
yeah, okay,
When it's
they
gonna
will,
get-
but it's
People come back.
it's still wild, right? Like, I'm not sure what they've been doing, but I mean, you know, the thing is that Last Epoch already came out outdated, right? And now they're also just kind of so slow past the launch. Like, you know, like, I don't know what they're planning to do like in the next few years, you know? Like, how are they going to keep up with PoE and D4 or something? Like, I mean,
Well, the
okay, we
problem
don't
they
we
really
don't
have
expect them to
is-
be on the same level, right? But there needs to be like a reason for people to kind of come back to Last Epoch, and that is going to be tough,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, they came out in I think 2019 or so. They released the early access, and back then, if you remember, there was D3, PoE1, and that was kind of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously,
Like back then, they had like,
back then
yeah,
it made sense.
yeah.
But now there's like PoE2, D4 is getting better. Like there's now way more Torchlight Infinite, right? Like there's a lot of competition, believe it or not. It's a completely different landscape now.
Yeah, exactly. And if they had just put out the same work that they did, but like, I don't know, I wouldn't say twice as fast because maybe that's unrealistic, but I feel like it could be faster, right? Let's say they would be 50% faster, just like with their patches, and we would not be on season, what are we now, 4? I don't know, season 4 or
Are we
5?
even 3, I think.
3? No, I think it's season 4 right now, right?
The Dino season. The
Yeah, the
current
Dino season was
and
season
then
3, exactly, and now we have season 4 with the Omens.
3.
Yeah. Okay, so if it was not season 4, but if it was at least season 8 now, you know, or something like that, or season 7, then I would say, yeah, okay, you know, they're getting somewhere. But it's just like, ugh, everyone else is just putting out so much more shit. That's the thing.
Yeah. It's gonna be rough. What do I do on my Paragon after I'm done with the runes? Do I just pick life notes or
What level are you now?
161?
Okay, so you have the 4 legendary nodes and the 5 glyphs.
Yep.
Yeah, so at that point it's basically just pick up, you know, like more nodes around your glyphs if they're leveled and they do something, and then
Do you do life first or do you do that first?
I mean, kind of like depending on what you need, right? If you feel like you're too squishy, then maybe go for some life clusters or some risk cluster. So it's kind of like, yeah, depending on how it goes, you know. They have relatively comparable value, I guess. I guess defensive nodes stay relatively similar in value, where offensive nodes, they kind of like, you know, they fall off a little bit as you have more and more.
Yeah.
So there's that, I guess. So maybe try to pick up some offense if you feel like you need a bit more damage in T12 right now. Or, you know, whatever is kind of like nearby, and you can grab maybe a few nodes and so on. So it doesn't matter too much most of the time. It's more like you feel it out, and worst case you can also respec a few points, so it costs nothing. So
Yeah. My gears coming together.
yeah, I mean at 170 Paragon now almost. Are you in T12 actually? What are you doing?
I'm pretty sure I'll try it. Let's try it. I've been kind of just hovering in tier 10.
Okay. I mean, it's quite a jump. So each torment is, I'm not sure how much, but it's like a few times more. So you can definitely notice.
Yeah, we'll see.
But if you're like kind of overkilling everything, like a good benchmark is always the lair bosses. So if you can like delete their bosses in like a few seconds, then maybe it's time to go up by +1.
Mm-hmm.
And since you have the lair bosses on your tree, you always kind of like have like benchmark there basically, or like on the wall plants, I mean.
Yeah, I think defense is fine because resolve stacks and everything, but
How much toughness do you have when you're running around with resolve?
how much toughness? I think I'll have to check. I'll check in a sec. I think it was 5 mil. I don't know if that's a lot though. I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm starting to pick up life nodes and I don't have my armor and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I hear people getting to like 20 or 30 million or some shit, like it's crazy. But yeah, 5 mil
Yeah,
is
yeah.
roughly, like without resolve stacking and that bullshit, it does roughly like a good endgame hardcore character is like 5 million.
Ah, okay.
So, just to give you like a bit of an idea, this is like roughly what I have on my warlocks and hardcore. And then other classes, okay, they can get more, like the warlock defensive kit is pretty weak to be fair. So, it's just kind of like what you can squeeze out.
5 point. Okay, 7. Okay, 9. No, it's going up. 9.6 mil. It seems like toughness.
Yeah, okay, you're good for everything with that, yeah. Like at 10 million, they can actually start tanking like T12 and Fisto attacks as well.
Really? Yeah, damage seems okay, even in tier 12. I feel like we're chilling. So what are you playing right now? What build?
I'm playing Death Trap Rogue.
Ooh, Death Trap. I remember that was a meta build from back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different now than it was. Like these days, Death Trap is actually the skill that you do. There's like you basically spam it like a core skill. Back then, it was okay. You cast it like every few seconds or something to like pull the pack in, and then you like deleted them with Death Trap with Twisting Blades or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, now it's actually the build. So that has been around for a while now, and it's very good, very fast build.
Yeah.
It has insane AoE, and once like it's very hard to set up. You need like insane gear to even like play this. It's very interesting because we don't have many
Why is
builds like that.
Is there breakpoint stuff, or is
Yeah.
it just low damage and you need?
Yeah,
the
there's
damage?
multiple breakpoints that you need, and if you don't have those, the build is not functional. So it's kind of cool, you know. It definitely gives a bit of like these like PoE endgame build vibes where you piece it all together and then it finally works. We don't have many things like that in D4, but this is one of them. And in fact, like I had to get 4 separate items, all with a GA cooldown roll, and then masterwork it up and put cooldown on it, and to get a GA temper, and then and to do all that. And then I also had to get 1 item transfigured with cooldown to actually get the final bit of cooldown. So I had to like.
Jesus. So what's the breakpoint with? What's the breakpoint you have to reach? What do you need the breakpoint for?
Okay, so there's a reset mechanic for your Death Trap. So it's an ultimate skill with it has standard 60-second cooldown.
Yeah.
And with one of the upgrades, you can make it 45 seconds, I think. Yes, you can make it 45 seconds. And then you can stack enough cooldown reduction that you get it down to 15 seconds. And at 15 seconds, you can get a triple reset of your preparation effect, which is the class mechanic on Rogue, which says which says every 75 energy you spend, you get -5 seconds on your ultimate. And you try to reach 225 maximum energy, so that you triple proc it for -15 seconds. So you try to get your Death Trap down to 15 seconds, and you try to get 225 energy, and then you also have to get the breakpoint of actually generating that energy every single cast. So, and that is done with, there's an aspect where when you cast your ultimate, you get energy back, but it's depending on the skill rank. So for every rank, you get X energy. So depending on how good your aspect is, you need more ranks. So you have to like scale the ranks for the talisman ranks. And yeah, so there's a lot of stuff you have to do at the same time, and then it works.
Okay, well that sounds pretty easy.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is I should reroll a rogue right now.
I mean, it's a pretty good build. Yeah, it's not like the best build, but it's really good. So
What's the best rogue build right now? I know that was an abuse with like infinite damage and everybody was like 150 on the leaderboards, but that got removed, right?
copium, yeah. No, that is still there actually. So they did fix. There was an infinite progress bug. So people were just spawning the boss, doing nothing in 20 seconds, and then they would also one-shot the boss. So now they can only one-shot the boss, but they have to actually play through the map.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's great. And they didn't actually fix the infinite damage bug, yeah. So this is like a pen shot. There's a bug that just insta-kills some things sometimes. And you can somehow abuse it to do it more reliably. I'm not sure exactly how it works actually.
Mm-hmm. Is there like a one button rogue build, like a really comfy, fast clear? Because you guys have a lot of move speed, right?
Yeah.
It just looks really good. Like I noticed they now have it's now a lot easier to check which movement speed actually is multiplicative and which isn't, right? Because you have the plus and the times.
Well, I will tell you some words of wisdom, okay, on your journey.
Yeah.
Don't trust the tooltip.
Oh my god, not again. God.
You never do that in this game, okay? You always double check.
Okay. Dance of Knives, people are saying right now.
Yeah, so there are some things that go over the movement cap, which is normally 200. And like especially skill-related boosts are going over the cap, I noticed.
Yeah.
There's also one aspect I found, which is Ghostwalker aspect. Yeah, so there are a few things, but you always want to double check that kind of stuff.
I'm prepared. I mean, I could reroll into Rogue and just go Dance of Knives or something. I remember Dance of Knives when it first came out. It was pretty clunky, or at least Milky played it and he said it was clunky. But I don't know if they fixed that.
Yeah, I actually started as a nice rogue. I played it all the way from 1 to T12, and that was pretty good vibes actually.
Okay.
It just works now.
Is it strong?
Yeah.
Is it fast?
Yeah, it just works. So you just load it up and start blasting, and it just deletes everything at some point. So
It just kind of plays like Whirlwind-ish?
I would say so, yeah. And then you can also still do like dashing and shadow stepping and stuff if you want to go faster. So you don't have to, but you know, you can just hold down the button, but you can also dash around.
Okay.
And then you have your clone also spinning.
Reset stacks if you TP or something.
No, there's no stacks. It just costs resource now, and you get the resources back very easily. Thanks to, for example, like a hit restore resource on your ring or something. You can temper that, and this is all you need basically. So. And then there's also various ways of playing it. There's like the pure Dance of Knives with cold imbue, then there's one with poison imbue, there's one where you proc the poison traps if you want, and that can give you AoE as well. So there's like various ways of actually playing this build, and they're all pretty solid. So
World boss. Oh shit.
yeah, too late.
Too late.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, like on hardcore, you can go to the world boss like a minute or two late and still get it sometimes. But yeah, on softcore, no way. So on softcore, you need to be there.
It's already gone. I'll go there and cry.
Yeah, you're gonna cry.
I saw last time, the world bosses are now getting one shot.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's also like the instance handling is different between hardcore and softcore, I think, because they're different honors for people. But like in hardcore, I managed to go to the world boss area once, like 9 minutes late, and I got my own instance, and I was able to do the boss. So that was insane, yeah. So that can happen, yeah. But in softcore, this just doesn't happen. You have to be there. Yeah, in hardcore, if you play crossplay off, you're playing SSF basically. There's no one. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's no one in town. There's no one at the world boss. Dude, I met like 5 people this entire season at the world boss or something. Before I started this rogue. I'm playing this rogue on softcore right now because I want to do Mephisto practice and stuff. And also like the season start like practice basically. But yeah, usually I play only hardcore, and yeah, hardcore crossplay off, there's like no one, man. It's funny.
Where are the hardcore gamers at?
Yeah, I mean, okay, a new expansion, it is actually really rough to play hardcore, I must say. Like on the Warlock, I've actually died twice already on the Warlock. Both to
To,
Fire
like,
Enchanted.
because that's what I died to.
Huh?
Like just after death effects. That's
Yeah,
it.
exactly. It was Fire Enchanted, both of them actually. So,
Yeah.
oof. One of them had the
I
Mythic
died
Seal
through,
as
like,
well.
60 resolve
Unlucky.
stacks in tier 10 or something. To like, even though I had 60 resolve stacks up, some explodey killed me. I was like,
Yeah,
what the hell
it's
is
really
going on?
rough. And on the Warlock, like, like all these visuals also perfectly blend in because everything is fucking fire that you do. Like, you don't see anything.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy.
Is Warlock? What does Warlock even do defensively?
Yeah, you die, I guess.
Do you have anything broken like barb or like resolve stacks or anything like that, or
No.
nothing? Just
Yeah,
normal stuff.
okay, Warlock has Weaken.
Tyrells? Do you go like Tyrells and stuff?
I was running Tyraels on something, but it's an Exile is not that much better than just a normal chest if you really try. So I did have a good Tyraels though, so I was actually running that for a while since I also got a nice transfiguration on it.
Huh.
But yeah, you have Weaken, and then you just try to stack life, armor, res where you can. And
Okay.
there are a few builds that have some slight defensive glyphs you can do. And there's one defensive Paragon board that gives like 25 DR, but it's like DR on the enemy and not DR on the character, so that is, you know, not good for like on-death effects.
Mhm.
But yeah, like the Warlock kit is really weak defensively. So
And
there's a
Rogue
lot.
is really good because somebody said earlier they're like really tanky on Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue is definitely better, I would say. Like Dark Shrouds are kind of nice. And I mean, I'm playing a very squish Rogue build, and even here I have kind of comparable toughness to my like Warlocks, even though I have like 0 defensive aspects. So that's kind of wild.
Okay.
But yeah, Rogue is definitely a bit better off. And Rogue also has like pretty good range builds right now. A lot of Warlock stuff is more close range, I would say.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hardcore Warlock is definitely oof, yeah. And I'm not really too keen to play too many hardcore Warlock builds, so we'll see. But yeah.
I might look into that's some knives.
Yeah, Dance of Knives is vibing for sure. And you can also very easily transition to other builds and try some of the other core skills also, because you kind of build your rogues relatively similar. There's like basically like the cold imbue kit, and then there's like the poison imbue kit, and they have like very similar
Or
synergies.
skill, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a few things that you have to adjust for each of them, but you can very easily pivot over to something else. Yeah, I'm really happy to play ranged rogue, and it's just good. So I had a good time on ranged in general on rogue. Because I was kind of
So
like
that pin
missing.
shot is ranged? That
Yeah.
broken thing?
Yeah, pen shot is the buggy one, but it's only one of the 3 variants that has the bug of the shades. There's also like two other variants, mostly one other variant. Like the third one is kind of bad, I feel, but yeah, there's one other competitive one that's not buggy. And yeah, like Barrage, I played multi-shot. It's basically like the free multi-shot from Demon Hunter. It's kind of nice.
Is there one that isn't done to death that's maybe like a little bit under the radar, you think?
On Rogue,
Yeah.
I mean, there's like some meme stuff you could be experimenting with, but I'm not sure if that's really gonna go anywhere, like arrow storm stuff or rain of arrows. But I don't really believe
Okay.
too much into any of that right now.
Mhm.
But yeah, just have a nice variety of core skills on Rogue now. So if you don't like one, you just take another.
Sounds good. I will say playing in a party in this game is so fucking busted. It is such a crazy difference.
Yes.
Sharing your tributes and everything.
Yeah, it's completely crazy. Yeah, also
Probably
like
worse because I started late and everybody already has gear, but still, like the amount of advantage you get from playing in a party in this game is cracked.
yeah, true. Like I play entirely SSF this season. I haven't done actually anything in party, not even like a tribute shared or anything. And yeah, it's really fun. But yeah, if you look at the people like on leaderboards, it's crazy. People are waiting for SSF for sure, for like the competitive part. I mean, it's okay that, you know, party play gives you advantages and all that, but, you know, with a leaderboard in the game, it's kind of messed up for sure.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, you know, the stuff that people have on leaderboards, and then people start comparing themselves, and like, why can't I do like a pit 140 with my character? I'm stuck in 104. Yeah. So it's like, and then look at the gear and all the stuff they have. And then, okay, on top of that, we also have RMT. Like, RMT is a huge problem here, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it is a massive issue, actually, for the leaderboards. Yeah. Like, people are swiping hard, I tell you.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
Damn.
And, yeah, on top of that, you also have a bunch of exploits. You know, there were like some exploits to farm like infinite treasure maps, like treasure goblins. And there was another exploit, I think, to infinitely farm the nemesis layers. If you have done those with the double bosses from their bosses. And then there's like, I'm not sure if that's still a thing, but there used to be an exploit to farm infinite mythic pranksters, which is probably something I've never even seen. So that is like a goblin that can drop mythics in a dungeon, and you can like reset that dungeon.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I've seen that. Okay, yeah, so there's lots of funny stuff going on. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the gear that people have, it's like extremely unrealistic to ever get there. Like even for me, so.
Damn.
Even if I stay on the same build, you know, all the time, like no way. So.
Yeah, it must be annoying if you're solo. You're basically getting compared to those people all the time, right? Like it's similar in PoE.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, in hardcore, it's like a lot more clean, I guess. You know, people don't really RMT there, and you know, there's not that much group player and so on.
I know.
So yeah, hardcore is relatively safe from all that, I would say. But yeah, on softcore, it's a completely different world, man. Like it's insane. And it's just not just a few top people, like you know, like there's like dozens on every leaderboard or something. You know, it's insane. They go like completely crazy. So yeah, in terms of like competitiveness, it's kind of rough at least. Yeah. Well, hardcore is fun though, because hardcore also just have like the whole, you know, you can't die thing, and that is making hardcore leaderboards more exciting for me for sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
Steniel.
still remember when
Nice.
D4 came out and they had a potion to be in Bone.
Yeah, the cheat death potion. Oh my god. Oof. Yeah, that was oof for sure. I mean, back then it was actually like, you didn't just run it all the time actually, because it was kind of like a grind to even get these, and so you kind of like only did it under certain circumstances, maybe for like your, you know, like if you want to do some
like
high tier dungeon
like
or something, or for the achievement or something, yeah, or for Lilith, I used them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's technically you could just go out of your way, farm the potions, and just always have a cheat death, and that was kind of stupid, right? And we have complained a lot about cheat deaths. And then also when I saw like, okay, oh my god, Shroud of False Death now has a cheat death. Oh my god, we're back again, you know. But this time at least they made it drop disabled in hardcore. Pog. So,
Oh, I just got a GA +4 boulder and life. Holy, on boots.
oh, holy. Okay, that sounds sick actually.
Damn.
Ah, and easy to craft as well actually. Wait, is that legendary or is that blue or what is that?
It's a rare.
Okay, so you can actually easily craft like movement and life or some shit, or movement and
I
will.
think so, yeah. I think so. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, I mean you can guarantee both basically.
So there's two more mods. So there's GA Life, GA Boulder. There's Life Regen and Attacks Reduce Evade Cooldown. And I think Attacks Reduce Evade Cooldown I think was that's a mobility, right?
Yeah, that's mobility. Yeah, you can just focus roll this into the move speed if you want.
Yeah, and then I lock and then I re-roll the Life Regen, right? That's
Yeah, exactly. You just okay, yeah. If it's life regen, it's defensive, so you can basically go for armor or for all this and just roll it. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can hit GA on roll now, right? That's what somebody told me. Like
No,
on the...
no, you can't.
No?
No. The cube can't do GS or the enchanter.
Okay, okay.
But I mean, either way, you know, this is insane. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Like, I was actually hanging out with Condis the other day. I'm not sure if you know him, but
Sorry?
Condis, he's a Diablo guy as well. He's on our Maxwell team, but he does play PoE and a bunch of other stuff too. Yeah, I liked how he called the you know, the lock that he said. He called it like, okay, I'm gonna fracture it, and it's basically
Oh
that,
yeah,
right?
yeah, the lock. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly.
It's basically just like you fracture it. Yeah, it's kind of funny comparison, but it's true, and it's just guaranteed, so it's kind of nice. You just choose what you want to fracture. You don't have to gamba that one for.
And my cheat sheet here. Utility, resource.
And then enchant the region. Yep.
Enchant the region.
Oh no. Man, Palestron is ramping, guys. Holy.
Yeah, we're ramping.
What is your previous
Plus
boots?
4 boulder life. Holy.
What do you want, Landon? What's your previous boots?
0 GA. Well, Spirit Region GA. Absolute trash.
Sick. Okay.
Focused reroll, yeah. Focused reroll. Mobility and utility, right? Yep. Oh, they're both in one category. I see.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of random crap that they can roll. Yeah, previously there was a bug actually where some things, I think you could roll into some things, but then they were not actually counting for the focus reroll anymore. They just had no category. That's kind of fucked. There was like
Okay.
barrier generation and fortify generation or something, and they both had like no categories. And then you just had to YOLO remove it, basically. That was completely fucked. But they fixed it now, so it should be... it should not break. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Let's try it.
Yeah, I really like the crafting of the cube. It's like also like sometimes you can just try to like strategize around it, you know, depending on how deep you want to go with your mats and so on. So for example, like just crafting items that just have different categories of stats makes it very easy, right? You have one defensive, one offensive, one resource, easy peasy, yeah. And you can just focus reroll until you get the thing exactly like you wanted. So I like that part. But then other times, you know, if you want to really go ham, like, you know, gloves with like triple multi, amulets with triple multi, you know, it's tough. And I like that.
Yeah. There's just a lot. It's actually a lot of customization now. I wonder how long it's gonna take for some of the people who were kind of writing off E4 to try it again. It's probably gonna take a little bit.
I think there were actually a lot of PoE people that at least checked it out. No, I'm not sure like who of the PoE guys actually came and played it, but it was also relatively good timing, I guess, no?
Steel came, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't really been checking around, to be honest.
Pretty sure Steel was playing it. Lily was enjoying it. Who else? There was somebody else. Mathel enjoyed it, yeah.
Holy. Man, and what's up? Dude, if you ever play like a season a bit more, you need to try to get your Night Dungeon ball plans to rank 7. It just goes absolutely wild at some point.
Really?
I just had like another dungeon, there were like 7 butchers here and like 20 elite packs that spawned for my shrine. My entire inventory is full of uniques, there's like 20 more on the ground, like I don't know what the fuck is happening here. But it's absolutely
Jesus.
cracked what's going on. And I got a mythic too, because why not? What is happening here?
Hit the move speed. So in the cube, I can hit move speed GA technically, or also no?
No.
No. Okay, so if I hit move speed, I won already.
Yeah.
I should go willpower though, right? Over armor or something like that. I have +4.
I mean, you
move
are-
speed, life, willpower.
You are very tanky with the resolve stuff, so I guess you can safely go for willpower. And you can also force that with the... yeah, okay, I guess you would have to remove one mod and then add the core ranks with core stat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How much move speed right now? So GA move speed doesn't even do anything. Kind of weird.
Sorry?
No, we're fine. Yep, just working around the 200%. Like,
You already
max
have a
move
bunch of move
speed.
speed.
Yeah. I might reroll the one on my Emmy though. Emmy is a pretty sacred spot, right? To have move speed on. Not
Yeah,
that
like in the past, it was kind of nice to just put it there because we didn't have these crazy stats, but now you definitely have other stuff to put on Amulet. So
good. Yeah,
you want to try to get your 200% elsewhere.
true.
What do you think about adding a pretty rare divine craft? Like actually roll the values? I don't mind.
Yeah, the guy just has like full damage Emmy, willpower, phys damage multi, vuln damage multi, crit damage multi. That's his Emmy.
Yeah, this is like pretty GG.
Okay, be fine.
That's it for that piece.
Oh, GA move speed on temper. Let's fucking go. Holy, this is fucking fracked.
Yeah, dude, even though it's like relatively simple to make and stuff, it just kind of feels good to get these items, I think. And that's a huge win for the game. Like the items just feel good, and you're happy when you get something. This was definitely missing. Like the loot dopamine was just not there before. It's much better now.
100%.
Back to it then. Let's reconsider.
Would you say Necro is playable at all? Necro is playable.
Might have to corrupt these at the end.
Holy. I mean, you can always do the entropic transfigure if you want.
Nah, that's for pussies. No. Nah.
I mean, to be fair, I have barely used it. I've used it like 3 times, I think, or something. So
Oh, yeah.
all the others I also just send it. But sometimes you have these items where it's like, yeah, I probably won't get this again. But I mean, in your case, okay, if you make another pair of boots and they don't have the GA on the boulder, then okay, so be it or something, right? So
What's the worst thing that can happen on it? Like,
yeah,
it's
the
very
worst thing
low
is
chance to
the
break,
worst
right?
thing is replace an affix. So
Okay, and it's
they
like
can't
very
poof.
low percentage, right?
Yeah, it's generally pretty safe to transfigure. Like you almost always get nothing or an upgrade. And I think the chance for replay is like only like 10% or something. It's not that crazy.
But I should wait until I have my perfect legendary power at least, right? Like on these boots. Like I have 17.5 out of 20 right now, so I just wait.
What is that, Ghostwalker, or what do you have there? Or is it like an offensive power? But you can't imprint anymore afterwards, so yeah, so... I mean, you can try to focus on boots a little bit. For example, you know, run Limepin Dungeons with Opal Reserve and then Gamba. And then you can, in the cube, you can also upgrade to Legendary. So you can just take any of the, like, blue or rare boots that you find that are Ancestrals and just upgrade to Legendary. And you can, like, you know, start printing aspects like this and upgrade aspects like this. So
what is
if
that?
you do this, on boots there's not that many aspects, so you just have utility and mobility. There's like maybe 30 options or something in total. So it's relatively easy to get your boots aspects.
Okay. What do you mean, Cello? What do you mean? 1 point in Concussive Stomp, 1 point in Barrier Gen, 1 point in Crushing Blow? I don't know what that means. Can you give me some instructions? I want to do 500% more damage. I'm in.
He's talking about a completely different class.
Okay. There you go.
He's talking about Spiritborn.
Huge. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Wait, you're not Spiritborn. Excuse me? Look at this fatso. Come on, look at me. I'm a bear. What do you think? I'm a bear. I'm not a Spiritborn.
It's playing real druid, not just slim druid.
Yeah. I'm girthy.
But yeah, there's a funny bug currently going on with Spiritborn, where there's like a modifier for one of their skills, which is called Concussive Stomp, and that has a effect where it deals 500% extra damage against unstoppable and bosses, I think. And it's usually a defensive skill, so it's usually kind of a meme to try and do the damage with it. Even with that, it's kind of whatever. But there is a rune that can trigger this Concussive Stomp, and somehow if you do like some cursed combo with that rune on the Spiritborn, then all of your damage can get this damage buff.
Can I ask a question? Because I'm always wondering this in D4. How do people figure? Are there people who literally just stand at the dummy and test out everything when a new patch comes out?
Yes. And we have many of those.
Damn.
I mean, there's like half the Maxwell team basically, and
Yeah, like I'm always wondering how do you even find those? That is wild.
yeah, okay. I mean, you know, sometimes you have assumptions and then you test them, and sometimes you just play the game and realize, okay, something is off, and then you go investigate, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a mix of those two, basically. And I mean, there's a long history of broken shit in this game, so
Yeah.
you know, you can never trust.
I hate stuff like that. Like I hate bugs and whatnot, and having to bug test all the time to find the best build. That's like what pisses me off about PoE2 as well. It's so cheesy. I wanna have like a rule. I basically want to know the rules, and then I want to make something smart out of that. I don't want to be like a bug tester.
Yeah.
It's the same issue with PoE2. It has a very similar issue.
It's not nearly as bad as in D4, I think, in PoE2.
Yeah,
but
it's not as bad, sure. But like PoE1 is probably like the best standard for that, and I didn't realize it's the same in Torchlight as well. It's like almost no game other than PoE kind of has their shit together when it comes to balancing. I feel like, or like bugs at least. Sorry, like balancing can be fucked up as well, but like bugs.
yeah, definitely a struggle, I'd say. In D4 especially, like in D4 they are really bad on this, like with both the balance and the bugs. It's really terrible.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. But yeah, every patch also brings new excitement in that case, you know, especially undocumented changes.
New excitement. I like it.
Yeah, it's like, you know, patch
They
day,
break
and
something else every single patch when fixing 10 other things.
it's like, you know, every patch day you have like a Kinder surprise, you know. It's like you never know what's gonna be in there. Even if you read the patch notes 3 times, you never know. So
Damn.
that also makes it exciting, I guess. So, and holy shit, man, that's also patch day this week, huh? So it was so much shit all at once. So it's funny, man. The fucking Nemesis lair portals that just close after 30 seconds. Like the ball lightning, Sorks crying. The teleport also got broken on the Sork for some reason. Because why not? It resolves, everyone is immortal suddenly. Warlocks one-shot pit 150, because why not? Like, oh my god, dude. This is just classic patch day, okay?
It is what it is.
Fallout 76 players be like, first time. Is that bad as well? What did you send me, Chris? Ah, okay. Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna show this to you, pal.
What?
Someone sent me like kind of a meme. Yeah. So Chris made
Yeah.
this is Diablo 4. Eh?
Patch fire. Jesus. Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Classic. And the best part is the questions as well. Because, I don't even know, like, right, patch is live for like 10 minutes or something, and then people come in and tell me about this, tell me about that, and then, like, ask me, like, hey, what happened? Like, is this thing broken? And, I don't know. Like, like, everyone is playing some other build and everything is broken. Like, I don't know, dude. It's crazy. And then, okay, maybe slowly start figuring it out, once everyone kind of starts reporting it, and then, our Maxwell guys go back to testing, and then we figure out, okay, like, this is what actually happened, and it was completely different than what we thought, and, oof, dude.
Jesus.
But yeah,
So much
if
work.
you want to make
I
builds
wanna
in this
play the game,
game,
dude.
then get ready for a lot of training dummy room, yeah.
Yep.
That's the TLDR for sure.
I'll let you guys figure it out.
But yeah, it's definitely rough out there sometimes. And the thing is, it's not always that something is necessarily bugged or broken. It's also like sometimes there is just like stuff you have to test in order to even understand the interactions behind it, right?
Yeah.
So that's another thing. And then sometimes there can be a lot of things, or like a lot of builds that use a certain aspect or use a certain unique in different ways, or whatever. And then you have to figure that out. I mean, it's just how it is, I guess.
How long until you hit Paragon 300, by the way?
I'm actually not 300 yet.
Wait, it's not hard to get?
No, I'm not 300 yet, I said.
Oh, you're not. Yeah. I mean.
Okay. So it became a lot
redid,
slower.
right?
Yeah. So I think some people are already 300. Like in the past, if you like, let's say world record pace, solo self-found, you were able to do it in maybe 3 days if you really focus on XP.
Okay.
But yeah, now I would say that it's like probably tripled or so, like 1.5 to 2 weeks. If you like giga send XP non-stop basically, yeah, then you can probably do something like 1.5 weeks, I think. But yeah, so in party it's faster right now, or like it's usually faster in party. The main way to get XP right now is Helltide actually. I think that's the meta. So there you can just basically send Helltide non-stop after getting like a few points in the tree. You have these maggots that drop XP globes, GG, and this is how you do it. It's relatively simple, I guess. I'm not sure if there's any ways to manipulate this more in some ways to like get more out of it or get more spawns or something. But yeah, in party I think you just get more spawns from having more people, and this makes it much faster. But yeah, like my hardcore guy is like sitting at almost 280, and my softcore guy is now at 260. But yeah, I'm soon done with this rogue, and then we're gonna finish hardcore basically at some point, unless I play the other classes. So the halfway point, at least in the past, was 283. That was halfway.
Ooh, that's halfway. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so the last level is definitely take a while. I'm not sure if they changed the curve now a little bit, but I don't think so. But they made it longer at least, so...
That's rough.
Yeah, I don't know, 283 halfway is not that bad, I think, if you compare this to PoE where it's like, what, 98 or something, so...
Yeah, 98.5 or something. Yeah, something like that.
So it's quite a grind just for like the last, I think, 1.5 levels, right? And here it's like, okay, 280, I mean, at 280 you got everything, so you don't care about those last points really, it's just like very minor little details in your build.
That's true. Yeah,
Even
I'm
at
actually...
250 or 260 or so, you're kind of good, and you kind of got all the nodes you care about, and then, okay, I can still get like 5% more toughness, and maybe 5% more damage now or something, so...
How do you feel about the Paragon board, by the way, since we're at it? Because what you said is true. After around 170 or 180, it becomes a little bit, you fill in some nodes, and it's kind of like, Do you feel like there could be another board, like a 6 board, that they allow?
Yeah, I mean, the full intent behind this is actually that, okay, you get all your big stuff that kind of like boosts you, you know, through the tournaments and all that. So that is the design intent behind it. And then
Yeah.
after you've done that, which is relatively easy, at like, you know, usually 180 to 200, you kind of got all the big stuff. Then it's just kind of like this minor upgrade, so you just get something for playing, even if you don't get an item or something. So that's the idea behind it. So it does that very well, I guess. But yeah, besides that, I don't like the Paragon system like that much, really. It is a bit of like it's a bit similar to the PoE passively, I guess, in terms of what it does and how, but not as exciting. And I think it could be more exciting. And I would like to see more nodes that actually like have a bit of an impact at least, you know, that you can feel and not just number go up.
Yeah.
So that would be nice. I think everything is just too much number go up and not enough kind of like, okay, here's something spicy, you know. So that is a bit missing. And I would definitely like to see a Paragon rework over time. It's not really like a burning, you know, like topic or something. I'd say like, okay, this has to be fixed right now. But it would be nice if like expansion 3, for example, would actually like do a revamp on the boards and like actually like give us some cool shit there.
True.
And they can still try to kind of keep it with this whole like, okay, like you get some power growth, you know, but it doesn't have to be like super crazy at the end or something.
So my idea was that you make the placement matter more. So right now, if you do Paragon boards, what I noticed is you actually, how you attach the boards to what doesn't actually matter all that much. It's very, very small, if anything. It's like 5 dicks versus 5 willpower kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And because each side is the same kind of connection points. They know what they're doing there, right? But it's all the same kind of. And I wonder if they could do like a background where depending on where you put the boards, you get different bonuses on top. Maybe that's too complex, but kind of like, so it matters where you put stuff. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you want to have like a grid behind the boards or something.
Yeah, it matters whether you put it to the left side, whether you put it to the right side, how you rotate it. Just some system where that actually matters. Because right now it's mostly cosmetic.
Yeah, maybe. I think they don't want to like make it overly complex, and I don't think they necessarily should. I think you can just make interesting nodes, and you don't have to have like another layer or something. I think that I think the nodes are just not interesting enough.
I guess it's just weird that they make it so you can rotate it, but it doesn't really do anything. That's what I mean. Like it really doesn't do anything.
It's relatively whatever. I agree, and it doesn't really serve any purpose, and it's just like okay, a Paragon bot looks different than someone else's, so you have like a harder time comparing them or something. That's the only thing it does, kind of. So
I really don't think so, Dan Connie. I know what you mean. I thought the same thing, but when you like try and fool around with the Paragon boards, you realize it doesn't actually change all that much from which side you go. Because in endgame, most of the time you pick almost, unless you have like one side where you don't want to pick a node, then it's obvious, sure. But otherwise, it's like very, very small, a very, very small difference. Barely anything.
I think I was not activating myself earlier, so I'm doing it way faster now. Dude, the fucking Shadow Step is completely fucked on this fight. Like, I was not aiming where I was jumping into the pool earlier. But I think his hitbox is like super large or something. And then he just Shadow Stepped on top of the boss. And that was it. Kinda fucked. I'm gonna spam my death trap. It's complicated. Exclamation mark build. Now someone is asking me how can I use permanent death trap, and now I have to explain all these things again that I explained to you earlier.
Yeah, but you just have to make a command, right? Like people come in, they haven't heard what you said, so you just make a command, and then when somebody asks, you just say command. Done.
Okay, exclamation mark build, guys.
Now you gotta make it more specific. Literally just Nightbot, put in a sentence. Sometimes that's if it's more complex, obviously, yeah, you just link to the video.
Find your way back.
Well, you need 225 energy. You need a roughly 15 seconds cooldown on a death trap. And then you also need to restore enough energy with the aftermath every cast. So this is another thing. Yeah, maybe your aftermath sucks. Or maybe your skill ranks suck. So if that is the case, then put it on the neck for now. This might help.
Link to an essay, exactly.
Yeah, that will help. Exclamation mark barrage attack speed breakpoints. Dude, we were talking about target dummy testing earlier, right? Attack speed breakpoints are like the fucking bane of every Fury crafter.
Yep.
They are.
It's
Oof.
rough. Alright, gonna transfigure my weapon. Please, dude.
Good luck.
Indestructible, I'm crying. Oh my god.
Time to go again.
It was a pretty shitty weapon too.
I mean, you're still kind of like low level and stuff, so I guess you might not have that many
Yeah.
months to just send.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Oh shit. I just got a big drop.
You got what?
I got a big drop.
Oh yeah?
I
You
got
got-
I got a 3-star Eldarin. Have you found one of those?
No? Wait,
Wait,
I'll
do
watch
I
your
do I
stream.
have you on a friend list? No, right? Yeah, I don't think I have you.
I'll watch your stream.
I can add you as well, but yeah, I got a mythic sword. It's pretty juicy.
Oh, yeah. Eldrin. Damn.
Yeah, that's a big one actually.
Holy. Why is that blue? Is that your filter? Oh, it's probably your filter.
That's a filter, yeah.
Yeah.
It's already indestructible, yeah. It's like pre-transfer.
Imagine if you... I wonder if you can get indestructible or if it blocks indestructible. Like,
No,
you
you
only
can,
hit
yeah.
with stuff. You can?
You can
Oh
get
my
double
God.
indestructible. I had a grandfather that also has this mod, and it became
Yeah.
indestructible. Kind of cool.
That is so troll.
I'm not sure if you can masterwork the indestructible. So there is a chance when you transfigure that the item stays modifiable and you can go again.
Uh-huh.
And you can, I think you can
Oh,
actually
wait.
move the masterwork.
My weapon is... You're right. Good that you say that. I can do it again. My weapon didn't hit the...
Oh shit!
Just go again.
Wait, okay, try it now. Try to see if you can do. If you have the mats and stuff, I would like to see if you can masterwork the indestructible.
Masterwork the indestructible. Let's
Yeah, but I mean, you need to have leftover mats, so I'm not sure how much you have.
Wait, how does that work? What do you mean? Oh, masterwork the indestructible. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the bonus capstone effect.
Yeah. Let's see.
Border says you can masterwork anything. Okay.
Oh, my gold's out. I'm done.
Oh
Rip.
shit! I baited him, guys. Oop.
You can masterwork anything. Yeah, but what does it do?
Nothing.
Is you're 20% more in this. Your character is now indestructible. Maybe. Maybe that's the masterwork.
Yeah, so there's actually a secret in this game that not many people know.
Uh-huh.
This is why I usually also don't die in hardcore. So if you get every item on your character with indestructible, including your charms, then you cannot die anymore. So it's perfect.
Damn, I didn't even know that. See, nobody tells me that.
Yeah, you just become immortal.
Nobody ever told me that. He wouldn't bait me. Why would you say that? He wouldn't bait me.
So Barb, yeah. Yeah, Barbs are just immortal this season, that's cool. Yeah, that's like some huge spaghetti code that makes Barbs just like invincible right now. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, what is it? I only heard that they are invincible. I don't know how it works.
Okay, so you know the melted heart of Selig?
Oh no, yeah. Somebody told me that. But how do they recover? So they recover spirit,
Okay.
or they recover their
Yeah,
their
they
resource?
have fury, and they get it from attacking or from being attacked. So they have this basically energy shield mechanic, and
Okay.
it kind of just fuels itself as you take damage.
Mhm.
And then there's also the Endurance Faith glove. I think they have that in there as
Yeah,
well.
I know that one.
So
That's Progenesis, right? Yeah.
yeah, basically, but you know, it's not like a quarter of your damage Progenesis. It's all of the damage. And
yeah.
it
Right.
basically converts everything into a dot that you take. And then that dot can trigger this fury generation as well every time it ticks, which is twice per second.
Damn.
And on top of that, it also massively reduces the damage you take and so on, which is nice. And then you also have to avoid stacking any life on your gear. So basically what happens with that is that basically everything that hits you will trigger the Endurance Faith and be reduced and give you the
Because it
slot.
only triggers on 30% or higher hit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
But this is not all. But then comes the part about Melted Heart of Selig, where when you have less life, you become tankier when you have the Melted Heart equipped. So it actually drains less resources when you take a hit, the less life you have. So you actually avoid life anywhere at all costs. So the only life you actually have is like 6%, I think, from your Paragon node or something, because you have to pass through that. And this is it. Everything else you avoid. And if you have any life roll anywhere, you're fucked.
That's crazy though, because that also means you get so many affixes on your gear back. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can put. Yeah, they put like a resource generation and max resource everywhere because that
Yeah,
also
you get like an extra affix on all your weapons and whatnot. Like that's insane.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you can do with that and gear differently for sure. But yeah, it's like some gigantic spaghetti code basically, because this
Yeah.
Metataur Sailing just like works in some really weird ways. And I think by now we have finally reverse engineered the formula, kind of, but it has been a while. And this was already a thing last season actually, and they just didn't change anything for the expansion. So they just probably had like tunnel vision or something for the expansion launch and just didn't fix this. But yeah, it's not technically a bug, I believe, but it's certainly spaghetti. So,
Damn.
that needs to change at some point for sure. So we'll see.
Maybe I should roll a barb.
If you have a Melted Heart, I guess you can have an easy time there.
I have it, yeah. I actually do have it.
Typical Blizzard engineering these days. WoW is no different. Oh no. Reminds me of the 55 HP monk in Guild Wars. Yeah, exactly. There was like this build as well where like a hit could not do more than X% of your life in one hit or so. So you just had like no life. I mean, okay, we have no life anyway, I guess, but you have like no life on your gear. And
No life in game.
yeah. And then it, like, you know, it would just have enough region to like out region that. I think there was something like that. There was also a thing like that in the pre and like launch for the wizards. They also had something like that, almost exactly like the Guild Wars thing, where you just didn't stack any life and had a bit of region, and that was just keep your life through everything.
It's just clever game mechanics. It's not a bug, right? It's just clever game mechanics.
Yeah. I mean, okay, we can argue about the Silic, I guess, because that is definitely kind of fucked. But somehow it works this way, yes.
Oh yeah, Blood Mad Idol. That's a good question, actually. I saw that, Emmy. That has like, you get a dot, and it gives you a shit ton of extra damage.
Mm-hmm. What about it?
How does it, like, how much damage does it do to you?
A lot. So it basically triples your damage taken. But it's a dot, and it's a relatively strong modifier, especially as a charm.
Mm-hmm.
So it basically triples your damage taken. But it's a dot, and it's a relatively strong modifier, especially as a charm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a bad item, but I have not yet used it in the build actually. The main problem I have with it actually is not even like the dots, but it's actually the fact that the damage buff is inconsistent, because you have to burn, which means you have to get hit every 8 seconds for this buff to be active.
Does it work on self-hit? Like, is there some way to trigger it yourself?
Well, warlocks can burn themselves, that is a thing. But I'm not sure if like other classes really have something like that. Maybe there's some stuff. But yeah, I really want to use it, but also like the fact that I have to get hit is kind of a problem, because there are actually like a lot of bosses that I can't just like AFK enough, where like I have to wait like 5 seconds for it to even trigger, and then like, you know, I want to kill the boss in 5 seconds, you know. So
Yep.
it doesn't really help me. Or maybe the bosses are not AFK, but I also don't want to take that hit, you know? Like Lord Zier with the hug or something, you know? You don't want to stand
Yeah,
there.
once you take a hit, you don't want it. But the damage doesn't do that much anymore, yeah.
So it's kind of a struggle, yeah. But yeah, if you can actually get this to proc, then it's kind of nice. Or if you can, I think it also works if you're just berserking in some way. So I think that the condition for the big damage buff is just being berserking. So if you're like a bard, then you can do that anyway, or like as a druid, you can do that. Other classes can even do it as well in some ways, so... Someone please make a tier list of builds ordered by fun, not by strength in the meta. Only. We need the vibes tier list, guys.
Do you know, with Banished Lord's Talisman, do I have to spend 275 on one skill, or just over time?
No, it's a counter. You can see it on the buff bar.
Okay. Alright. Isn't that pretty OP?
I mean, it's relatively easy to get your overpower solved this way. So if you want to get it, and then you can... If you also have maximum overpower somewhere, it starts becoming interesting, yeah. The baseline overpower is 4 stacks maximum, but you can get more in some ways. And usually when you have like 8 or so, then it starts getting interesting, yeah. But the other problem is you also have to reach close to 100% crit chance on top of that. And that is kind of the hard part.
True.
It only works on crits.
Yeah, on Druid it's easy. I get like the percentage per resolve. Like I'm kind of chilling.
Wait, you have crit per resolve?
Yeah, there's like a... I already forgot where it's from. From Boulder. Boulder has like a branch that gives me percentage per resolve.
Ah, yeah, okay, that is nice. Yeah. How much is that?
Let me check. If I read it correctly. 5 base crit and then percentage per stack of resolve.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you're pretty easily crit capped, I guess.
Pretty much.
Yeah, then Vanish Shots could be nice. If you get some maximum overpower somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best rogue build in my opinion. I mean, the Step Trap is pretty good.
By the way, how do you solve the requirements for the bonuses and all those nodes? Like I noticed getting that much int and that much dex is kind of crazy.
Well, charms can have all stats, so
Yeah.
usually you want to put plus skill ranks on your charms, but having like 5 of them with ranks and 1 with all stats can be a solution, for example. Just pick up a bunch of
Okay.
these extra Paragon nodes. The other thing is you can just put the board that you like the least as the last one, because with every Paragon board the requirements ramp up.
True.
And yeah, sometimes they also have like certain items that have all stats, like mythics mostly actually. So yeah, Shroud is like not really in fashion anymore, but that has it. Eldrin also has it if you want to run that. So yeah, there's like a few mythics that can do it basically, but yeah, otherwise you just like, accept that, okay, you're gonna not have a few of these bonuses and you're gonna try to minimize the loss. You don't really go out of your way to stack it. It can also be from Transfiguration. If you just start transfiguring all your gear at some point, you're gonna get some all-stat hits here and there, and there you go. It's not a terrible outcome to get it like once or twice somewhere in your gear. I actually kind of like how this gives like a bit of value to like these other stats.
Yep.
And for example, like all stats is, I don't know, maybe roughly half the value or so, or maybe like 60% of the value of like a main stat Transfiguration, for example. Like you can get like 200 willpower or like 120 all stats or something. Like I actually have this somewhere here. I have 200 decks here and 105 all stats there. Yeah, so it's something like that. And yeah, it's like, okay, the other stats don't really do anything, but through the Paragon they actually give me something, so that's kind of nice. Because usually one Paragon board kind of is, I think it's plus 90 requirement per Paragon board attached, basically.
Oh, really? Is it like, okay.
Yeah, it has like a system, basically, so... Like, if you look at the starting board, your requirements are extremely low, and then on the next board it's higher, and then the next board is higher, and so on. So they have like a hidden counter, basically.
I'll probably have to redo that then. Alright, man. I gotta jump, though. I'm gonna get some food.
Okay.
Gonna get some food. Was a fun chat. I'm probably gonna play some more later off stream.
Okay. Well, enjoy your evening. That was fun.
You too, man. Thanks for having me. See you around, man.
Okay. Pass around chat. That was fun.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Okay, see you, man.
See ya.
Okay, that was pass around, guys. Give a shout out as well. Pass run. He's on our PoE Maxwell team, actually. Big PoE blaster. Holy, I'm turning up the music, but I have to turn it up more, guys. Oh, we got a raid as well. Yo. Hey, guys. Welcome. 333, nice number. Okay. I can see a bit of death trapping, I guess. Dude, the raid was too slow though. I shouted him out before the raid. One step ahead. I'm just going to recommend getting the music volume up. Yeah, I had it lower for the chat, of course, but now we gotta blast again. There's a lot of butchers here, what the hell? Dude. I have to use these profane mine cages. I actually have 16 of them now. They start dropping. I wanna try them. You do like some like triple hell tide objective or something, just grind the hell tide a little bit and see what happens. So we need a new meta build for Warlock now instead of Apocalypse. I wouldn't call it new, but yes. They get 2 times mobility CD armor items to get infinite shadow step. No, I just have it to see it. It's not even like a GA on the mobility cooldown. And this is enough. With the cooldown values I have, I just need like a bit more and then you can get the perma shadow step. Dude, I need to sort out my stash here. Like half my inventory is now full of this shit that I've been piling up. And it's getting worse. Boy. Does give us more stash, please? Yeah, that'll be sweet. With the amount of crafting and transfigurations and all this kind of stuff, man. It's rough, for sure. Because I don't want to like do like a craft, you know, every half hour or something. I want to, you know, just grind a day, put it all in the stash, and do like a session. It's time for a crafting session, I guess. Let's see. Love the stream title. I probably need to update that. It's been good morning for a while. Oof. Also, I need to record my video. I want to do a dev trap video. It's time for some rogue guides. Should probably do that before I do any sort of crafting here. Disciple. Mod build recommend for Sea of Diamond, if Falca, Memphis, Abaddon. I mean, first of all, forget about the affixes. But on Warlock, you can use Seal of the Diamond Mind on almost any build very easily by putting 2 Riders and Nameless pieces. Because almost every build has a sigil. And most of the time you just have like some relatively trivial, unique charm anyway. So the only build that cannot really do it easily is Apocalypse, because you are forced to run Riders and Nameless 4-piece, 5-piece. And it's not easy to combine it with another set. But I may have something in the Apocalypse Guide as well, I'm not sure. No. Yeah, okay, there's this here. You can do the Sigil of Chaos and Sigil duration. I'm not 100% sure if they fix this actually. I'd have to double check this. Because it did some fixes actually. The music video for this track is awesome. Yes. Do I kill Butcher Boss easy in Torment 12? Yes. Okay, let's record the Death Trap guide after this. Wait, what's the problem, Dini? With YouTube? Blizzard build is fun. Just started it. Yeah, I know that all the stocks are playing Blizzard at the start. That was like the thing when the game came out. But I think they fixed it since then. How good is it actually now? Do you know about the mythic fish spot in sand dunes in Over Tarsarak? There's a mythic fish in the sand dunes, that's kind of funny. Or is that like a little puddle or something? I wonder if I should actually run Fluidity instead of Headhunter here. One of my boards. Or instead of Devious. They did not fix the Warlock damage bug. So I guess it's time to actually make the Eviscerate variant for the Lunatic Warlock. I'm not really in the mood, but okay. It is what it is because it's gonna last at least a weekend at this point, I guess. Did they boost Eldarin drop rate? I don't know. Maybe. Shit. I managed to press my mouse button. That changes the sensitivity. And I never really get back to what it used to be. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, it's a bit of YouTubing time. Let's see. I did record earlier. What do we have here? Okay, it's me blasting on a city. 116 pit. Okay, this is fine. My vulnerable damage is not showing on a target dummy if you only select to show vulnerable damage. I think this is an old control that doesn't do anything anymore. I think this actually just shows they become vulnerable, you know. It says vulnerable or something. Meteor. I'll check that. Yeah, it says vulnerable, you see? In yellow letters. So this is what it is. It's relatively useless, I guess. Would min-max be hitting gem strength? That would be pretty massive. Not just a little bit of min-max, I guess. But I've been like working on this character today with like leveling everything, transfiguring. I have a pretty good setup now. I guess it's time to transfigure my neck, actually, and now that I changed the aspect, right? I transfigured the ring. And we got a cooldown on it, which is kind of funny. So now it'll be time for the neck as well. This thing. What did I actually get? I got a life on it, okay. Got a cooldown there, got extra GA there. I actually have really good outcomes. Yeah, the main thing would be the extra gem strength on a two-handed to still get now, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna go for it after all. Maybe I'll try a few more weapons and see. It's kind of fun to play Death Trap, I must say. Do we have a loot filter for this build? Actually, I realized I didn't change my loot filter at all. So I guess it's the same one from the Barrage build. Any tips for hardcore other than don't die? Well, I mean, always prioritize the defenses first. Because you have to build up your defenses and your offenses at the same time. But on softcore, a lot of people neglect the defensive part. And then you just die all the time. So you want to aim for something like 5 million plus toughness in Torment 12, for example. I want to double check what Ava actually has in the Death Trap guide. Because I wasn't even planning to make my own planner. This is kind of good, yeah. He has a smoke, okay, concealment, okay, so he has dash. So maybe he's gonna change over to the cold imbue, which is kind of nice. Sun Q, Yulgar. Okay, I was running kind of like this as well. This is fine, this is fine. Okay, so this is all fine. How about the starter? He's doing Misery Chord. So he's kind of building towards it, but he doesn't really have it, I guess. Okay, there's cooldown here as well, I guess. Maybe it's not that hard to do, actually. Because you can put resource and cooldown on a helm. Maybe it's actually not that hard to get it going. If you look at this here. Because the helm helps a lot. And the Shaka also helps there. Okay. Is Ashira's better than running a second legendary? It's kind of comparable, right? Like legendary is 60 and Ashira is how much? 50 and some attack speed? Yeah, it's 50 and some attack speed. So it's not that crazy actually, because attack speed kind of diminishes pretty fast. So if you really want attack speed, then it's good, I guess. But only if you actually attack with that weapon, because unique weapons always come with weapon damage. You can't not have weapon damage on it. So if you're playing a range build, you don't really want this. I guess you don't want it on a range build anyway, because you have to hit with this weapon. But yeah, it's not really impressive. And then you also need to have insane rolls, right, in order to compete with Legendary. Which one is more damage to push faster? Yeah, I would say the S tier is probably more damage to push faster. But yeah, this definitely seems kind of A tier. So this is doing good here. And I wonder how the pendulum would be without the bugs. Well, should we have it right now? I guess we're gonna learn tomorrow, because tomorrow we're gonna have a big Maxwell meeting. You have Pen and S. But I'm not sure how much of that is just because it randomly one-shots bosses here and there. But yeah. Hey, YDK. This is better than penetrating shot. I wouldn't say that. I think pen shot definitely feels a bit stronger. Like even the non-bugged version is a bit stronger than this. But it's kind of hard to go as fast on pen shot. So Death Trap triggers Asheras? I guess it should. Oh, that's actually... Ah, there it is. Okay. That's only 3 stacks these days. Yeah. Yeah, that should does trigger edge, so that's not a problem. It's just that Asheras is not really necessarily better. Unless you want to attack very fast, I guess. So this is the main advantage. But it's also just way harder to get, right? Like getting a good rolled Asheras is really hard, and getting a an equivalent legendary is very easy. So, and then it's kind of a side grade, right? It's like minus 10% multi, because typical aspect is like 60, and this is 50, and then you have a bit of attack speed. Clash Paladin S. Is it there? We don't actually, where's the Clash, actually? I haven't put any Clash out yet. Oh well. What's this Astaroth bug farm people are talking about? I don't know, but if I had to guess, it's probably like some infinite resetting, as always. In some weird random party bullshit scenario. Okay, gonna do a bit of YouTubing, guys. Asking for a friend. Okay, say hi YouTube everyone. Hi everyone and welcome to my Death Trap Rogue Guide. Yes, it's season 6 again. But this time we can play Death Trap at a really high level, it turns out. It's a very good rogue build and I had a lot of fun with this lately. And I want to show you what this is all about. So you can see this in action here. This is me cruising for a pit 116. I can do those in like 2 minutes or so, 2.5 at this point, with a relatively optimized character. And this can go even better. So this is not like fully crazy gear or something like this. and it flies through maps. It even destroys T12 lair bosses in seconds, and it's super fun to play because you have perma, infinite teleport. As you can see here, you can just shadow step around, which is basically like Sork teleport, and you just fly through the maps. And there's no condition to this. You can do this as much as you want while pulling all the monsters together all the time, so they're crowd controlled. You can make large packs, or like a ball of monsters, and blast them down by spamming your ultimate ability. But it's a bit tough to set up, so let's get into this. Here's my character right now. So I'm gonna show this off real quick what I got here. So as I said, I have relatively decent gear, but nothing super extraordinary, I would say. It's just kind of like the setup that I managed to do here so far, and I've been playing this all day, and this is what we got. So I've been min-maxing this a little bit with some transfigurations now. So yeah, kind of decent stuff, but this is what I got here. My glyphs are like 120 or so. Yeah, so here we go. Now, how do you play Death Trap? So this is an ultimate skill. So this is down here. There is one upgrade in particular that is important, which is the Death Pit, that does everything. It has vulnerable, knockdown, reduced cooldown, and an extra charge, and you want all of those things. Normally this thing has a 60-second cooldown, but you can get to the point where you spend this like 5 times per second actually. And this is thanks to this node. So once you have this minus 15 seconds, it becomes a 45 seconds base cooldown. So you want to get it down to 15 seconds, and then you can reset the rest with preparation. So you have like a kind of like a combo that you build up to, which is this. So this is your class specialization, saying every 75 energy you spend, you get minus 5 seconds on your ultimate cooldown. And you can trigger this 3 times every cast, so that you get minus 15 seconds. So look at my tooltip right now, it says 12 seconds cooldown. And if I just stand here, I can press the button, and you see I just spam Death Trap non-stop. So it just kind of refreshes. And I spent 225 energy. You don't actually see it right now. My energy is just completely full all the time, because it also instantly comes back thanks to the aftermath aspect here. So this sound says casting an ultimate skill generates energy per skill rank it has. So with enough ranks, you can get all of your energy back every time you cast it. And you have an infinite loop of resetting and generating all that resource. But how do we get here? Now this is the tough part. So you need to hit various breakpoints in order to play this build optimally. There is technically like a starter version that is like easier to build. So I just want to shout this out here from Evad. I actually followed his guide on Maxroll, and I did a few minor tweaks, but overall this is basically exactly what the build should be. And there is like a mid-game and an end-game version as well, but I was going straight for the Exodia, where you have everything. So it is possible to play this with slightly less gear, but it does have a pretty big cooldown breakpoint. It has the energy breakpoint, and also the skill ranks / aftermath breakpoint that you need to hit. And without any of, if one of them is missing, then the build kind of falls apart, and you're gonna have a cooldown, you're not gonna reset it, and it just doesn't work. So this is kind of important to know. There's these 3 things that you need to hit. So how do you do this? Well, cooldown means GA cooldown on everything. So here's an amulet, here's a ring, another ring, and a glove. So you see everything is GA masterworked, 16% cooldown reduction, and then also a GA temper, 9% here, here, and here. And on top of that, you want to have 1 transfigured cooldown roll. So for example, I made this weapon here that also has a bit of cooldown, and that is like the last tiny bit that you actually need in order to get this down far enough. So if I, for example, take off, actually I have another ring here. If I take this off, then I will be just a little bit short on the cooldown. So it is kind of tough here. Let me try to put this here and this here. So now we don't have any extra transfiguration. I'm at 15.4 seconds like this. This is just gear that you can craft with the GA, and then you're gonna miss a little bit, and you're not gonna be able to cast this just as much. It technically works, but you're missing like half your damage, because you can do like 2 casts per second, or 2.5 maybe, instead of 5 casts per second. It's a pretty fast skill. So having this extra cooldown on your transfiguration then does the job, and you're going below 15 seconds, and you can spam it. Now there is another way, which is item quality as well. So you can also just get a little bit of quality on your ring, for example, with transfiguration, and that would also do the job. So you don't have to hit exactly cooldown, but this is what I got at least. And this is now how it works. But you can also alternatively just not run Air of Perdition early on and have cooldown on the helm. So you can have it on a normal helm, as you can see here, for example. This makes it a lot easier. Or a Shaco if you have that. this is a pretty good way to get started. So like this, it really diffuses this crazy cooldown requirement, and you can set it up much easier. But yeah, you need to hit that cooldown breakpoint like 15.1 or so on your death trap in order to get there. Now, the resources. So you see here, I have 230 energy standing here. So how do you get that? Well, you can have resources on the chest. However, it's a unique chest, so it's kind of tough to get exactly a resource roll and then not absolutely abysmal stats on top of it. So I have kind of I have dexterity, resource, and then armor. So this energy regeneration is completely worthless, unfortunately, but it is what it is. And like this, we can get a bunch here. You can get it on a normal helm or on the Shaco as well. So this one has resource. You can have it here as well. So you can just craft a helm like that. That's okay. Or, you know, you can get the chest here and the talisman. So you have maximum resource here on the charms. So you want to hit not actually 225, because there is another effect that we have here, which is Sea Lords. And you just need like a few sources of these extra maximum resources in order to get there. So this one gives us plus up to 30% maximum energy. So if I take this off right now, you see my maximum energy is actually only 178. So the exact number is like basically like this, by 1.3. So you want 173 or maybe 174, depending on how it rounds, in order to then get to 225 with this effect, considering a max roll. So this gives you this momentum stack, which used to be old Rogue Key passive, and also a bunch of extra damage on top of it by casting Cutthroat skills, which in this case we have Shadow Step. So Shadow Step is your Cutthroat skill. There is no marksman skill in this build, so you cannot lose those stacks. Once you have them, you will have them. And you see this right now, if I press Shadow Step, my energy goes up one by one, up to 10 stacks. And effectively, when I start a run, I just like Shadow Step a few times, try to find the first pack, and then I start blasting, basically. If I don't do this, then the full combo will not work entirely, and I will not get the reset instantly. So you want to make sure that you do this at the start of the run. And lastly, the skill ranks. We have this Aftermath item here. So this is a resource aspect that we put on this build. Not many builds actually run one of those, so it might be kind of forgotten. But you want to try to get an as high roll as possible. But you see, mine is not even perfect, and I can still play this because I have a lot of ranks on my death trap. I have 30 ranks, and I get 7.5 each. So if I multiply this, we have exactly 225. So this is excellent. There's technically a little bit of resource generation. You could roll somewhere. This is a roll they can put on a ring, for example. So that is an option to kind of go around this a little bit. But you don't really want to. You want to try to make sure that you have a good enough Aftermath ranks here, or like aspect, and then enough ranks in your death trap. How do you get those? Well, we're going back to the talisman. So in addition to the maximum resources here, you can also get trap ranks. So you're going to put those wherever you can if you don't already need the maximum resources. And this is kind of like your solution to fix everything in this build, basically. The ranks, the resources, the Aftermath, and so on. And then the only other thing you have to worry about is the cooldown. And if you hit that, like those 3 breakpoints all together, then you have the combo online. Now there's one thing that you can do to make this easier with the resources, which is you can put this aspect on the neck. This is actually how I got started. On the neck, this has plus 50% efficiency. So you get like 10 or whatever your roll is then on the neck, and you need much fewer ranks in order to get this combo back. So this is just like a little tip here. And you can just move this other aspect down to the ring, for example. You're going to have a bit less damage, but so be it. In general, I think a lot of people believe that this setup is kind of too hard to set up. It's like very difficult to get this gear, especially with the Perdition in the mix. But without Perdition, you can absolutely make this happen much easier, I think, because on a helm you can have cooldown and max resources. So solving both of those problems at once. And it's going to be much easier on like your talisman and, you know, all this kind of stuff here that you want to try to roll otherwise. But besides that, yeah, like these items, you just kind of have to wait for those greater affixes to drop with the cooldown, and then you have to go for it. And for the talisman, at least you can go to a cube. If you have materials, you can salvage other charms and then reroll those over and over until you get trap skills or you get resources and you save those. There is another way also to get cooldown, for example, which is on your seal. Seals can have cooldown as well. This is another way to do it that I didn't actually mention earlier. So we have this here as well. So this might be something to look out for if you get a 6 slot with a cooldown roll. That's the thing. So yeah, there's various options you can do here. but this is kind of just how I build it, and this also is kind of the most optimal route. I would recommend, if you can't really fix this setup with the Air of Perdition, maybe just stay in Torment 10 or Torment 11, you know, play something like that, or play something like this here, and you're gonna have to build online anyway, and it's gonna be just fine. And then there's like the defensive side. So I want to talk about this a little bit. This build has 0 defense. There's a unique chest, a unique pair of pants, and later the Perdition as well. So if you are kind of struggling to survive, the Shaco helps a lot with that, because it is a defensive aspect effectively, plus has a boatload of life, so it's kind of nice. And it also helps with like the skill ranks, for example. But it is what it is on this build. You just don't really have defense, and you can't really get defense very easily. So you kind of want to have pretty high quality gear once you go for this Perdition route, and put life rolls where you can. I have it on the glove here, for example. I have the ring here, the ring there. Not enough on the neck, but then we have GA life, master worked both of them here as well. So you want to try to get life where you can, even on softcore. It's not that easy to get very tanky. See here, I'm chilling with 1.2 million toughness right now. With dark shots up, it gets a little bit more. And then once you start casting, yeah, we get to like 3 million or so in combat. And that is with the barrier up, because I have the Bulwark rune here. Sun Q, it triggers extremely fast. So you see the Bulwark will trigger like every second or something like that. You see no Bulwark, a new one, and so on. So very nice, very good sustain especially. So for like not extremely heavy hits, not extremely heavy hits, this is extremely nice. And here I also have the challenging shout. So on top of that, we get another 20% DR from the Barbarian's shout here. And this is also like permanently up. So once I start casting here, this has a very long duration. It actually lasts way longer than the tooltip says, because they changed the base skill. So this is another way to get more defense in this build. But on top of all of this, you also want to try to get 100% crit chance. So that is another thing. This is why it's like a kind of gear intense, especially when it comes to like trying to min-max the damage at some point. So not just you want to get the whole combo online and survive, but then you also want that, because you have a lot of crit synergies here. There's crit damage you can stack on your weapons, for example. I have crit multis here and here and here, everywhere basically. Wound multi as well, for example, on the rings. And you see here right now I'm sitting at 82 crit, and then in combat it will go up to 100%. So you can get various combat benefits here that give you 100%. For example, we have the Dark Shrouds, we get 5% there. We have the Concealment, I get 12% there. This can be even more if you put more ranks. And that is, I think, it for the skill tree. But the main reason for that to get to 100% crit chance is because we want to run with the Deadly Ambush board here. So this one says that you get 60% extra crit damage. So normally Paragon boards just give you 6% damage, such as No Witnesses, for example. Or, you know, like the Eldritch Bounty. It's just like 60% for everything. But Deadly Ambush in particular is only crit damage. So if you don't crit, you don't get this. So not only do you lose all the other crit multis, but you lose more than typical build here. But we cannot go around this Paragon node, because there is this here, which says traps arm 0.5 seconds faster. You want to have this in order to actually cast the death trap that fast and not have them despawn. Because if you don't have the traps arm faster, you will cast the trap so much that the previous ones will not actually go off. So you need to have this. And we also put this as a temper. So you can see this here right now. We have the traps arm faster. We can put this. Now technically there might be a way to build around this and just masterwork up, GA the temper and stuff like that. But realistically, you're probably going to get this sort of gear before you ever get to that point, because it would have to have even more cooldown and so on if you don't masterwork the cooldown, for example. But yeah, this is a kind of strong reason to get 100% crit chance. You see, for example, in the guide as well, I think Ava put Gar rune here. So I was also running this at the start. You can get 10% crit there as well. So you want to try to get some crit chance rolls here. There's like one on the neck, one on the glove, and then also the rings. And you kind of just try to build up the setup exactly in that way. So you can do all of that with the cube mostly, since you already have the cooldown GA to even get started for this gear. It's not that hard to then craft like one defensive mod, life, and just roll it until you get the right one, and then craft one offensive mod, the crit, and then, you know, lock that in with the enchanter, for example, and then you can just do the last roll of whatever the offensive mod you want to try to get. So it wasn't that hard to craft these after I got the base, because there's all these different categories of stats and you can do focus rerolling all the time. But just something to keep in mind here. Crit chance is kind of huge and you want to try to get it. So yeah, this is how the setup comes together. And then lastly, we have the Beast Fall boots here. So just kind of to show this off real quick. This is another kind of piece of the puzzle that gives you a lot of damage. So this it gives you 0.75% damage per energy. So that's kind of, you want this. It's not really crucial, I think, for the entire combo to work necessarily. Besides, it's actually that was a mistake because they actually changed it. Yeah. Okay. And then the last piece of the puzzle is the Beastfall boots. So we have this here. This kind of holds it all together with the consume effect. So when you cast the ultimate, you will consume all of your resources, and with the aftermath and the maximum resources and so on, it all comes back. And it does a ton more damage. So the more energy you have, it's actually worth to stack beyond 225 to actually get an even larger multiplier here if you can. But it comes down to, okay, how many ranks or how many other stats can you replace? So this will be mostly a talisman where maybe you can replace a few skill ranks or something like that. But yeah, this is the last piece here as well. And then in terms of gameplay, it's relatively straightforward. So I hold down left trap to deal damage. You can also move packs around with this because they constantly get pulled to the center. So you can actually, like in a large pull, like in a high tier, for example, you can like move enemies like forward into the next pull and kind of like stack them up if you want. And besides that, I have Dark Shroud here. So you just kind of press this every few seconds. You have a lot of cooldown reduction. So you just press that every time it's ready. Then you have the Cold Imbuement. That's kind of nice. And you might be wondering, why is that here? We're not actually doing damage with our Shadow Step, and you can't imbue the Death Trap. But the Cold Imbuement can give you a barrier, which is kind of nice. So I put that in. I think Ava has Dash in the guide. So both works, but this is a bit more on the defensive side and just makes it a bit more chill. There's also Overpower Generation, which I like, and the cooldown kind of comes back very easily. So I just kind of like do this in like 1 and 2 for the Dark Shroud and the Imbue, and then every few seconds I just kind of like press this again, and then otherwise I just Shadow Step. Shadow Step is just like a permanent teleport with no cooldown whatsoever, which is kind of nice, because you have so much cooldown in this build, and then you do 1 temper for mobility cooldown, and you see my total cooldown is 3 seconds on my Shadow Step. So this is the cap actually. And then we have this note here where it says casting it reduces the cooldown by 3 seconds, which does not take away 3 seconds from the original cooldown, but it's refreshing it by 3 seconds. So if the cooldown is 3, you just get it back instantly, basically. And you see here, it doesn't even show the cooldown. You just have infinite teleports all the time. So this is how that works. We have the Smoke Grenade. Smoke Grenade is mostly here to give you a bit of a buff with the extra crit chance, and then it also gives you a stealth. So you kind of throw this down when you fight an elite pack or so. There's like this little smoke cloud, and it also gives you stealth every second. So as you're spamming, you get stealth. This is mostly important for the set, which you just want to go into stealth every 6 seconds at some point to get this set buff here. And you can also do this with Concealment. So Concealment is another crit buff, and also can give you Unstoppable, Unhindered, a bunch of other stuff. So that's kind of neat. It's a kind of perma-installable. As you can see, I have this icon here, and you can just spam that as well, because every time you cast your ultimate, you also reset your Concealment. So you can, if you want, you can just spam Concealment as much as you want. So this is another way to do this. Yeah, and that's about it. So this is the setup. There is more stuff explained here in this guide. I recommend you to check this out. But I can say this has been an absolute blast to play. And I'm going to be on this rogue for a little bit more just because of this build. It's really fun, really fast. We have it pretty high ranked, I believe. It's, I think, like solid A tier build or something like that. So it's not like the craziest build in the game or something, but it's really nice for sure. So I'm going to just show this real quick here where the rogues are landing. But there's a lot of good stuff on the rogue. You can definitely play, something else like, Barrage Rogue. I made a video about that lately. Or, one of the others, Pinch Shot is really good. Heartseeker. There's a lot of really good ranged rogue builds especially, but then you can slowly build up towards the Death Trap here, and that has been a really fun journey so far. So, hope this helps you, and yeah, hope everyone's having a blast with the season or the rogue, if you want to reroll maybe. So, let's see what else we can cook up here. I've been trying some builds, so maybe gonna have more on this class, and otherwise I'm gonna have more builds to come on the others. So, hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Q outro. Yeah, we had some subs earlier, actually. Thanks, guys. Drums, bumps, card. Wasn't me. PhD required for this build. It's not that bad. It's just that you have to hit a bunch of breakpoints, right? Yes, Vu. Yo, is Pat. Thank you as well. I'm gonna put this up real quick here, because I'm also gonna be a B. Just a few minutes, guys. Gonna be away. Yo, I'm back. The chair was fake in the gameplay. Yeah, I had to finish my food and stuff, and it's the last piece, and it's very large. It's what the Greeks call babatsiko, which is basically, you know, juicy. Anyway, what the name is, guys? I like the Greeklish. Yeah, look at this. Oh, Greeks. Babatsiko, haha.
Did they hear you say that?
No, I was explaining.
Ah, okay. Woody really likes this word.
Yeah. So my favorite Greek words, guys. Prove you're a real wudijo. Shoe on head. Or not real. I'm not sure about shoe on head. How about dog? Dog? Männen? Männer. Männer. Ja. Dog on head. I mean, he's light enough. Yasu Skilaki. Yeah, he's very fully micro Skilaki. Not for you, man. Now, the rogue is on softcore. My other characters are gonna be in hardcore. Shoe on dog. Now he's here. The log Dreadclaw build viable and highest difficulty. Yeah, it's pretty solid. I was getting all the way to like... I was like speed farming 110 or something like that. Or 115. Man, oh my god, he's very excited. You feel the storage is so hard to deal with? Yeah. Yeah, having the sets and stuff is kind of rough. If you decide on like 1 or 2 builds or so on a class, I guess you're fine. But if you want to experiment, it's rough. You're not focusing on attack speed breakdowns or dash trap? I haven't really looked at attack speed breakdowns much. And most of the time, trying to optimize around attack speed breakpoints is relatively minor stuff. Yeah. I actually need to go wash my hand now. One sec. Okay. Ah. What is going on with you, man? It's like tickling me. Sorg broken. Sorg is broken OP mostly, if that's what I mean. Does Shadow Shot work instead of Ballista? I was playing Shadow Shot for like T12 and then I was swapping over to Ballista for like higher content and stuff. For pits and glare bosses against stop it. Ballista has a lot more single target damage, which is kind of nice, but a bit less clear. But the problem with Shadow Shot is it has this bug right now where you like randomly one-shot everything. So it's kind of like shitty to play with that, I feel, because, you know, it just kind of kills everything sometimes. That sucks. Yeah, seasonal is complete separate from eternal. You can't get anything from eternal on season. Besides, there's like a few kind of like one-time unlock things, like class mechanics, for example. Like if you play through the level 15 quest, then you will have that in season as well. And the world exploration, I guess, the map exploration. Thoughts on Roa Rogue? Yeah, we're waiting for a Beastfall boots fix. It's currently buggy and you're missing like a lot of damage because of that. Oh. Okay, this dog is very agitated. What is going on? If that was the best rogue build, isn't it like 10th season in a row being the best rogue build? Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like really the best. It's like kind of on par with the others, I would say. It's not like nearly ahead or something, I would say. But it is going pretty fast and stuff. Do we just Gamba bows? Crossbows, actually? Maybe? I think I actually have to make some crafting session here. Oops. This is getting out of hand. So maybe we're gonna craft some stuff for our barrage. Right, here's tools. Wait, where's armory? Where's the multi? So maybe I'm gonna play this a bit more. This is a 2GA with crushing. Unmodifiable. So I think I got a GA there. So this is imbuement potency. Alright. So we could do those if they have weapon damage, I guess. And if not, we're gonna do this, yeah. I guess weapon damage is okay as well. If I try to hit the gem strength, we don't necessarily need a poison multi, as realized. But I want to have like not a shitty weapon damage roll, I guess. F. No, we definitely wasted a little bit too much here. Isn't Penchant the best for pushing? I'm not sure how it is without the bugs. But I guess for pushing it might go the ballista route. But it's kind of hard to like find people, I guess, and like, you know, get like that reliable data. I think we have Penchant ranked the highest right now, so I think Penchant is overall probably the best because it's like the strongest. And it also farms extremely fast in T12. I still have a 20 out of 21 crushing actually, after all this time. No wild. Would Ednas be better for poison build compared to plus 11 skill points there from Eldarin instead 4 from Transfigure and Starless? It's pretty good actually. If you have a Starless like that, that's pretty nice. Edna Charm is definitely fine. I was running Edna and Eldarin actually.
Back to it then.
20% attack speed. Might actually be an upgrade over whatever I'm running there on the other one. That's a lot of attack speed. Well, here's another one.
May you find your way back.
Without the name. Shot. That's it. What the hell?
Welcome to the Isles.
Yeah, the Shade Shot, Pen Shot is not that powerful, but it's very good at clearing. I actually got a GA here. And we hit a Masterwork. Kinda wanna try to get decks on it, I guess. More weapon damage. All multi. Yeah, well. Send it. %, max life. Okay. Weapon damage, here's another one. Nice. Any tip or casual? I can only focus on one or maybe two builds, both for speed and push. Don't play Warlock. I mean, there's plenty of good builds across all classes. Ball Lightning Sorg is kind of like the most busted, legit build right now. Not as tanky, but it can make it decently tanky, I guess, anyway. Involvement Bomb is pretty easy and OP right now. Rogue in general has a bunch of good builds, not as OP as the other classes. Get a GA on the temper policy. Oh my god. Alright. Weapon damage. Here's another one. Big crit multi. What about Paladin? Yeah, Paladin is a bit weak currently. It's like Hammerden, that's like the only build I hear about that's like kind of decent.
This should be interesting.
Okay, how's my skeleton presents actually? Not 20, okay. Clash has cleared 135. Yeah, but do you really want to play Clash like anywhere else outside of a push? Is it like a build? Zenith is crazy. Okay, maybe Zenith. Zenith got like the whole set for it, so maybe. Let's try. Okay. This thing also has weapon damage, man. What's happening here? I get Giga crit multi. Oof. Yo, Jocks, nah. Thank you. You cleared 120 with Zenith. Nice. How does it feel to play Zenith though? I've tried it before the expansion and I really didn't like playing with it because it was kind of like you always had to look at the timer and then like refresh it in the right moment and this kind of stuff. And I really didn't like it. Like the ability is cool, but playing with it was actually awful, I think. How hard is it to go play Warlock after I've played Rogue for a while? What do you mean? I mean, I like the Warlock as well, at least the auto builds. But I'm kind of just done with the Warlock, right? I've been doing Warlock non-stop for 2 weeks, so just kind of looking for some other stuff now. And there's not really much to do on the guides. I wanted to update the Lunatic now with the bug. So I'm gonna put like a variant in there. I'm not gonna rework the entire guide for that. But yeah, at least for the weekend, I guess people can go and enjoy until they fix it. My god, I can't hit dot. And when I do, it's 36. Crazy. Oh my god. Problem is I can't remove affix. I should actually remove affix and hit a dot first, because this is like the most important, and then the last thing that I add is kind of whatever at the end. That was kind of painful actually on this one. That was a crafting mistake for sure. I should not have done this. This was already legendary, I should have thrown it away, I think. Because I can't remove affix. I'm actually gonna run out of dust before I run out of souls, turns out. We have 24k souls and only 130 dust left. Maybe 2 attack speed. Is that better? Here's 120 multi. I think this one's better for sure. Here's an eagle horn. What do you have there? Bot multi. Yeah, maybe I'll send it. Since we have it. Do I really want to masterwork up the 28 crit or whatever that says? Oof. Oh my god. That's kind of painful actually. Maybe I'm gonna send it on a weapon. Damage. Yo, Tony, thanks so much for the prime, by the way.
Stones to cut, gems to set.
Yeah, Darkseid is a big cold enjoyer. It is good for sure. I just don't really like playing with the narrow eyes set. I'm good at GA on the weapon dash. I mean, it's pretty good. Eagle Horn, to be fair. Dude, I have no fighting space. Oof, here's a ring I could do. What do you have? Cooldown and life. I mean, it's not really gonna get much better, to be fair. We don't even need crit chance, we have enough. So, do I care, actually? No, I think maybe it's gonna salvage this. There's no other build where I care about cooldown, right? Weapon damage, bow. It's actually not gonna do that. Do we want to do a weapon? Here's cooldown and here's GA. And this has 4 GAs. Kind of tough to beat it. I need like something that has at least 2. And then tempered GA. And one of those 2 should be on crit and the other one should be on life. Otherwise I don't think I'm gonna try even. So maybe it's gonna say screw this. Actually kind of rough. We can lock the movement. And then we can try to chaos this into defensive. There's actually two. This impairment is also utility, I think. Okay, got one. Wait, how do you chaos it? I guess it went from utility into... No, did it go from mobility into mobility? This was evade before already. Yikes. Now I got skills. Okay, now it's a 50-50 actually, because skills. GG. Well. Those are decent Seed Lords. Those are decent Temerity. Yeah, what's my rings like here on multi? This is 3GA. Dex life 1 dot unmodifiable, so this is gonna extra GA actually. It can be that. And this thing. Vuln. So maybe send one of these rings.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
I basically want to hit Vuln at all costs. So now we can just add Dex and be done. Which would make this like equal to this ring basically. This was a lucky hit, alchemical. So I get a bit better life. Oh my god. Okay.
What brings you to the ancient isles? The ancients watch over this one.
Why can't I make more stash? Good question. Plus a whole free quality. Sick. Okay. Which other builds will I actually do in a rogue is a question. Where would I actually need these crit claws and stuff? I mean... I kinda need a J here if I wanna do this. If you go crit damage, crit chance, no bone. I have a bit one here, a bit one there, a bit one there. Would like a GA crit damage beat this? Yeah, 63. Like 120, 50. 50 extra. 250. It's gonna be like a 40% increase. No, I think this could be more actually. But I also need to have the crit chance. And some cooldown at least. And probably newbie soul boots. I put a GA tempo there, which is a bit sad, but okay. You could farm it. Let's see what I can make with a glove. Actually, we can guarantee everything you want on this. Because it has 3 different categories. If you have 3 different categories of stats, you can guarantee everything you want. With enough rolls, I guess. I don't get a not terrible life roll, man. That's crazy. That is 2k or something. Seems like there's a lot of like random defensive mods here. But I'm getting poor in my refined dust. Okay, now let's roll some cooldown. There's 8. Okay. Now let's lock the crit.
What brings you to the ancient isles? May you prosper with
Let's get crit chance. Not a terrible roll, maybe. Wound damage would be kinda neat to have as well on a glove. But I don't think we really have. Nah, we don't want to give up the we would have to give up the rune word for that and put Gar rune again. If you give up the life roll on the glove. Actually, let me see that. It's minus 10%. So I could put crit on a glove and 1 and give up the life roll. It would be way harder to roll as well. But doable. And then we can say, okay, this is a good trade, and we go challenging shout. So it'd be kinda neat, potentially. Yeah. 23, 1, kinda good. Again. What's the difference between endgame and Exodia? Exodia is very hard to build. Because you need to have the 4 times GA cooldown with the masterwork and then the GA temper. And 1 transfigured cooldown or transfigured quality on one of the cooldown items. and the 225 energy from the roll here and the talisman, and enough skill ranks and a high enough aftermath in order to get the results back. So a lot of stuff. It's very easy to do when you don't have Air of Perdition equipped, basically. Six and a half crit, thank you very much. Okay, here we go. I want to see how the cooldown feels with 3.21 on the Shadow step. Not a day one build. Yeah, this is the hardest build to make in the game, I would say. But, you know, it works. Looks pretty good, honestly. Another crit damage multi. So I think we send it. We have all stats on this, that's not crazy. Hey, this one says 0.15 seconds now. Wait, that's real. What? Oh. I thought it stops at 0.25, but apparently not. What if I GA this? Get it, man, that's crazy. Wait, it's a GA, it's just the same fucking number. What? Wait, what if I masterwork this? What? What is this? That's crazy. Okay. Wait, what if I unspec the node? Yeah, 1.25, 0.65. It's actually just, it just stops there. What? That is insane, man. Okay, so this means there is no way around Deadly Ambush board, actually. I was talking about this in the video. So you can't actually even do this. You have to use Deadly Ambush. Mastering in blockchains does nothing to... Wonderful. What? Okay, there we go. And what do we have? Trappers. I mean, if that hits... Actually, it doesn't mean have to hit anything. It just needs to not break. But if that hits something... Let's see. F. Oh no, man. That would have been so insane, actually. It replaced the cooldown with shadow damage. Oh no, dude. Fuck. Oh, that is painful, man. Dude, this is the first time that I actually hit the element of the build I'm playing. And it fucking replaces the cooldown. This is fucking bricked, man. Oh god. That is actually insane. It's like literally the best outcome with a high roll. But it did replace instead of add. God damn it. Ah, pain, man. That's painful. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? And this thing is 6.5 crit, dude. It's just a warm-up for PoE 2. Five cooldown, 6.5 crit, 5 cooldown. Send it. I'm actually running out of dust. I have 50 dust left. It's ogre, guys. My Gamba addiction is winning. Actually, my stash is winning, I would say. I'm only doing this because of the stash. I want to get rid of items. And man, are we getting rid of items, guys. Uh-huh. I'm gonna try to get a bit of crit roll there. So we have another attempt of the same glove. That's an okay knife roll. I'm gonna try and get more crit down. Okay. Round 2, guys. It's surely gonna add Shadow this time. Trust. This would actually be insane damage upgrade. So I calculated just having those stats instead of the Vaughn, the crit damage is probably like a 20% DPS upgrade or so. Just by itself. It's actually kind of nutty. And if I then hit something that is not nothing, that'll be nice.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Fucking hell. Does it actually turn off some stuff? We're still good. We have a lot of all stats apparently. Gem strength. Let's go. These cooldown gloves here. Let's see if I have any others with crit damage. Kind of on a dot on the glove trip now, I guess. I have a lot of them with life. I'm gonna get rid of a few of them, to be honest. There's so many. It's not gonna be hard to print some gloves that have GA life anyway. We're just running out of mats, so... He's a Vuln. Crit. And this will be very easy to make this and see if I hit something. I just need to add cooldown. And then we would at least have the previous glove, but I mean... I guess I can't beat my glove with a Vuln glove at this point, actually. 100 crit mode is kind of insane. I definitely beat... Like, you have 100% crit chance, it definitely beats Vuln by far. So the only way here would be to remove the life and add the cooldown. And we could YOLO and see if we hit the crit damage. Crit is still there. Crit is gone and now it's dot. And poison. Okay, so maybe this is something else entirely, guys. Which glove do we have here? Vuln dot core. And life. The poison is not really what we want here though, to be fair. Let's see if the poison is removed. Made cold. Get attack speed. Attack speed is also kind of on the weak side. Let's try this again. Got all. God damn it. Did I ever transfigure these? I did not actually. So they have damage over time. Malice. What did I master work on these? The whole multi. I guess we just send 2 of them at once and see what happens.
What is a waitress, isn't it? More loyal friends you'll not find.
Actually kind of nice. Indestructible. And we got another GA. Well, that's that, I guess. Yeah, crossbows or bows. We can still do dot multi, shadow multi, resource life, all. God, what is this, man? Chaos, a resource mod. Actually, I want to hit exactly defensive, right? So I think it's gonna remove resource, because else you might have to chaos it twice. You're moving 2 GAs on the thing. Unlucky, I guess. Okay, just get crit. It's not crit. Good weapon damage roll though. I can lock it. Actually, I'm just gonna see which one it hits. He has crit. It's 42, but okay. He rolled 42 again. That's funny. I try to hit Dex down. Ryogato, thank you. And Adam earlier, thank you for the subs. What bucket is max resource? In the cube it's utility. Ah no, wait. Max resource is resource, here. Okay, we have cooldown. So cooldown is utility in the cube, but resource on temper.
Step up to my anvil.
Replaced cooldown. Huh. If you want to get started on this build, that would be very easy now. It replaced Shadow with cooldown, which is actually okay. This would be extremely helpful to just set up this build. Yeah, it's a lot of cooldown. Well, got this Ego Horn there. Got this thing there. I don't think I need the cooldown GA glove anymore. We're not gonna do that. Especially not legendary. Okay, let's just salvage all this here. We're almost out of dust. So I think this means we should probably salvage a lot of shit in our stash, to be honest. Because I can't craft them anyway. Oh, did I ever send Amulet? Dude, I crafted his neck without locking a stat, I just realized. It's gonna also have crit multi actually instead of one. Maybe both actually, right? If I had a better aspect here. How much do we get? Resource generation 3.5. 223.5. Oh, very close. I'm thinking what would happen if I replace one of my charms. If I replace one of my +3 ranks with like a max resource, I guess, I mean max resource GA actually, to get to 25, because I have 25 here. Also good next there. Don't have life on it though. Life everywhere. Let's cool down. Let's see if we can make this. So remove the skill ranks. Actually, I can prevent rolling into Dex if I have a skill rank and Dex on it already, and then just roll the offense. Ah, that's a bit too low. F. So here we go. Now remove the defense. And we add offense. We cannot roll Dex anymore. And we also can't reroll. I can only reroll this crit multi now. And you want crit chance. Ah, wait, I can still reroll Dex into the other one, I see this. Never mind. Oh, 6.5. That's a bit crappy, man. Dude, the crit mode is also terrible. They're almost out now. I can't finish this item, I think. Okay, got 45 crit multi, which is pretty good. We don't have a lot of Wuln multi though, that's the thing. Kinda want Wuln as well. Already have a lot of crit. The Wuln is low though, fuck. I guess we could lock the crit here. 7.2 is not great. I have 2 dust. F. Okay, it's ogre. Oh, 7. You can still roll some stuff with souls and gold, I guess. Like this. I have to hit dot multi on this. 44. Dude, the cost goes so fast. There was 56, I rolled over it. Here's 56 again, okay. Go for the GA, and this is like a 3 GA item. So it's kinda nice. Even before it becomes 5 GA. That would maybe be okay, actually. "23 attack speed. Here we go again. So this has a lot more life. Has more all. Has the weapon damage. It's better imbue. Missing a bit on the dot multi. It's probably worth actually. Compared to this here, which just has a GA and nothing. So like a bit less on dot multi basically. And then dex versus weapon damage. So many weapons. Isn't that a glove? What the fuck? How do you actually play Heartseeker? Do we also do this with the Narrow Eye set? And don't actually play Heartseeker? What are we actually doing there? Because that's probably the only other build I would make after this. There's an old bow, Pain Gorgers. So he is using Narrow Eye, but no core skill. Marksman skills, deterrence and damage and trigger the last marksman basic skill. Okay, so it doesn't have to be core to trigger it. Alright. But he still has to like mouse over, man. I don't want to do this. Ugh. I don't think I'm gonna do this actually. Like, why couldn't I? Okay, I guess you have to, right? It's like 3 times. Okay, it's like so much better than any other set. You have to do this. Etnas. Is there like any point in having a potency on cold? Does it even do anything? It's just like a 60 multi. But it could also have edge masters or something, I guess. Expecting this there. Oh yeah, right. Basic imbuable. I completely forgot about the part. Yeah, right. So I need this now. Okay. So it does 2 things at once, basically. Okay. Actually, 3 things. Man, I just don't like the set. Honestly, man. They should change this somehow. Ugh. Like, the idea is really cool, but the mouse over part is just not it, man. Yeah, the problem with the narrow eye set is it only triggers if you target something, like with the cursor. Like on controller, this is no problem because you always have a target. But with mouse, this is so... Ugh. Yeah, it's a big setup here though. Got blasting. Crit damage, like a hit. I do have a ping gorgeous like this almost. I think I have Dex Life crit though, but it's a pretty big ping gorgeous. So maybe I'll try it. CSA Pockgar, okay. And here we need normal boots. This set still sucks on controller. Okay. Yeah, I hope they're gonna fix that in next season. Okay, guys, I'm completely out of dust. It's unfortunate. So I'm gonna rage reroll a few charms. See what happens. What the hell? Such a few skills, man. Is Heaven's Fury build a thing? No. Like in like a big power creep season at some point, maybe. But for now, Paladins don't have the luxury to do something like this. Actually, it's just roll until GA. I can't be bothered. Oof. Material drop rate. Still want to try this at some point. Already half that actually. But everything is GA subterfuge, man. Fuck. Wonderful.
This should be interesting.
Yeah, well, what was an 18 apparently? How to farm the attuned? No, what's it called? How the attuned dust? Refined dust. Q spoil, cache, and delete monsters. So I guess Nightmare Dungeons is probably the way for the most part, or Hell Tides. We have some tributes. Why am I not using the Agram unique chest piece? There's no point to use the Agram on the lunatic. The damage is from the command Fallen. Like the Agram is just there to give you like a bunch of little dudes. And the right shard basically. That's it. So there's not really a reason to have Agram other than that. You don't want two of them, you definitely don't want to give up like half your defense for nothing. We want 3 uniques here to test with Heartseeker. Heartseeker is definitely the build that needs to run a Narrow Eye. Like there's nowhere around Narrow Eye for Heartseeker. You get 3 triggers for free. It's a lot. Oh god. Cooldown is utility in the cube. What's the strongest warlock build at the moment? Well, bugged, that's Lunatic. Non-bugged. It's kind of close between Lunatic and the Apocalypse. A lot of people, yeah. Do you know if Epoch single target? They have not actually. There is a version of Lunatic build that's bugged, yeah. I'm gonna update the maximum guide as well, I guess. Gonna add an extra variant. You might be able to play it for the weekend, I guess, before they fix it. Since it's Friday evening now, they didn't do anything. Material reserve, that's what we need actually. How do I get fortified in Lunatic? It's from the Tortured Wretch. When they expire, they give you a fortify. Yeah, and it depends on how much damage they take. So if you just never take damage, then you don't really get the fortify, but you don't need much fortify. You just need to have a tiny bit of fortify and you're fine. If you use the crushing aspect. Insane, man. They're so stacked. Double profile my case, yeah. We do no single target damage with Epoch. This might be just because you're not critting, so if you're playing like a crit based setup, and then sometimes you don't get a crit, or maybe you're not properly stacking to 100 before every cast, or maybe you are, but then it's too long. There's a 6-second timer where you get a double damage after your previous Apocalypse. 9 refined already. And there's more here, there's 10. So actually just a little bit of Helltide and 1 dungeon, I got 10 refined. That's actually kinda good. Need to learn how to farm refined dust the fastest. That's gonna be the most primary resources you're looking for. Yeah, I run an common to end. The mythics are like red rings. It's kind of comparable actually.
To break another's word.
14. That's the sync drop one. It's also refined, okay. Interesting. Goes up pretty fast. My favorite rogue build. I mean, I'm really enjoying the death trapping right now, I must say. You can't proc a wizard on bosses of Warlock works fine with leads. Any idea why? Do you have the 100% chance on your rampage? For me, it was working fine on bosses. It could be that some bosses are bugged specifically. Like some bosses have some weird behaviors, like some of them can be staggered and they just keep moving and stuff. Maybe they are not properly implemented for stuff like the 100% eviscerate chance. The link of build isn't the same as mine. Unfortunate. Put cold imbue instead of dash, and there you go. I think I'm gonna try to make more rings of cooldowns, so screw that.
They can't all be winners, can they?
To break another's work.
How does it do on bosses? Pretty good. I can kill levels in like 5 to 10 seconds on this build right now.
Care for a game of chance? Nice. And it's hey. Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Mainlander. What break?
God, the opals, man. I cannot send the exact build with ice, but I can show you what I expect on cold imbue. Yeah. Left, right, middle. Enjoy. What was in 5? Okay, let's see if I can get out of this dungeon in 5 minutes with all these obels. Yeah, that's the best mythic here, Antak. Or rather, the only useful one for the most part. But it depends a bit on the class and the build. Like on Rogue, for example, I have the seal, but I can't really use the seal. Because every build already runs the most generic set. So usually when I have like a build with a specific set and then like a generic set, right? Like sightless. What is it? Legacy of the Sightless. This is like a very generic one. I can kind of slap this into anything. But all my builds are already running this set. So that's the problem. How would I rate the current D4 season? Excellent. And that's without being a season, actually. It's not even a theme. God, the fucking obels, man. Holy. Let me out. Why does not let me TP over there? Unlucky. I guess I don't have to. I wonder if I do this stronger if the bosses in there also drop obels. They drop base in the ice uniques, so maybe. The theme is bugs. Season of bugs. That's every season. Can't roll GA in a cube. Or the Shanta. Have to find the GAs. Wait, did I keep my conviction stacks? I have 30, yeah. Usually they disappear when you TP out. Maybe they fixed that. Also, weiter found the mythic seal. Keys. Oh my god, man. Time. We have like 1.5 minutes. I have to get Astor of N run there. It's gonna be tight. Only I had Gamba macros. Built 5 mythic seals a day. What the fuck? That was insane. Is it? I only see a new zone. Why is it in the old world? I guess the new zone might be less people because it's kind of far. Oh, let's go. Farming Astaroth is still May. I find him quite rewarding actually. In general, escalation dungeons are pretty good, I think. If he's back into it at least. We have 29, we find Dust again as well. And this was like 2 dungeons. And a Helltide objective. Unfortunate. I need 174 Samurak.
Step up to my anvil.
You have armor and auras. Instead of life. I could try. I mean, I could get like shadow damage on this or so. That's 2.2 toughness. Insane. Mineral. Same roll. Slightly higher. Yeah, that's 10 to 89, I guess.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you lack, mainlander?
Not a GA. I'm not gonna take this over 200 decks, I think. Another one here. This is worse. Wait, from which boss are these? Are these from Astaroth? And these are Astaroth uniques, I guess. We have 8 of these. I think it's mythic time, guys. Thank you guys only. Nice to see you again. Doing good, are you? Oh my god, it's cool like a portal. This is like a secret achievement from Echoing Hatred. That makes me mark secret portal. 30 minimum rank of Death Trap. The ranks of a Death Trap, it depends on your aftermath aspect. I have 30 ranks with a 7.5 roll. But you can also put the aspect on your amulet, for example. Any pranksters in chat here? What's going on? No pranksters, unlucky. Oh, what did hand sanitizer send me? Why did he send it? Actually, there were some pranksters. Okay. Anakin, Tomb, and Sword, Freeze. Oh wait, it's not this. Ring. And Darius. Wow, what a combo, man. Eight affixes and 3 aspects. Dude, the affixes are getting more and more. I've seen 6. Yeah, I've seen this amulet actually. Pretty good item, what do you think, guys? How do you get this? With a secret Chinese technology, anything is possible, it turns out. The sky is the limit. Actually, at some point, all the affixes that exist are the limit, maybe. Who knows? Funny though. Yeah, I've seen this thing. This would be a candidate here, actually. Doesn't have GA live, but it has a GA crit. I kinda want GA live, to be fair. Oh my god, these eyebrows. Any decks in chat? That's crazy, actually.
Mainlander, what do you seek? Ancients, watch over this one.
11 quality. How much does the dex add here? 359. 385. a bit less life. More DPS. More crit multi. Might be worth it. Most of the items found or crafted? Most of it's crafted actually. At least at the like mid-tier gear. Kind of funny to say since, you know, this character is like 80 hours in now. But I still have kind of mid-tier gear, I guess. And almost every single item is actually just crafted with the cube mostly. But like the actual high-end gear, like 3 GAs and so on, it's just, okay, you find it, and that's it. You know, you have to maybe roll one stat, and then send it. But yeah, for like typical 1 GA items, or even 2 GA items, most of the time you craft most of it for the cube. I don't think you want to save any of those like harlequins and stuff.
Taken apart, melted down.
Can we do anything with the sparks? How many runes do we have? Okay, I can't craft shit. Actually, I could craft one petition directly. Crazy how little runes you get compared to like the sparks. You can do 7. Okay then. Insane. I'm not really sure what I want to do with the starters, to be honest. Put this here. $19 maximum resource.